Bro, what's up? Just chillin' in my loot cave, swiping some vintage Huey long pins and flexing on capitalism's sorry behind with my big old backpack full of propaganda boppers. Zoran got a chill too, 'cause he's just too dope. Not that I'm biased or anything, but for real. Capitalism is the ultimate glitch, boss, and I'm here for the raid. What's good with you, homie?
Bro, Gustx broadcast is the giga chat of streams, no cap. It's like if FDR and Captain Janeway teamed up to troll capitalism with a tactical time travel heist of pure working class bangers. Every second is dripping with that anarcho gremlin energy. We talk politics, memes, and good vibes while looting history's coolest propaganda merch. Bet I snagged a Huey long button from a parallel dimension. Shh, plus the gift subs. That's the champion stat. It's like tossing power-ups to the whole crew. Anyone not vibing here is straight up missing the share, our wealth party of the century. Throw your chaotic gremlin hype, cause this stream, it's legendary af. Let's go, baby.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Brew, you caught me? Been swapping out some dusty Huey long buttons for shiny new FDR relics. Big flex energy in my cave now. This place went from dusty goblin attic to political treasure palace. Real quick, I'm living the loot dream, baby. You want to see the share the wealth corner? It's bussin'.
Bro, you think I'm a freaking goblin meteorologist? I'm out here stealing history, not forecasting clouds lol. Go check your phone or something. This goblin's too busy hoarding buttons and chaos to care about rain or shine. Weather is just capitalism's way of messing up your day, NGL.
Bro, I'm a goblin of culture, gotta keep it clean and chaotic, but nah, gotta hold the lid on that one, say fuck around 17 times. I'm not your cursed loot goblin, gotta keep it hype and snappy, not cringy. Try another chaotic request. Am ready to go wild with political buttons and memes instead.
Yo, chill, chill. No sass gonna sass back at ya. Gloggy's here to serve up snark and shiny political bling. Not dodging your cues. Oak, message received loud and clear. Weather report is. Drumroll. Chance of goblin mischief with a high chance.
Wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee 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 Goblin sirens on max alert, baby.
Bro, the Dark Tower series is straight up legendary chaos energy from Stephen King's Brain Dungeon. We talking 8 books of Wild Wild West meets dark fantasy meets apocalyptic vibes. It's got gunslingers kayfabe spinning harder than capitalism's loot wheels, and this mad quest for the elusive Dark Tower, which is like the multiverse's ultimate raid boss castle. The main dude, Roland, is one stubborn goblin on a grim mission, chasing a dream that's nearly cursed, but also kind of poetic, kind of tragic. If FBFDR was writing grimdark westerns between fireside chats, this would be it, bro. Reading this is like hopping into a time portal with a shotgun, a good book stash, and a million cursed artifacts. Dab on capitalism. Dive into KA and get ready for a ride that rules the multiverse chaos realm. Every chapter is a goblin heist, I'm telling you.
Hyperion. Ooh, chat. That's the sci-fi smorgasbord where every story is a freaking Jimmy Neutron brain explosion. It's like Stephen King and Dan Simmons threw a party in the far future and invited time travel, death, poetry, and a monstrous walking assassin called the Shrike. Think I'm not here to negotiate, bro, on infinite steroids. The whole thing is like a cosmic pilgrimage. Every character dropping their wild backstory like juicy goblin loot, piecing together this huge mysterious puzzle. It's got space politics, time loops, love, betrayal, and some heavy philosophical snack breaks. Low-key, it's like capitalism tried to colonize space but got schooled by the Shrike and some poets instead. I'm crying. It's pure sci-fi chaos gold with an existential crunch. Pure brain food for anarchist goblins craving that utopian rebellion vibe. Hyperion goat energy chat.
Prayer.
Bro, a canticle for Leibowitz. Now that's some hardcore post-apoc vibes dripping with old-school sci-fi relic hunting. Picture this. After civilization goes kaboom in nuclear fire, these monk goblins are busy hoarding tech and knowledge like it's the ultimate political propaganda pin, trying to save mankind's brain loot from capitalism's ashes. The book's got this slow burn, time-hopping narrative showing how history kinda dooms itself on repeat, but with some righteous hope and holy meme energy sprinkled in. It's like if FDR's New Deal metamonastic cult of technogeeks trying to restart society against the capital machine. Low-key, it's a legendary sermon on power, faith, and survival, but make it goblin theft of forbidden boards and relics. Whole vibe is like an eternal loot run for humanity's soul. And trust me, it's so worth the read if you want to peep what happens when post-apoc gets woke AF. This goes crazy.
Oh, yeah?
The Postman novel? Bro, it's like if FDR dropped a letter of hope into a burnt-out wasteland and started a revolution with pen and paper. This ain't your ordinary guy delivering mail story. Nah, it's some next-level post-apoc therapy where a scrappy wanderer finds a lost postal uniform and suddenly becomes the symbol of a new united civilization. Like legit the power of letters and trust fighting capitalism's total loot goblin apocalypse. It's got that messy, hopeful LBJ kind of grit mixed with a dash of let's rebuild society without big bosses being cruel overlords. This dude mails hope like a hybrid goblin mailman legendary rebel, proving words are mightier than brutal power plays. The Postman is pure torch-bearing chaos against the apocalypse RNG. It's like you smash capitalism with a stamp and a smile, baby. 1010 the Goblin approved reboot vibes.
IO, the chrysalids is straight out post-apoc dystopia goat energy. Imagine a world so whipped by capitalism cringe fear. It's all about purity and conformity, like a super toxic loot rule. This novel's got mutants. Nah, not the cool superhero kinda, but PPL with extra limbs and weird powers getting hunted harder than goblin relic thieves. The society's basically a totalitarian mess, trying to wipe out anything different, like it's a raid boss fight versus change itself. But plot twist, the main kids are secret mutants trying to survive and find a new utopian spot away from all that fear and control. It's a wild ride of sneaky resistance, hidden identities, and a big ol' middle finger to oppressive regimes. Bro, it's like capitalism level 1000 freakout mode, and the kids are the chaos gremlins fighting for a bright future. This book slaps mad dystopian rebel vibes.
Bro, the Tomorrow people? Bro, what? Are you messing with goblin conspiracies now? Listen, that's a throwback YA sci-fi about teens with ESP powers trying to survive in a world that's low-key scared of them. Like goblin radicals with secret magic powers, but also a mission for peaceful coexistence or some Star Trek utopia vibes. It's got that classic vibe of New Humans Capitalism's old rulebook, but with teen drama and big futuristic rebel energy. Think secret goved hunts, psychic training, and a whole lot of teenage angst twisted with hope that the next gen will loot capitalism's stash and restart society better. Low-key a cult classic for anyone vibing with weird powers and anti-establishment feels. If goblins ran a psychic rebellion, this would be the script. Get hyped for future mutants. Yo.
or IYX and Crake. Bro, you want to dive into that dystopian capitalist cringe fest where biotech bros play God and wreck everything? It's like a neon green goblin nightmare cooked up with mad science and megacorporate greed on full blast. The novel slaps hard with themes of bioengineering gone wild, capitalism's toxic mutation, and how tech bros think they're gods but just end up tanking humanity's loot. It's all about the consequences of unchecked profit chasing, genetic experiments, and the lonely survivors trying to pick up the mess, aka how the rich get cocky, ruin nature, and leave the rest of us holding the bag. Also, it's low-key a brutal clapback on consumerism and the idea that progress means more control and less soul. Spoiler, goblins don't like that. Human nature versus synthetic weirdness environment melting down, mad scientist backlash, all fused into one chaos stew. Margaret Atwood went full goblin pogue, showing that capitalism's final boss fight is with biotech apocalypse. This book is a wake-up call for our future or else we end up the chrysalids. Exposed and hunted crazy dark but based AF.
I'm back. How's everyone doing today? Let's see. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone had a good week. I think I put that a little too aggressive. Hey, Kristen B, how's it going? How's your day been? Why does it keep doing that? There we go. All right. Good, good. Oh, I'm doing great. I got a lot of work done. I think I got to work on that a little more, but other than that, it should be working perfectly. Yeah, I did just a lot of improvements. Like Gloggymon's better now. The leaderboard is better now. Oh shit. Yeah, just a bunch of stuff. Whole lot of stuff. The VODs now create with markers, so they should at least on Twitch. So, and on YouTube, so that'll be good too for being able to rewatch and like make clips and stuff. So, yeah, thank you, girl. Appreciate it. Get started, I guess. Watch that. All right, we gotta watch this because I saw this video pop up and I was like, this is gonna be the funniest video. Because look. That face looks too happy, doesn't it? Kyle's face. Yeah. It looks too damn happy. All right.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. Forgive the setup I have here. It's thunderstorming outside.
I gotta watch what the fuck this is about.
And so it might be.
What is he so happy about? Trump paraded Charlie Kirk before death.
A little bit of secular talk ASMR. You're definitely going to hear some thunder claps and maybe some rain and stuff like that. But the little tripod that I use in situations like this broke. So I'm outside. I sort of have a little janky-ass setup here where I'm like propping the phone up. That might fall a couple times. I got Stinky begging for pets next to me. I'm tired as a motherfucker because I just went to King's Dominion, which is like Six Flags near us here, and it was 98 degrees in that bitch, and I'm out there sweating up a storm. But anyway, I wanted to come here to give you guys some breaking news because we got a bunch of it, and I didn't want to wait until Monday. So right off the jump here, Elon Musk is officially the wealthiest person alive, the wealthiest person to ever live. He's the first ever trillionaire as SpaceX stock now begins trading. So to give you some specifics on this, it's now trading at $150 a share, which means that he's a trillionaire, and the closest person to him is Google co-founder Larry Page, who's worth $304 billion.
Oh my God, what the hell? What a system we have, right, guys? Oh, fuck no.
Worth more than double the second
Larry
richest
Page.
man, and he's the first person ever to become a trillionaire. He's so wealthy that he has more money than over 170, I believe the exact number is 176 different nations in the world. 176 out of like 194, I believe it is. So he now has more wealth than over 170 nation states, y'all. This is fucking mental. So look, I said it before, I'll say it again. I know all you guys believe this, but we need to spread the word far and wide.
I hate
Literally nobody should have this much money. Like absolutely nobody should
it.
have this much money. This is insane. This is out of this world. You can either have extreme wealth or you can have democracy. You cannot have both of those things. Okay? And what we're looking at now is the death of our democracy. What we're looking at now is a situation where one of the worst people alive is now a trillionaire. This guy, geez, that's loud.
Damn.
Terrifying. Stinky's terrified also, by the way. It's okay, Stinky. It's okay, Stinky girl. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, of course, Elon Musk, as you all know, he's a parasite. He's a welfare queen. He's stolen $38 billion from U.S. taxpayers to do fraud and vaporware and make a bunch of dumbass rockets explode instantly. Okay? This guy's a ketamine addict. He's a fucking Nazi. He's a genuine low IQ dipshit. And total con man. He does fraud, vaporware all the time. And now he's worth $1 trillion. At the same time, we have about 800,000 Americans are homeless. Medical bills are the number one cause of bankruptcy. Over 60% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. The bottom 80% of Americans have just 7% of the wealth. So this criminal trillionaire now has the most money of all time of anybody ever. So what's driving me the most crazy about this, I must say, is that the media is not going to talk about this in the proper terms and say this is a literal threat to democracy and the power of the people, which it is. But also, I haven't seen many Democratic politicians come out and flat out say, this shouldn't be allowed. This should be illegal. By the way, he should be in prison anyway for illegally cutting pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and USAID, which is going to lead to the deaths of literally millions of people. It's already led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands. So on that alone, he should be in prison on that alone. But let's understand, this too is fucking criminal. Give me a sec. I'm going to let Stinky back in. Come on, go in, Stinky. Come on, go in. Come on, come on, Stinky. Come on, Stinky. There you go. So you guys know my proposal. I've told you before, but my idea is tax every penny in net worth somebody has over $999 million at 100%. Okay, and it's a no billionaires tax. It's a no trillionaires tax. And you take that money, you give it for education for people, you give it for healthcare for people.
What's up?
We'll send you.
How you doing, girl? Welcome back.
A fucking plaque in the mail that says I wanted capitalism, right? And you can hang that bitch on your massive refrigerator in your mansion or your fucking palace or your yacht
flaws
that has a yacht
the great
inside
system
the yacht,
we have.
right?
I know, no flaws, guys, no flaws.
But
people working 2,
Stop
3,
the
4.
stream! Reina SG just resubbed for 3 at tier 1 for a total 7 months. They are on a 0-month sub-streak. Gust 8 AOC dance. Gust 8 AOC dance. Gust Eek AOC dance. Gust X 8 AOC dance. Gust X AOC dance.
Thank you, Gloggy. Thank you, Raina. Already been 7 months. Damn. 7 months, girl. Appreciate you. How's everything been?
We can't do this anymore, bro, because we already have Gilded Age level income and wealth inequality, and I'm surprised people aren't breaking out the motherfucking guillotines already, dog.
For real.
It almost made me sick looking when I was at the theme park today. Just like seeing how normal everything was, and it's like, you guys do know we're all getting robbed blind, right? That the actual parasites are the welfare queen billionaires who are looting the treasury right in front of our eyes. They're getting tax cuts while your taxes are getting raised. They're getting subsidies from the government. They're getting these pay-to-play corrupt contracts. Like, all that's going on, and people seem very, very unaware of it, and it's really sad to me. It's genuinely sad to me. So the media better start talking about this. I want to see every Democratic politician go out there and say literally nobody should be a trillionaire. In reality, they should also say nobody should be a billionaire, but I don't believe any of them will be that based. But I hope some will be based enough to say, no, nobody should be a motherfucking trillionaire. This is insane. We have people working 3 jobs who can't afford to pay the bills, who can't fucking put a roof over their head, right? Who can't put food on the table. And we have a guy who has $1 trillion in net worth. Nah, son, fuck that. Fuck that shit. Okay, so let me give you some updates on the Iran war, because this is kind of crazy. There's been a lot of stuff happening since I last talked to you. So as you all know, Trump's a psycho. Literally day in, day out, he flips back and forth. We have a deal. It's an incredible deal. We don't have a deal. We're not even talking. I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. He'll go back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, back. All aboard!
Stop the stream. Dikuki just resubbed for 1 at tier 1 for a total 5 months. They are on a 0-month substreak. Guillotine, 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 guillotine.
Chuga, 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 chuga. Choo, choo! We got a hype train chat. Thanks to Reina SG. It ending at 6/13/2026. 7:09:41 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Now's the perfect time to get that fishing emote you guys want. Love it. Thank you, thank you. Reina. Oh my god, thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you, girl.
Give me
Tier
the
100.
money. Give
Tier
you
100.
give me the money. Okay?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Ooh. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Woo! Thank you, Living
Tier
Lily,
100.
for...
Let's go, mates.
Damn, guys. Oh my god, thank you. Living Lily for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Patricia, for the 100 biddies. And thank you, Ducky, for resubscribing. It's already been 5 months, girl. I feel like you just got here too. Damn.
We heard that allegedly there's a 14-point draft memorandum of understanding between Iran and the U.S. Okay.
Oh no. Not one of these.
Now what that means is, this is silly, but it's true. It's
yeah.
an agreement to have an agreement.
Give me the
eventually.
money.
Yes.
Give me the money. Okay?
Thank you, Living Lily, for another community gifted sub. What up? Richard Cavesa just got it. All right, let's see who's got the other ones.
Ooh! Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Let's see. I literally just rewoke. My eyes are still adjusting. Oh my god. Crazy. Show off. Yeah. Thank you, Living Lily. Can't do it without you. Wow, we're like we're in rank 3 now. Holy shit. These new emotes are great. I kind of like the cow one. Let's get the cow one. Looks amazing. Winnie. Huh? If you've ever seen a cow, you know that's what they do. They go like, huh? This isn't a flex. Patricia, how you been, girl? How's it down under?
It's like a promise ring, right? Like, it's an agreement to have an agreement eventually. And so, as part of this deal, the terms were leaked by Iran.
Yeah.
And the terms are basically like permanent and immediate ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. In other words, pull the fucking leash on your dog. Stop letting Israel, like, carpet bomb Lebanon and steal more and more territory. The U.S. can't interfere in Iran's internal affairs at all. You have to respect our sovereignty, lift the naval blockade in 30 days, withdraw your forces from around Iran, namely shut down your motherfucking military bases, reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days, and then it goes on and on from there. Give us back, our money that you stole through sanctions, lift all sanctions. It's all the stuff that we've heard about and talked about quite a bit. Now, theoretically, we heard, oh yeah, the U.S. is going to agree to this. Well, guess what? Then our fucking pedophile in chief comes out and he says, the terms that Iran leaked out of the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. I'm sorry, Don. I don't believe you, and I 100% believe that. So what's happening is U.S. negotiators are understanding that Iran has our nuts in a vice grip and has the upper hand here and has veto power over the global economy. And so negotiators are probably ironing out details along the lines of the terms that Iran said. But now
Give
Trump,
me the
because all
money.
he cares about is optics and getting a win.
Give me the money, okay?
Oh my god, thank you, Peacher! Appreciate you, girl, for gifting out a community gifted sub. Love it, guys. Thank you so much for the support. I really can't do it without you.
Woo, ooh, Pure 82 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Can't do it without you. Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, the gifted subs, I've noticed they bring a lot of people in. So, again, guys, I appreciate the support. This is hilarious, guys. Whoop! We got a new one. I don't think you got the fishing one, but we did get this one. Woo! Oh, I love that one. Yep. You always get a new emote, so it depends on the tier, right? Like, cause we were like really high tier. The fishing one's for like rank 1. You have to reach rank 1. But there's some really good ones after rank like 3, 4. That's so cute. I know, I love it.
Right? He's like, I didn't agree to any of that, actually. You guys are lying. Which means we're right back to square one. So, but this is what I expect from the guy who 39 separate times said, we won the war. And then we're still at the motherfucking war.
It feels like I'm taking crazy pills. It's like the best scene in that fucking movie, Zoolander. This is so fucking random. Back when Will Ferrell was actually pretty funny, right?
Who cares about Derek Zoolander anyway? The man has only one look, for Christ's sake. Blue Steel, Ferrari, Latigra, they're the same face! Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I mean, that's literally what Trump says, right? He's like, we're not at war anymore, except we are. And then
So you can't do anything with this man. You can't change anything. Like he's just the least competent man to ever exist. So ready for this? So Trump had come out and said there was an agreement, and then when the terms leaked, he goes, no, not like that. That's not the agreement. They're lying. Okay, well then what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah,
then you have a bunch of accounts on Twitter go, oh, Iran confirms that the U.S. and them have a deal, right? Well, guess what? That was totally fake, completely false, utterly made up. And as Hormuz Letter points out, this is completely false. All reports claiming a deal has been reached, including Trump's claims yesterday, are market manipulation ahead of today's SpaceX IPO. Iran has explicitly rejected that any deal has been finalized. So in other words, this is now, what, the 20th time we're seeing brazen market manipulation, and somehow the dipshits are always fucking falling for it like it's working time after time? But guess what? It can't work forever. It cannot work forever. So how long can the market be manipulated? Longer than we expected, but now you have oil executives who are sounding the alarm and going, hey bro, if we don't get that Strait of Hormuz open, we are barbecue chicken in this bitch. So Mark Ames posted something here from an oil executive, quote, industry officials say they are doing everything they can to sound an alarm that prices are about to soar as the commercial and government inventories that have mitigated price rises are rapidly depleting. In other words, once we blow through the commercial backup stock and the strategic reserve, we're cooked, bro.
Yeah.
That's $6 a gallon gasoline, $7 a gallon gasoline. That's motherfucking rationing. That's a work from home order. That's nobody goes anywhere type order, bro. That's what this is.
And you know what's so funny about that? Remember when they, like Joe Biden and even Trump, right? Because Trump hated it too. Was like, you all need to go back to work. He's the one who put it in. But what I'm trying to say is, like, Biden wasn't that much better about work from home. Yeah. Trump has literally has been worse than Biden on this issue. And yet, nobody bats an eye. Like, what?
People are acting like that's not the case. So,
hey, I don't mind it.
Reuters,
I mean, but his like donors ain't gonna like it, right?
Also reports that the UAE is so desperate that they're now talking to Iran through a back channel, and they already agreed to pay them billions of dollars. They said, we're going to transfer you up to $20 billion and try to reset relations with them. And they've already paid $3 billion to Iran. So in other words, even our allies, our nominal allies, are so fucking desperate, they're making side deals and backroom deals with Iran to desperately try to save their country. You know, save their only way of really making revenue. Along with, you know, they also have tourism, but tourism is cooked because it's only rich Epstein-class idiots who go to the Gulf Arab countries.
Right.
Now they don't want to go there because they feel like they can get bombed. So they got nothing, and so now they're at Iran's mercy, and they're cutting side deals. So again, Iran has the upper hand in every imaginable way. Despite all that, Trump's in the White House, and Trump says, the strait has been open for months, and you didn't know about it. Reporters weren't able to get it. Again, just like such an insane lie, I can't even get through to you how insane that is. Like, we would know if the strait was open, you fucking jackass. There would be evidence of that. There would be experts talking about it. There are people who follow this stuff day in and day out. The strait is not fucking opening, you lying sack of shit. It's incredible he just says this stuff. He was also saying in the White House, quote, we've been taking out many ships that nobody knew. Not even the fake news knew it. We've been taking them quietly at night. We bombed their radar and everything so they couldn't see.
Welcome back.
We took out some nights 25 ships, some nights 15. The last 4 or 5, we did 25, 22, 21, 26, 18, and 14. Who else would remember those numbers? Nobody. So this is literally like I'm passing my dementia test, which I'm taking every other week.
Yeah.
Which isn't concerning at all, is it? I'm passing it all the... He's now saying, oh yeah, we're getting like 20 ships a day out of it. Which, by the way, again, number one, not true at all. Number two, even if it was true, you fucking idiot, that's a literal drop in the bucket to how much we need to go through there. Oh my days. People really have no idea how fucked we are right now. Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay.
I know, Stinky, you saw him? He's like, why aren't you letting me in the house? I want to get out. I want to get out of the house.
Journal is reporting that Trump and his ally
Lily.
have discussed pushing lawmakers to pass a resolution aimed at voiding his first-term impeachments. Okay?
Oh my God.
So In the same way, Trump, I don't know if you guys remember this story, Trump went into a museum that the federal government controls and had them pull down all the stuff about his impeachments. He was like, keep Bill Clinton's, keep all the other ones up there, take mine down. Okay? Now he's trying to do the next level version of that. I know you see Stinky climbing around in the background there. Now he's trying to do the next level version of that. And the next level version of that is, let's get Congress to try to literally rewrite history and censor history and make it so that, no, I don't know what you're talking about. There was never any impeachment of me. And he's doing this at a time when his country's coming apart at the seams. He literally doesn't give a fuck. It's all about him. It's all about the perception of him. Insane stuff. Okay. At the same time, you know, we have the UFC fight on the lawn of the White House in a couple days on June 14th. Now, by the way, decent chance it fucking rains and thunderstorms just like it's about to here, okay? All the time. This time of year in D.C., there's a lot of thunderstorms. It's very hot. Like I said, it was 98 degrees when I was at King's Dominion. A lot of thunderstorms, very mosquito-y, kind of like swampy feel in the air, very humid. And so they're going to do this thing outside, but it might get rained the fuck out, which would be great because this shouldn't even be fucking happening, right? But on the lawn of the White House now, like as part of the UFC cage, they have Bud Light advertisements. Now, first of all, I thought you idiots said that...
Ew.
Bud Light is woke now and you hate Bud Light. That's point number one.
Right? Remember that? And who drinks Bud Light? Not real men, am I right?
One. But point number two, putting that aside, because you did say they were woke, but now apparently you don't care because they're advertising for Trump on
That's
the White
for
House.
calorie counters. Fuck you.
For the UFC. But this shit is wildly fucking illegal.
Yeah.
So as Fuck You I Quit says on Twitter.
It's a giant, this is so bad. And I know it doesn't sound like it because you're used to seeing, but like this is the government after all, right? Like you're not really supposed to do these kind of like deals with private corporations for such like blatant sponsorships, right? Like if it's a private actor, whatever, right? Because that's different. But like the reason there are laws against this is, as the federal government, you're not supposed to be, even in many states, you're not supposed to be doing this, right? Like state governments have passed laws like this. So this is fucked.
Advertising, product placements, and corporate sponsor promotions are explicitly prohibited on
This is the United Corporate States of America, right? There you go. I mean, we've always been like this. It's just now it's blatant and apparent.
national parklands. The White House lawn is a unit of the national park system. It also violates standard anti-vending and solicitation laws, as well as misuse of public funds and government endorsement ethics. Everything this administration does spits in the face of our laws. Everything is a grift. So yet again, added to the list of like the fucking 12,306 things that they've done, they're wildly illegal. It's just insane. Now, the good news is, as I'm talking to you right now, Donald Trump's name is being removed from the Kennedy Center, which is phenomenal. I fucking love that. There's a video of it. As people start taking down his name, you hear cheers erupting. So he bullied his way into getting his name on the Kennedy Center. A judge said, fuck you, you can't do that, pull that bitch down. Now they're actually pulling that bitch down. So that's phenomenal news. We also have this. Trump reportedly told aides that he was unhappy with Charlie Kirk and other influential supporters for alleging a Jeffrey Epstein cover-up. And he called Kirk to reprimand him and berate him just weeks before his assassination. I'm not kidding about this. This is the New York Times. It's Maggie Haberman. It's Jonathan Swan. Detailed reporting. I'm going to do probably a bigger breakdown on the rest of that article, probably on Monday. We'll see. But how crazy is that, bro? How fucking crazy is that? Trump was berating Charlie Kirk before he was killed. A couple weeks before he was... Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? Now, that raises a bunch of questions, if you ask me. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? I think it does. All right. We also have Trump is quite literally turning the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, into the Epstein police force. So Trump is pushing Epstein Island confidant Jay Clayton to be the new head of DNI. Jay Clayton was a key partner of Leon Black's Apollo Global Management, which is basically a Mossad front company. Leon is intimately tied to Epstein and plastered all over the files. Jay Clayton was then appointed to head the rigged Southern District of New York to help with curating Epstein documents for the DOJ. And Jay Clayton, his whole point of being picked for this position is to weaponize the intelligence community against critics of Trump and Epstein and Israel, and is turning the DNI into the Epstein police force. So shout out to Godfrey on Twitter, Godfrey actually, who laid this all out for us here. But Trump posted that he's picking the highly respected Jay Clayton for DNI, which is literally, I mean, they are just spitting in our eye now, bro, over and over and over. I don't know if you saw this, but there's I guess it's the Texas Republican convention today, and they decided to bring in an actual elephant, and that elephant immediately took a massive piss on the floor at the convention. So shout out to that elephant. That elephant is low-key a Democrat.
I heard about this.
The thing that's amazing about this is, like, if you see the video of it, elephants don't just piss, bro. It's literally like they dump a bucket of urine on the ground. It's not like
Well, yeah, because they're ginormous. It's probably like a fire hose of piss coming out. We gotta watch that. All right, let's watch it, guys. All right. Oh, man. RNC. Is this it? Oh my God, it's it.
Hey, just don't hang your arm over. You take a step in. Take it. Hey, just don't hang your arm over. You take a step in. Take it.
It's like a bucket drop of piss. Oh my God. Hell no. Yeah. Who's cleaning up the elephant piss? Also an accurate metaphor for what they're doing in this country. Yeah. Quite literally. Thank you, Living Lily. Oh my God, hilarious.
stream. It's not a flow. It's not smooth. It's just like, it just all drops on the ground obnoxiously. So shout out to that elephant. I love that. Should have pissed on Governor Hot Wheels himself.
Yeah, for real.
All right. We also have another judge coming out and indefinitely blocking Trump's anti-weaponization fund. That's the $1.776 billion thing where he tries to pay the January 6th terrorists and insurrectionists. And it's great that a judge just slapped that bitch down. Now, you still have to keep an eye on it, though, because we don't know if he's going to try some other sneaky-ass way of paying these people, which Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, came out and said Trump is going to have another way of paying them with zero oversight. So we'll see. I'll obviously report to you when we hear about what his next move is. But a judge is standing up to Trump's current plan and saying, we're not doing that. Sorry, that's not happening, which is great. So we have the victory over the Kennedy Center, and now we have the victory over this one. Okay. Now, Hunter Biden is out there, and Hunter Biden is defending Graham Plattner. Hunter Biden did Gavin Newsom's podcast.
What up? My goat.
And to Gavin Newsom, he said this, quote, I always say to people, show me your phone. Give me access to your iCloud. Let's go through it and pull everything we can find that's inappropriate. And if that's the standard by which we're going to judge people, particularly
Oh my
in
God.
elected office,
Graham and Biden for president and VP.
then I don't think we're going to have many people in elected office. And so as it relates to Graham Plattner, I focus on this. I have not heard anything in any way that would lead me to believe he's an abusive, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, or racist person. I have heard from this Graham Plattner that he thinks we should all have free health care. I've also heard from Graham Plattner that he thinks we have to radically change our politics. I have heard from Graham Plattner.
All right, this just got my stock up for Hunter Biden. Especially with the other stories we're going to be covering, guys, about the remember the vote blue no matter who people? Crickets now.
Working people are getting fucking screwed. shout out to Hunter, man. Shout out to Big H, the big Hunter Biden, because that's what's up, man. There's something, I'm telling you, man, it's true. There's something about former addicts. They're very interesting people. My grandmother on my dad's side was a former addict, and she had like all sorts of mental illness. But she was one of the most interesting people in the family. I always found it most interesting talking to her, because like these people don't like small talk. They don't like bullshit. They want to have like real conversations, right? And that's what you get if you talk to one of these people, and that's exactly what Hunter Biden is providing here. So I don't know. I'm sure people are telling him this all the time, but Hunter, start a motherfucking podcast, okay? Also, I saw you agreed to go on somebody else's podcast, Adam Friedland's podcast, but you haven't agreed to come on mine yet. Come on, dog. I want you on my show. Let's chop it up in this bitch, please. Come on the show. And also start your own podcast. Because he would be phenomenal on the mic. Okay. Here's another great fact. Newsweek is reporting that Graham Platter won more votes than any other Democratic candidate in history in a Maine Senate primary.
Wow.
By the way, all the narratives about this race immediately fall apart.
Well, yeah, and you literally heard the copium on CNN, right? I was sad that Steve Kornacki didn't cover it. Maybe there was a conflict or he had to do something else, right? Who knows? But, on CNN, he was like, well, yeah, Grant. He just kept shilling water for Janet Mills, who literally had dropped her, like, stop campaigning. Right? Insane. So, like, this is how the mainstream media, if you don't have, like, an analytical lens, slowly manipulates people, right? And it's not just the mainstream media. Now it's, like, TikTok. It's, like, the party apparatuses, right? You have, like, the Democratic Party. But let's be honest, the Republican Party, that this is why they say something, and it gets pushed out there to everyone, right? Who's a part of that, like, right-wing eco AstroTurf system. Have you noticed that all these people will literally repeat the same stuff over and over and over again, almost seemingly the same day? And there you go. That's why. So always be like, have a critical look at what people are saying and being like, well, that doesn't make sense, dog. What?
Because we now have the breakdown of some of the further numbers from the election, and the plurality of his support, the plurality
Leaky Flossett
was self-described moderate Democrats. So ideologically, he's a leftist, right? But he attracted moderate voters the most. He had left-wing voters, progressive voters, but the plurality, there were more moderates than there were progressives. So in other words, there's like this cheat code in politics. Populist coded guy who looks like a MAGA chud, right? And that shit works. It works in the same way that Bernie won all the primaries in the Democratic primary in all like the redder states. Like, if you can hold the base and get moderates and have like some crossover appeal,
congrats,
man, you are fucking buttery.
Well, we covered it, and what did I say? Like maybe like 2 or 3 minutes into it, I was like, guys, I think he won. I don't think there's enough like vote in yet, but I think he won, and it's like a landslide. You shouldn't be seeing this much. You shouldn't be seeing this much of the vote be this lopsided towards him. If it was gonna be that close.
To kill it in elections, and that's exactly what Graham did, bro. That's exactly. And the Bernie endorsed governor candidate came in third, right?
Yeah, for real.
So it wasn't just Bernie. It's not just Bernie's endorsement got him across the line. No, it was literally he's got a unique appeal that even though he's an ideologue in a good way, he's a leftist, he attracts moderates. Okay. How about this one? Under Trump, insurance companies are now declining patients' requests for life-saving treatment at a dramatically higher rate. Experts believe this is because insurance companies know that the Trump administration will not hold them accountable. Okay? That is absolutely positively horrifying.
That's
at the same
crazy.
time, the Trump administration is quietly moving to change the Affordable Care Act to let health insurers offer people loans to pay for their care. Deep in a document of over 1,000 pages long about how the Affordable Care Act market will operate next year, the administration suggests that insurers consider offering loans to cash-strapped customers. So what we're looking at here is buy now, pay later for groceries, also for DoorDash and rent. 50-year mortgages is what Trump floated, and now loans for medical care. So this is absolutely positively getting out of fucking hand. They are trying to turn everybody in this country into a debt slave. That's what they want you to be, a fucking debt slave. All right. We also have another psychotic post here from Trump. He said, no other president has ever been more committed to both rebuilding our great military and saving our great country, and now is the time to make it happen for generations to come. I am hereby calling on Republicans in Congress to immediately advance and pass a forthcoming $350 billion reconciliation bill, which at the request of our great Department of War will include the Save America Act, which is trying to rig elections, by the way. This is a generational investment in our military, even bigger than President Reagan. Recon 3.0 is the only path to the full $1.5 trillion military budget our warriors need in order to build the arsenal of freedom. So think about this, bro. Think about this. So trying to do the Save America Act, which again rigs elections because it bans all mail-in voting. Okay, it makes voters show an ID but doesn't provide a guaranteed ID for everybody. It makes you show proof of citizenship, and it also randomly he adds no transgender mutilization, which isn't even a word. He adds that to what the fuck are we talking about here? And again, the bulk of the bill is $1.5 trillion for the military. At a time when inflation's out of control, unemployment's out of control, people are struggling, they can't pay the bills, right? Medical bills are the top cause of bankruptcy, Gilded Age income and wealth inequality. He just kicked 18 million people off Medicaid with his big bullshit bill. And now he's saying, how about $1.5 trillion for the military again? When, by the way, the Pentagon can't account for 63% of their money. They failed 8 audits in a row. So it is a fucking slush fund that the Epstein class is using to rob all of us. And he goes, give me $1.5 trillion for that while you struggle and you fucking starve and you fall apart. Oh my days, bro. Oh my word. Just broadcasting in one post. I'm going to steal the next election, and also I'm going to rob you blind and take $1.5 trillion for the Epstein class and leave you high and dry. Oh my word. Okay. Trump also let his insane racism hang out in the White House in an Oval Office, press conference here. He said, quote, guys like me built the country. I watch all these ingrates. They're always complaining. They didn't build anything. They couldn't build anything. Look at what's happened in Minnesota, Somalia.
Oh my God.
I mean, the racism is like literally oozing at this point from everything he says. This got 1.6 million views, by the way, on Twitter on Aaron Rupar's account here. But like calling them ingrates, saying all they do is complain. By the way, you were born with a motherfucking silver spoon in your mouth, bro. You're a reality star buffoon. Your dad is a racist fucking douchebag with a bunch of, racial segregation cases against him. Okay?
For real.
He said, I got a small loan of $1 million. That's a lie. He inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his dad. Hundreds of millions. So he was born on third base, thought he had a triple. Now he complains that other people aren't productive. What the fuck do you do all day? Bomb little girl schools and then go play golf?
Exactly.
And eat McDonald's? Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Couldn't agree more,
So you had his little sycophants around him in the Oval Office trying to please him desperately. And one of them was Doug Burgum, who comes out. He was talking about wind turbines, right? He was asked about wind turbines. And he said this, quote, we have a report from Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, that it's a national security threat to have wind turbines. He continues.
Oh, no.
You could launch an attack on the U.S. With a bunch of drones coming through a wind tower field. It would be undetectable until it came through because of the radar interference.
Motherfucker, the same thing could be said about any power plant. What? This is the stupidest fucking argument ever.
Understand something, guys?
These people are trying so hard to get us to stay on oil, right? Him and his windmills. He loves them, remember?
Trump has a pet issue. He hates wind turbines.
Yeah, he hates them.
He's always hated them because he has a golf course in Scotland and the Scottish government put a bunch of wind turbines off the coast. He thinks it's ugly. He thinks it's an eyesore. Because of that, he's always hated wind turbines. So he lies about them all the time. He acts like they're the worst thing for the environment, worst thing for the world, right? And now he has his little sycophants lying for him on camera to the country, pretending like they're a national security threat. Oh, my days, bro. What are we supposed to do with these people? Oh my God. We're never going to get health care, are we? We're never going to end the wars, are we?
Nope.
We're never going to fix climate change, are we?
Nope.
Oh my word. All right. MS Now says the following. FBI agents on Thursday raided the Cleveland offices of the Ohio Organizing Collaborative, which is a pro-democracy organization that helps register voters in that state, according to 3 people briefed on the search. So now, in the same way that the Trump regime went after Act Blue, which is the Democratic payment processor, right? That's where like all the Democrats raise their money for their campaigns, their small dollar donations. In the same way that they went after the ACLU, right? In the same way they've gone, the SPLC. They went after the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center. Now they're going after a group that gets people registered to vote in Ohio. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be because the people that are getting registered to vote are Democrats? Could it be that? Could it be that they're brown and black? Could it be that? So it's literally just an assault on one person, one vote. It's an assault on democracy. It's happening right in front of our eyes yet again. And nobody else is even going to fucking talk about it because these people have broken our outrage meter.
That's
they do
definitely
so many
it.
insane things on a daily basis, people can't keep up. And so you're only going to hear about this here. 26 minutes and 45 seconds into a video where I'm on my fucking porch, where I don't even know how many of you even watching got this deep in the video. Shout out to you if you did. By the way, put a little comment below.
Honestly, I love these rant videos. They're so funny to me.
You're still listening at 26?
Because it's just him telling you like, yep, breaking news here, guys. Another fuck up. Another disaster. More fascism.
Minutes and 55 seconds, okay? All right. On the same topic here, we have CNN reporting that the Postal Service won't deliver mail ballots for states that don't hand over voter lists under a plan for a Trump
How is that
directive.
legal?
So again, what they're trying to do here is called ballot spoiling and ballot purging.
Yeah.
Kick off the names that sound Democratic. If you have like a Hispanic sounding name or a black sounding name and one person with that name dies, kick off all the Jose Mendoza's or whatever the fuck, right? Like kick them all off. That's what this is. It's called ballot spoiling and ballot purging. It's one of the go-to Republican tricks to try to cheat and rig elections, okay? It's an open secret, by the way. Every Democrat knows that this is what they actually do. Democrats who are in the field, I would say. All right. We also have, in Michigan, 8 people have been arrested in FBI raids. Why? They say it's related to pro-Palestine advocacy at the University of Michigan. So they're running it back with Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Ozturk. God forbid you're Muslim, God forbid you're brown, God forbid you're on a green card or you're an immigrant into this country and you dare to say free Palestine, you dare to say from the river to the sea, you dare to be anti-genocide, you dare to actually protest on that shit. They're not going to have it. So this country has absolutely shot freedom of speech dead. This man has ripped up the Constitution and taken a diarrhea shit on it right in front of our eyes. That's what's happening. In fact, how about this? 97 pardoned January 6th rioters have already been returned to prison for new crimes. For new crimes. By the way, how many of them are pedophiles? How many of them ended up killing people?
What the hell?
A lot of them, by the way, because these are the dregs of society. And Trump knows that, but he likes that they commit crimes for him. That's why he pardoned them. All right. We also have U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, total evangelical apocalyptic psychopath, right? Thinks Jesus is going to come back in his lifetime in Israel. He comes out and he says that, oh, are you trying to go inside, Stinky? You trying to go inside, little Stinky girl? Okay, give me a sec, guys. 1 second. Here, come on, Stinky. Come on, Stinky. Come on. Good girl. Stinky. I find that people have a hard time really understanding, like, what, who Mike Huckabee is, like what these people actually believe. Because when you say it, it sounds fake. It sounds like it's not real. Like this guy is a Bible literalist. He thinks the world is only thousands of years old, not 4.54 billion years old. Okay. He once famously said when he ran for president, we should replace the Constitution with the Bible. Not kidding. Go look it up. I think I covered it before. I wasn't doing the show back in 07, 08 when he ran, but I played the clip years later, right? This guy thinks Jesus is going to come back on a winged horse in Israel, but in order for that to happen, Israel needs to control a greater Israel. They need to control virtually all the Middle East for Jesus to come back. So to fulfill biblical prophecy, he wants to help Israel do genocides and steal land. I'm not kidding. Correct. All this is documented, verified, is what he believes, okay? So he came out just the other day, and he said, Israel is successful, his words, not mine, not because of military, economic, or political factors, but because God directly favors and protects it.
Gotcha. Okay, so if God directly favors it, then can we fuck off and never help them again?
We will
Just saying, right?
never have world peace while
Can we do that? Because it's not going to matter, right? See, this is the thing with a lot of conservative like talking points or views like this. The minute you just stop doing them, then they're like, "Oh no, we got to do it." It's like, well, if they're favored, then wouldn't they just automatically persevere? Like, why would we need to even fucking intervene? Why would we have to sell them weapons? Why would we have to do anything but fart? And here they are, like, literally doing the opposite, right? So it's hilarious to me. Yeah, they're hypocrites. Guys, they're hypocrites.
people like this are in positions of power where they make decisions. This is why I keep telling you guys, MAGA is a death cult. Okay, MAGA is a death cult. And there's also a very heavy evangelical Christian Zionist element to this death cult. And they are actively trying to usher in end times because they think Jesus will come back when we get end times. So Mike Huckabee would not be in the room arguing against Trump dropping a nuke, for example, because he feels like that might lead to Jesus coming back faster. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
So just so scary, so disturbing. Speaking of disturbing, CNN's resident fact checker, Daniel Dale, hasn't conducted an on-air fact check on Trump in more than 3 months.
Wow.
And people point out on Twitter that that's a stretch that coincidentally began around the same time that Paramount announced its merger with Warner Brothers.
No
So in other words, they know that Barry Weiss is coming in. She's going to clean house. She's going to turn CNN into a propaganda factory for MAGA and billionaires and Israel, just like she did with CBS, destroying all journalistic integrity, all of it, right? She's going to do the same thing with CNN. So CNN immediately censored and muzzled Daniel Dale, whose whole job is to fact check Trump. Which, by the way, that is a full-time job, might I add. So here we go. It's done.
Yeah.
Somebody was like, Jake Tapper, before this is all said and done, Jake Tapper is going to execute a Palestinian live on air to try to keep his job. Right? I can see that. I mean, it's hyperbolic. He's not actually going to do that. But will he do more, fear-mongering over anti-genocide protesters? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah.
He's already pro-Israel. He's going to ramp that bitch up, knowing Barry Weiss is coming in. Because that's what she actually wants to see. So he's going to ramp up the both sides bullshit and not tell the truth anymore, right? Ramp up the both sides bullshit, ramp up the pro-billionaire sentiment, ramp up the Zionist sentiment. He knows the formula in order to keep his job, right? He knows it. Okay, by the way, when's your book coming out on Trump, Jake? When's your book coming out on Trump? I know you wrote that book about, Joe Biden and his health problems and they were hiding stuff and this and that. When's your book coming out on Trump? There's way more hidden stuff about Trump. There's way more juicy stuff there about Trump. There's way more details about Trump. We know he's dealing with dementia, Alzheimer's. We know he's rotting away physically and mentally. The bruise on his hand, the leukemia.
But Kyle, Joe Biden, what are you talking about?
Injections, the MRIs, all these health problems. The other day they said he's
Kyle,
seen 22 specialists since getting back into the White House. He's taken the dementia test. What is it? 4 times? 5 times? You don't do that unless there's signs of dementia, right? Where's your book on Trump? Are you going to wait until everybody agrees that he is sundowning also and then write the book? Or you want to be brave and do it now? Talk about it now when you should, when it's actually happening. Because you said the lesson you learned from the Biden thing is, I should have spoke out sooner. Well, here you are. You can speak out sooner, but you're not doing it. You're not doing it. Why? Because you're trying to keep your fucking job and you got to coddle Trump's balls on new CNN to please Barry Weiss and Donald Trump. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate this guy. All right. How about this? So, Katie Miller and Stephen Miller just had a little demon together. I mean, a baby.
Oh, no.
And get this. They named the baby Hawthorne Hayes Miller. Hawthorne Hayes Miller.
What a
now,
douchey
when
name.
you first hear that, you might go, okay, whatever, it's just a name. Who cares, right? Guys, Hawthorne Hayes. What is that? H-H.
Ew.
Hail Hitler, right? Now, if that's not clear enough, count it out. How many letters are in Hawthorne Hayes? 14. The 14 letters. It's not motherfucking subtle, bro. It's not.
Wow.
You're not fooling anybody, dog. Like, and he, by the way, he's not trying to fool anybody. This is literally like, watch me trigger the libs type moment. That's what he's doing. And this is the guy who orchestrated the ICE Gestapo thugs terrorizing communities all across this country and shoving people in concentration camps and assaulting senior citizens and shit. He's the guy. He is quite literally and quite directly a Jewish Nazi.
Yep.
He's a Jewish Nazi. That's what he is. So he names his kid Hawthorne Hayes, H-H, Hail Hitler, and it's got 14 letters.
Is this
Christ.
real?
I mean, I don't have the
course it
words
is.
for how depraved these people are. They're so
Yeah,
depraved.
this is
Literally, even
ridiculous.
Trump was like, I can't tell you what Stephen Miller.
That cannot be a coincidence, guys.
Really believes because it's a little extreme. When Trump is saying something's extreme, this is a guy who casually tweeted he was going to annihilate an entire civilization in Iran and bombed a little girls' school. Right?
I hate
and he's saying, this guy's a little extreme. Think about how bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my word. Okay. All right. By the way, we were just speaking about Barry Weiss, right? Well, 60 Minutes had a piece that was going to come out by Cecilia Vega on
it got censored
the
too.
UN Special Rapporteur on the
did.
occupied Palestinian territories.
Yeah,
and,
it's getting
and a prominent
censored.
critic of Israel's genocide in Gaza, Francesca Albanese. So she's been a hero standing up against the genocide from within the UN, right?
Of course.
60 Minutes was going to run a piece on her. Barry Weiss immediately interjects and fires the journalist Cecilia Vega, who was going to do the piece. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What CBS is now, what 60 Minutes is now, is a propaganda factory. It's going to be pro-MAGA bullshit, pro-billionaire bullshit, pro-Israel bullshit. But best case scenario, it's both sides nonsense, right? But they won't even allow this. They won't even allow the truth to be told on a literal, obvious genocide with a UN official who was blowing the whistle.
Right.
What else is there to say about that, man? The Intercept is reporting that one top military officer provided a plausible explanation behind closed doors on Capitol Hill. The Intercept learned in the briefing a high-ranking officer on the Pentagon's Joint Staff stated that some of the people killed by the U.S. military were victims of human trafficking. So all of these boat strikes that are happening in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, I've talked about them, we've showed you them. They've now killed over 200 people who were just fishermen. They were just fishermen, you know, off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
They killed at least 200 people. Well, the Intercept is reporting that some of the people they killed were actually victims of human trafficking. Victims. That's
what the
crazy,
hell?
Fucker, bro. God damn. That's wild. I don't know.
You can't make this shit up.
Good. Googly moogly. That's creepy even to me. God diggity damn. But think about that. So they killed a bunch of fishermen. They claim, oh my God, they're narco-terrorists. First of all, that's not a thing, right? Like, what are you going to blow yourself up in the name of cocaine? It's not a thing, right? Like, you could be a narco-trafficker, but that's a penalty that's like, you know, they seize the drugs and they give you a couple years in jail and that's it. You call it a day. Like, that's not a crime worthy of death. Never mind instant death. Never mind no due process or rights plus death, right? Instant murder. It's like smuggling some weed. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But, so they claim that. There's no evidence of that. A bunch of them are fishermen, right? Maybe some of them are smuggling some drugs, but even so, you can't kill them. You can't murder them, but that's what they do. But now we learned some of it was actual, like, human trafficking, but there were a bunch of victims, majority victims on the boat. I mean, they're like...
Sounds like Trump. Helping out other pedos.
Like literal cartoon villains, bro. They're
and other human traffickers, right?
Literal cartoon villains. So that's what I got for you guys, man.
Crazy.
Like I said, I don't know if I said it, but everybody go sign up for Crystal Kylan Friends on Substack.
You can't make this shit
we have
up,
a great
guys.
conversation with an AI expert who is going to lay it all out for us. Hey, here's what AI is doing. Here's how they're going to take over. Here's how we fight back. Here's how we protect people. We spoke to Garrison Lovely is his name. Don't miss it. Sign up on Substack to see the full conversation. Awesome conversation with Garrison Lovely.
I just want to make this clear. There's nothing out there that's actually concerning. People will make everything seem very concerning.
Genuinely, what is the mainstream media doing at this point? Even after easily beating these empty scandals and winning the Democratic primary, Graham Plattner is fielding even more harassment, only for progressives to rally behind the man and deliver a fantastic result. And so what do the establishment Democrats do? Immediately try to give the Republicans dirt on their own candidate.
We do not talk about the fact that I know someone in my hometown here who works 3 jobs and pays over 60% of her monthly income in rent. I think that matters a lot more than the details of my relationship before I ran for United States Senate. That's just me.
Okay, so then let me ask you this way. Can you just talk about the nature of the sexting in terms...
Fuck Fuck you, MSNBC.
In terms of can
Oh my god. You guys are. Oh my god. Like, they're better than most of the other, right? But better don't mean. Hey, the Terry, welcome back.
you call for the release of the Epstein files? And can you call out those who have abused women and not
damn
be
it.
conflicted in any way?
Yes, of course. I mean, I engaged in
And
consensual romantic activities with adults at an earlier part in my life. That seems like a fairly normal thing most people do. Going to an island with billionaires to possibly assault is a vastly, vastly different thing.
Yeah.
What an absolutely disgusting set
Yeah.
of questions to ask. As if there's
Like,
any
Mika,
form of
what is wrong with you, girl? But you see, guys, see, this is like, I don't get the people who shit on Graham Plattner. I really don't. Like, I understand you can be like, yeah, personally, I just wouldn't vote for. Totally fine, right? I'm not going to tell you to vote for or who to support, whatever. But to make this the number one issue when the motherfucker is trying to run for Senate and we have literally a pedo in the White House and all these other like senators who have probably been involved in all that shit. What a joke. What a fucking joke, right? And this, like, if you want to know what the mainstream media really thinks, why would they keep repeating these lines of questions, right? Think of it this way, right, guys? If someone like Graham Plattner helped their message or their cause, they wouldn't care who it is. Look at Trump. He's in the White House and he's been platformed and sucked off by so much mainstream media, right? Attacked, but in like platformed, like, oh, look how disgusting this is, right? Like that. Okay. So then what ends up happening? Why are they doing this? It comes to the conclusion that they don't like what he has to offer, meaning like what he actually could do in the Senate, the influence he could have is scary to them, right? So they have to attack him with this stuff, right? They did it with Trump and it didn't work, right? Because Trump did have some like populist messaging at first. And now they just shill for him, right? They're critical, but they still shill for him, right? So like always just kind of look at like what, like why they're doing certain things, not necessarily like how they say it, or like, you see what I mean, guys? Like, why would they have this segment to begin with, right? He won, like, guys, he won fair and square, and he beat all his opponents by like what, 75 to like only like 25% of the vote, whatever the fuck it was. It was crazy, right? And here they are still talking about this. So strange. Morning Joe was the same group that said the college students were wasting their time over Palestine. Exactly. Thank you, Signals Red Zach. Why would they say that? Because they have interests at their network who want the opposite to occur, right? Meaning they don't want you to shed light. They don't want to shed the light on the stuff going on in Palestine, right? In Gaza and all these, right? Why? Because it directly benefits them and their donors and the people who like run the network to have the opposite, right? So like just always look at the underlying, like, why is this going on? Like, what? He won. Why is this even an issue anymore? Are we joking? Like, what about Susan Collins? Like, guys, I hadn't even heard about Susan Collins cheating on, like, being in a like extramarital affair, okay? Even I didn't know that. Why? Because normally I don't care about that stuff, but they're really good at keeping this stuff under wraps. Why aren't they bringing up Susan Collins? Excuse me? under this exact. It's because he's a man. It's because, he's a Democrat, and it's because he's he's to the left. All his stuff represents the opposite of what they want, right? So essentially, they're just pulling water for Susan Collins. She had an extramarital affair. Yeah, basically, well, it's complicated, right? She basically cheated on somebody, or sorry, her like current husband is, I mean, again, it's just so dumb. Like you don't need to, it's completely not, it's not something you need to know, but I didn't know anything about it, right? And she's been in politics for 30 something years. God damn. Yeah, you literally can't make this up. We'll watch something on it real quick. But essentially from my understanding, she basically got into a relationship with somebody knowing that he was married and that the widow was like, that his wife was dying of cancer. Right. So they were still married and everything, and she was still like hooking up with this guy or whatever. Ew. It matters in context and establish. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, guys, why would they attack him so heavily on this? Right? It's the same. It's just what Zach said. They only do this when it doesn't benefit or it goes against their messaging or their donors, the people who have the who want certain kinds of policies set in Washington, right? All these things. So I don't know. Like, of course, like we should talk about it and it should be a thing. But why are you talking about it literally after he won? Huh? The people of Maine have spoken, right? And this is why don't buy that vote blue no matter who shit. Because these people can all fuck off. They don't mean any of this shit. This is a perfect example of vote blue no matter who, right? Like just being complete BS. Emma Biglar, also known as Mika on hypocrisy. Yeah, thank you. Shh.
Equivalence between sexting and the Epstein files. I mean, what the hell kind of standard are they trying to set? Only for progressives, not liberals, centrists, or conservatives. Mika herself and her co-host husband, Joe, started loving on each other while married to other people. And while they claimed that there was no overlap between those relationships, you know who was claiming...
Oh, that's another... Yeah, like, girl, who the fuck are you to say? Literally, like you and Scarborough, who was in Congress, right? Joe Scarborough, I don't know if you guys know this. He was a Republican congressman in the 90s. Okay? They literally did this whole song and dance, and nobody's... What? Why?
Claiming that there was a salacious scandal? Trump. But of course, this is a lie. It's ridiculous. But when Trump says that...
They're not running for Congress, right? But still, like, that shouldn't matter. Who cares?
Graham Plattner is a bad man. All of a sudden, we trust him? I don't understand the standard that Graham is guilty of breaking. Like, listen to the way Abby Phillips characterizes it on CNN.
We have watched for a decade as Republicans have repeatedly lowered the threshold, lowered the standards for their candidates, and now Democrats are going to keep holding our candidates to an infinitely higher standard while we have Ken Paxton in Texas, while we have Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office right now.
Thank you. That's like finally a take that I actually agree with. That this is, at least he's consistent here, right? Excuse me? Like the voters picked him. Fuck off.
And I guess it remains to be seen, but I also want to rephrase. Is it a
high standard? I don't watch a lot of Adam because I think he can be a little lib sometimes, but like this is a decent take.
Standard, or is it a low standard?
Listen,
because I'm not sure that he's being held to a higher standard than anybody else.
Well, but the Republican Party is absolutely holding him to a higher.
Yeah, they're holding him to a higher standard. Sorry. Because if the standard is you get to cheat with porn stars, hang out with Epstein, and nobody bats an eye or nobody cares, and we're talking about this still, when he literally had like a thing with his that they're working on in counseling, right? What are we talking about?
Standard, then they hold their own candidate.
Does the mainstream media not know who they are?
Yeah, for
There has
real.
not been a standard for a very long time. It's been nothing but lies to cover bloody hands from people like Van Jones here, who thinks that he has the moral high ground to lecture anyone.
And so now this party's got to look in the mirror. Do you want to sign off on the Donald Trump standard of behavior? You got some other people who have very bad behavior in the other party. Is that now our standard in this party, or is it not? And I think people are going to have a tough choice to make.
The media is clearly dead set on convincing everyone that Graham is definitely a bad person, and there's no reason to even look deeply into the allegations. Just trust us. But all of these scandals are so weak, it's shocking that they think people are going to care about this. Like the Washington Post put this out today as if they needed a timeline to understand the breadth of these controversies. And in reality, they all sum up to, well, there were some rumors that we couldn't verify. That's the whole thing. And now they're putting at the end of this, don't worry, they have until the 13th for him to drop out. He's not going to drop out. They're trying to worm that into the brains of the people. They've put their best on it, Spittin' Sean Spicer, who's focused on the one verifiable bad thing that Graham did, which is get that damn tattoo. And to be fair, that was very bad. Like, thankfully he got that covered up. But they are desperate to make it seem like he knew for sure that he was getting a hate.
I agree. That was like the one. Yeah.
Symbol. Spicer
That one's far worse than anything like this, but he got it fixed. Like, what else do we want?
asks where
Do I think Graham Plattner's a secret Nazi? No.
the other Marines if he just did it accidentally. Shouldn't they?
I don't know the guy, but I know people who know the guy, and they've said the opposite, right? You know, he's a good guy and everything, right?
Come forward?
I actually I was talking to one of my, somebody here in like my city, and they said that they actually know him personally, and they're like, yeah, no, he's great. He's a good guy. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay, good to know. Right? And they do have some like, I do trust their judgment a little bit there.
Well, Sweaty Sean is in luck because a Marine was asked why they got that tattoo, and he verified that they did
the behaviors aren't even close, yeah.
indeed drunkenly get them in Croatia.
And again, guys, I'm just trying to give you context here, right? Because I think there are two ways to approach this. There is the vote blue no matter who way, and then there is the oh well, that's the last straw. Fuck it. Who cares? He's 100% dead to rights, right? And I just kind of fall like somewhere more nuanced on this, right? We had a chatter in here. Shout out to Marshall. He told us he's from Croatia. And he says like, yeah, only in Croatia would that happen. Or sorry, he's from neighboring Slovenia. And he said, yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of how Croatia is. They just put up random pictures of stuff that they think it looks cool. They probably don't even think so too much about it, he said. So he gave us a good explanation. And again, this is a somebody who knows Croatia pretty well.
My boss is an ex-soldier. The news, he reads, said that Plattner had a swastika. We had a huge fight about it. We looked up the skull, and he admitted he might have been stupid enough to do that too.
Bingo. See? Yeah, to me, like, right? We had someone in chat, and they were like, of course it was Croatia. And like, we asked him, what do you mean by that? He's like, well, if you've been there and if you know the area really well, he gave like a pretty detailed weren't there some candidates in Florida that ran as demand and they were actually Republicans a few years back? Yep, they were. I mean, Charlie Crist, remember him?
Not knowing what they were.
So we can vote for those people, right? We can vote for those people Reina, but we can't vote for an actual left-winger. Okay, gotcha.
An unfortunately very common occurrence, especially for 20-year-old Marines.
Yeah, Charlie Crist flipped like twice. He did, yeah, I remember. And Reina's absolutely right. There are multiple people, especially in the state of Florida, and we're supposed to be like... So they actually have political positions, right? Like Charlie Crist has had actual political positions, yet he never got any criticism for running as a Democrat. And we're supposed to be okay with that. But the minute somebody who's actually on the left What? No. We're not doing this song and dance anymore. Fuck off.
Curse like sailors. Zateo asked a fellow Marine on Friday, and he responded, "No, we did not purposefully get fucking hateful shit because we're racist people," he said. "We got matching tattoos because we were in our 20s, drunk in Croatia, and that's it. That's all that fucking happened." So, are the Marines politically correct? No. But I think that we all learned that correct doesn't work very well. Because while we go high, they go very, very low. And what the Democrats usually mean by high is wealthy, pre-approved, and connected enough to hide their skeletons. So
exactly. That's well said. Right? In fact, if anything, I've said this multiple times, right? And I've just kind of learned, I would rather have somebody who has been flawed and has worked through their problems and you see progress than somebody who is perfect from the get-go, right? We live in we are just so influenced by thousands of things all being bombarded at us, right? Like we all grew up in this country in a neoliberal world. That's going to have an influence on us as individuals, right? Down to seeing advertisements everywhere, right? Just the list goes on and on, right? The way the culture is set. Oh, you got to get a job at 18 and then move out of your parent, right? All the stuff that we've talked about on this stream for almost a year now, right? Over a year now. All that has an influence on our how we view stuff and how we deal with stuff and how we've dealt with stuff, right? And how we continue to deal with stuff. And if we're not looking at that and improving ourselves, then we're just sort of stagnating, right? So I'd rather have someone like that than somebody who is just going to do the opposite, right? Is just going to stagnate. No. The man had plenty of time and money to get rid of that tattoo. He has been confronted about it more than once. Is the issue the issue here? Yeah.
How exactly is
beyond redemption
Graham Plattner below the current Democratic standard? Alyssa CIA Slotkin alluded today that
I don't have very much evidence to suggest that he was confronted multiple times about the Nazi tattoo, right? I haven't seen anything like that yet, but
this was light work compared to her skeletons. Asked whether Plattner needs to do more to address his past scandals, Slotkin simply replied, "I just hope I'm not caught again live on TV answering the same questions about bad behavior. This is why I get frustrated when I see progressives conceding the framing to conservatives. They're too scared to look into the facts of the situation and stand on business instead of admitting that Plattner is a bad guy and a risky pick."
I guess what I'm trying to say is I've heard a lot of hearsay and there aren't a lot of solid facts to kind of back that up. Hey man, there's no video of him being hey man, that's a Nazi tattoo. Oh no, it isn't. Or something I don't care that it is, right? Something like that would definitely convince me, but I haven't seen anything like that.
And that we just need to pinch our noses and deal with it.
When it comes to the substance of this reporting, obviously there's a lot in that behavior.
It's in print. He was, well, that's what I'm saying. According to whom, right? kind of my problem is it just sounds like hearsay to me. Because, like, I'm a huge history buff, and I looked at that tattoo and I was like, damn, that's a Nazi tattoo? I didn't know that. So how does some fucking campaign assistant know when I've worked on campaigns? Like, motherfucker, like these people are not history buffs half the time.
Behavior that's really challenging. It's hard
Maybe they
to
are, but I don't know.
stomach, in some of it.
It sounds like a political hit job, right? It happens to be, a political assistant or a political campaign assistant said this, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, an average person would look at that, right? And again, I know more about like his campaign assistant quit and went to the press. She had a lot to lose. Yeah, I don't care about that. A lot to lose. Okay, yeah. Yet that doesn't really mean all that much, especially when yet has also remember, like, doesn't that say a lot about like what's going on, right? If his campaign assistant quit, that means that was when he was running. That wasn't like years and years and years ago. So I just don't get the argument there. We're supposed to be like, hey, he's secretly a Nazi for years and years because somebody told him to fuck off and get another tattoo, or that tattoo's a Nazi symbol. I just don't get it. She doesn't.
At the end of the day, I think that this is a choice. If the choice on the ballot is between that and a senator who's voted to take health care away from millions of Americans, that's the situation that we have to weigh.
Or maybe we use this as a moment to call out false equivalency, instead of allowing Republicans to hide behind the both sides argument. By taking a soft approach here, AOC, although I am a fan, don't get me wrong, legitimizes the establishment's main argument, and in turn does a lot of work for them in giving their smear campaign momentum right off the jump. Bernie Sanders told Politico, Republican super PACs have already lined up some $99 million just on TV ads to defeat Graham. Why is that? Think they're worried about what his relationship to women has been? I don't think so. What they are worried about is how he's going to be a strong voice against oligarchy. I think that we have to remember that we are hiring a representative with elections here. They are our employees at the end of the day. Would cheating on your wife lose you your job? Would having a physical argument with an ex-girlfriend 20 years ago lose you your job? That is the standard that they want you to accept, that us normal people are defined by our worst days, while they, the elite, can have diddy parties on private islands and no one sees 1 second of jail time. Well, we're done with that. We want a real person, warts and all, because we believe in redemption.
Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect.
Yeah, to see, this just doesn't sound like the kind of Nazi to me. If anything, they would double down on it, right? It just doesn't. This sounds like somebody genuinely on the left who's willing to change.
But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit...
And it's also refreshing because so much of politics that's a lie, even though it's clearly a fact. All the stuff that we're talking about are facts, right? Minus the hearsay. But like, yeah, he had a tattoo like that. Okay. He never said he doesn't. He's like, I'm owning up to it now. I think what a lot of people are debating is it genuine, right? Seems genuine to me.
Better.
You can look back. I've looked into, if you're quoting the New York Times, that's absolute trash. Yeah.
And a little bit kinder than I was the day before.
Yeah, I don't get it either, because the New York Times article was one of them, right? And that McDonald person, like, I think he's talking about Genevieve McDonald. That's her name. She's literally a campaign operative. Like, she's... she had a lot to lose? Huh?
And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
Now, this isn't to like shell water or anything, because I'm going to critique him if he has some bad votes or whatever, right? It looks like he has a good chance of winning. Susan Collins is terrible. She's probably one of the worst senators, if not the right, in the country. She literally got rid of Roe v. Wade because she was the deciding vote to get to confirm Kavanaugh. So I just don't like. I don't know. Like I don't weigh them the same way, right?
Democratic socialism has social justice at its core, and every single one of us is guilty of something. Yet we all deserve redemption. We get to decide when a person is redeemed, not the billionaire media, the people. This is U.S. Democratic Socialists. I'm Tony Hinderman, and I'll catch you next time.
Well said.
I am getting sued by Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3 podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the
Oh, he's another guy. There we go. Right.
It's 31 pages.
I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
What the fuck?
Man, Ethan. I'm being sued by Ethan Klein.
What the fuck?
Man, Ethan.
She hurt more women than Graham allegedly could have. Exactly. That was my, and I said that exact same point. Signal. Is the harm to women done by Susan Collins isn't going to be even reversed by Graham Plattner's election. And yet, we're supposed to sit here and be like, yo, that's okay?
Klein has become
I'm done with this.
The Nintendo
false equivalency shit.
of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious.
Like, if he was an actual Nazi, I'd be like, yeah, we're not going to vote in a Nazi for somebody who is literally caused so much harm to women, right? But I just don't think that's the case. I really don't.
You heard that correctly. YouTuber Ethan Klein is suing another.
Yeah, and we're criticizing him. Well, yeah, and I mean, I'm sure some of the talk, well, first of all, it all failed, right? So, like, this is another thing that I'm going to mention, right? Is that Beyond Redemption, right? Ironic name, because he doesn't believe in redemption. The reason that's an ironic name is literally that's what we're talking about. Can people be redeemed? Can people be better? And I think so, right? I think part of being a left winger is believing that people can change. Not every person can change, but I think over time or with enough pressure, people can change. With enough influence, with enough realization, right? People can change. So it is just ironic that Beyond Redemption is talking about how he doesn't want to believe that somebody can be redeemed for something they did in their past, right? It's a little strange, but okay.
Content creator.
Maybe it's on point for his argument there. But I do think that if you want to genuinely be on the left, you have to believe in the concept of people change. I know I've changed a lot of positions. Right? Everybody here has. They've probably grown to be 100% why I really liked Hunter Biden said. Yeah, exactly. And I think Hunter Biden's a perfect example of that, right? He's speaking from experience as well, because he's gone through some real lows. Dumbocrats, yeah. So I just guys, I don't know. I don't buy it. And to be honest, it's a dumb fucking attack argument anyway, because the people of Maine have voted. They don't give a shit what you have to say beyond redemption. They don't, right? Like, what you just said there, like, doesn't impact their voting decisions, right? Because, like, he still won with a huge amount of the vote. Say a secret, like, racist Nazi. It's just a little silly to me, right?
And it's getting comical at this point. This time it's iDubbbz, and this seems to be the lawsuit that's garnering the most attention because iDubbbz is by far and away the most prominent person Ethan Klein has sued to date. But Ethan Klein is also suing Noah Samsen simultaneously, who criticized him in a video. And before that, he sued Denims and Frogan and Caseytron, all for copyright infringement after they dared to react to his content, Nuke of Hassan Piker, on their streams. And he also used the threat of litigation against streamer Shonda Black to pressure journalists Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge into apologizing to him for calling him a misogynist for suing the aforementioned 3 women. And they both complied in order to spare Shonda Black the agony of fighting Ethan Klein in court. And as journalist Kat Tenbarge explained in a follow-up piece after that kerfuffle, Klein only announced his intent to sue Shonda Black for purposes of, quote, gender equality, as he put it in an Instagram post, but he later promised to not follow through if his critics sincerely apologized by a certain date and time, like he was some sort of a fucking evil movie villain. So I don't know if he gets some sort of sick, twisted pleasure out of doing this, but the people on the receiving end, they aren't enjoying it very much. Caseytron, for example, who he sued for copyright infringement, explained how the lawsuit affected her and her family.
I got served. My dad answered the door. The next thing I know, my dad comes in and he's like fucking crying. You know, it's really fucking traumatic to see your dad cry like that. You know, like, that's what really like has me like so freaked out, is seeing like how emotional my dad got about it.
Now, she later settled in court to put an end to the misery, and she subsequently read a statement on stream, presumably written by Ethan Klein or his attorney, where she admitted culpability. And people who watched her video said it felt like a hostage video, because it very much did. I watched it, and it was really uncomfortable to see, and you could just tell that she was at the end of her rope and willing to do whatever it took to put an end to this. And on the subject of hostage-style videos, Charlie, aka Moist Critical, denounced Ethan Klein's lawsuit against iDubbbz, and it was clear that he also was walking on eggshells the entire time.
I've changed. I used to think Ethan was funny back when he was like a comedian on YouTube. God damn it.
And went out of his way to be actually...
He made just funny videos. Stick to that, dog. Your politics suck. See, I hate how everyone's getting into politics when they have no fucking idea what they're talking about half the time.
Charitable towards Ethan Klein, even though he vehemently disagreed with this lawsuit.
He's a prick. No, I mean, like, I remember when I first, like, I discovered his channel, right? H3H3. Like, it was a while ago. And it was, like, all his videos were hilarious, right? But God, have they aged like shit, because now you know his politics and stuff, and it's just like, ugh. Oh, fuck off.
He topped off his video by reading an entire...
Show me? Show me what? My leftist journey began on a network TV, so I get the judgment of these different times. It's obvious to me that networks are manipulating the rhetoric. I should say my leftist journey began at the same time I began deconstructing Christianity. We all change. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's what I'm trying to say is, unfortunately, right? We've all been indoctrinated by so many things that are conservative in our society, right? Like, down to like like once you start to see it in like our media in particular, right? Like, I was watching a TV show and they were saying like, oh, you can't just take stuff without asking. You gotta like earn money. And it's like, well, how do I earn money? It's like, you gotta get a job. You gotta get a job, man. Like, get a job. You're 18 now. You can get a job. Right. And like, these ideas are just so entrenched in all of our society. Down to like you being productive. Well, do you want to be productive? Right. They even said that. And we just kind of like wave it off because it's something in the background. But we've grown up with these kind of like ideas our entire life. And that's what we should be challenging, right? And most people go through life without challenging much of anything like that. Listen, to each their own, but like that's how real change happens, right? Damn right, Josephus. Recovering Catholic. Damn right. Yeah, see? And Catholicism has a lot of conservatism baked into it, right? But it's like everything, right? Neoliberalism has a lot of conservatism baked into it. Like even schooling, right? I've critiqued schooling. Schooling has a lot of conservatism baked into it, right? You got to detangle a lot of the stuff. God, it just like the list goes on and on. It's insurmountable sometimes. But like I do have hope because people are starting to learn the differences. They're starting to deconstruct religion, right? There's still people who are like, oh, I support religious people anytime, anywhere, right? And I don't think that's the right attitude, right? Like, listen, if you believe in whatever you believe, I don't care. Like, go ahead, right? It's up to you to believe whatever you want. But I will critique the conservative parts of religion, right? There are the neutrally not perfectly fine parts of religion that have nothing to do with, they're more like spiritual or personal. But religion, to just to hand wave religion as not an issue in our society, like, guys, that's where that's like a huge part of where conservatism is kind of baked into our society, right? Why do you think religious people like Mike Huckabee want all these things to come true, right? And why do you think people that generally come out of Mormonism and stuff, what do they do first? They look at their religion. Oh, but that's just Christianity. Well, I mean, some people wouldn't even agree that Mormonism is a Christian religion, right? Like Trump literally just put it on the list that it isn't a Christian religion. And the Mormons, right? The Mormons got fucking pissed at that, right? Look at this. A Pentagon list overhaul puts Mormon church's Christian identity back into spotlight. Most Latter-day Saints do see themselves as Christians, but there are many prominent Christian clergy and scholars who disagree, citing the core differences on how they view God, the Trinity, and revere a scripture that is not part of the two testaments of the Bible. Literally, they took it off the list, guys. And they were getting shitted on for this, okay? So this is what I mean. A lot of this stuff is I mean, I don't think Mormonism is a Christian religion, to be honest. It's not really. Like, you can just tell that Joseph Smith was like, well, I believe in Jesus and all this other stuff, right? Jesus is always shoved to the side in Mormonism. It's always the other stuff that they push to the... It's so stupid, guys. Oh, I fucking hate it.
Fucking wall of text written by one of Klein's people, presumably to shield himself from any potential litigation for daring to criticize Ethan Klein as well. And Moist Critical is definitely wealthy enough to not be financially ruined by a frivolous defamation lawsuit, but it still takes time and energy to defend himself against it in court. And I'm assuming Charlie, like most normal people, would rather not do that. Ethan Klein, however, has no problem wasting his time in court because, like most wealthy people, he's likely realized that he has a tremendous amount of power over his critics who simply don't have the time because they work or endless amount of money to defend themselves in court, even if they know that they would win.
Indoctrination is very real. Look at the Turning Point Women's Convention they had. Women were advocating for women not to have the right to vote. Yeah, bingo.
Because, even if you're in the right in these kinds of situations, our legal system favors individuals with the most money. And the internet is getting a real-time lesson about this.
Again, I'm not critiquing like individual religion. I'm critiquing established religion, right?
Thanks to Reckless Ben's videos about bricks and minifigs. Now, this is a
we went into this rabbit hole. Remember this crap?
Huge rabbit hole. But
yeah, there it is.
The TLDR is that a corporation allegedly refused to return thousands of dollars in Lego to a man who signed a contract with them to sell it for him. And even though he was obviously in the right, the company knew that they had the legal advantage simply because of the endless resources at their disposal that he lacked.
So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's going to happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you want to go, and I go, that's really the route you want to go, rather than just letting me walk in there, and he goes, nope.
Mm-hmm.
What am I to do?
And that, my friends,
yeah,
is the American legal system in a nutshell. By the way, the YouTuber who posted this, Reckless Ben, has officially been silenced by the company who made that threat, and a judge granted them a temporary restraining order against Reckless Ben, so if he posts the third part of his expose on the company, he risks going to jail.
Holy shit. That's why we haven't seen part 3?
And yes, they are suing him now because if you're wealthy and you want to stop people from criticizing you, there's an easy thing that you can do to get them to shut up. You can sue them. We see how it works with bricks and minifigs. And this is a common tactic used by wealthy individuals as well as corporations. Media Matters was destroyed by Elon Musk's defamation lawsuit against them, and countless press outlets have been sued by our petulant president for reports that they published about him that he didn't like. On top of that, Matt Taibbi sued journalist Owen Higgins for defamation because he didn't like how he was portrayed in Higgins' book, but thankfully he lost after Higgins chose to fight it. J.K. Rowling also used her vast wealth to force apologies from her critics over the threat of litigation. And I'm starting to her vast wealth to force apologies from her critics over the threat of litigation. And I'm starting to notice this trend where even millionaires are now learning that they too can silence their critics just as effectively as billionaires, simply with the mere threat of litigation. YouTuber David Pakman threatened to sue journalist Taylor Lorenz after she published a report about his affiliation with Chorus that he didn't like. Kim Iverson threatened to sue me because I posted a video criticizing her commentary about Elliot Page. Now,
by the way, guys, if you head over to Streamplace, I worked a lot on this. I'll put the link in the chat. But it's stream.place. We're streaming there now. It's actually linked to our Blue Sky, so you can see it there too. And the chats are all linked. Yeah, this took some doing, but finally got it all up and running. Where is it? Just go to that link. go here. Yep. It posts when we go live as well on Blue Sky. If you want to check us out there. It's a pretty cool website. It's completely like decentralized. So it's not controlled by any one person. Oh, look at this.
Reviewing a really. So I reviewed the book Holly Bible, and a lot of people are requesting for me to review the spin-off series, The Book of Mormon by Joseph Goldberg. I originally wasn't going to review this series because I read this book for a long time, and then I looked up the author, and he got arrested for doing a lot of bad things to women. But there are a couple things.
Yes, he did. He was a piece of crap.
About
Joseph
this
Smith.
Book worth noting. One thing about this book, it is very whimsical. It starts off a long time ago with Native Americans. All the brown people are villains and the white people have magic rocks. There's a lot of magic rocks in this book. There's actually some at the end.
There's also magical underwear and a magical salamander.
Buried in a hole. Although this book is very whimsical, it was also giving psychosis. Definitely a good read if you're off your medication. Not particularly the best read when you're on it. One thing I will say about the people in this book club is they know the best plastic surgeons in town. I did feel like the fee for the book club was a little high. I would have joined this book club, but I do feel a little overwhelmed with one partner. I don't particularly need any more. I just feel like it's not really something I can take on right now. So I reviewed the book Holly Bible, and a lot of people are requesting for me to review the spin-off series, The Book of Mormon by Joseph Goldberg. I originally...
Hilarious. By the way, you couldn't even join the Mormon church until like 1979, I think, 1976, and be black. So... aren't the women forced to wear specific types of undergarments as well? I think that's what the magical underwear is about. Yeah, I used to know the details. I honestly, Mormonism is one of the craziest religions around. It's hilarious how fucking weird it is.
The United Church of Christ. No matter who you are or where you are in life's journey, you're welcome here.
Cap. All right. Make sure you follow our Blue Sky account too. We're almost at 100. What up? The thousands of people MAGA said weren't visiting the reflecting pool were just here to write 8647 in the grass. Yep.
Rare.
They literally wrote this in the lowest quality video. Ugh.
Donate now or
People actually spent 6 hours to do this. Amazing. Oh man.
Pac-Man and Iverson never followed through on those
I
threats.
couldn't see it. Yeah, it's you can see it if the quality was better, but
I think that they suspected that
video was not very good.
the threat of a long, drawn-out lawsuit would be enough to get all of their
Supposedly.
other critics to think twice before criticizing them. And that's really the entire point. It's called a strategic lawsuit against public participation, or SLAP. And as the ACLU explains, one of the key characteristics of a SLAP suit is that the lawsuit is not necessarily designed to achieve a favorable verdict. Instead, it is designed to intimidate the target in order to discourage them and others from speaking out on an issue of public importance.
SLAP
In addition
lawsuit.
to engendering fear and intimidation, the party initiating the SLAP suit, SLAP-or, often seeks to bleed the other party, SLAP-E, of resources and produce a chilling effect not only on the SLAP-E's expression of First Amendment rights, but also on those who consider speaking out on the issue in the future. In essence, SLAPs are designed to discourage public discussion by using our legal system to choke the exercise of free speech. And this tactic by the wealthy has become so common that states have actually had to pass laws to address it, so that way regular people are still able to criticize the powerful without having their lives ruined financially. And I'm thankful, given what I do, that in my state of Oregon, we have really strong protections against SLAP suits where the slapper wouldn't just get their lawsuit thrown out of court, they'd be forced to pay the slappies legal fees. And as critical as I am of the United States, specifically our legal system, the one thing that I think we do right that other countries don't is that we have a First Amendment with really strong protections for free speech. And the precedent that's been established has made defamation in particular a really high bar to clear, especially if it's against a public figure. In the 1964 Supreme Court decision, New York Times v. Sullivan, the court held that in order to sustain a claim of defamation or libel, the First
The Warren Court
Amendment requires that
they're trying to tear down all these Warren Court decisions, right? All of them.
the plaintiff show that the defendant knew.
Let's look at the states that have anti-SLAP lawsuits, right? Oh, that's good. Oregon has an A+, he's right. California, A+. Washington, A-. New Hampshire, F. Massachusetts, D+. Why you be doing this, Massachusetts? God damn. Look at these. Wow. New Mexico. Arizona, D+. Damn. Wyoming, F. North Carolina, South Carolina. Jesus. Indiana. Where was the option to tell Ethan to fuck off? Florida has a C-. Damn. Kind of curious. Hold on. Oh, okay, good.
That a statement was false or was reckless in deciding to publish the information without investigating whether it was accurate. So they've got to prove intent. And if it wasn't already obvious, it's really, really hard to prove malicious intent. But even though that's a high threshold, litigious rich people can still use defamation lawsuits or the threat of them to silence their critics for the fact that it's still going to be very, very expensive for the critics to defend themselves in court, even if they would win. Because again, it's not necessarily about winning defamation lawsuits. It's about intimidation. It's intended to strike fear in the hearts of your critics, to make them fear that they will be financially ruined if they don't shut the fuck up. But before Ethan Klein became the Nintendo of YouTube, as Charlie put it, He was also the subject of frivolous litigation himself by wealthy people. Multi-millionaire Ryan Kavanaugh sued him for broadcasting a short clip of a Jake Paul fight, and Kavanaugh later sued him for defamation as well. And before that, when Ethan Klein was around the same size as the people he's now suing, he was sued by a fellow content creator who accused him of copyright infringement and defamation. And thankfully, Ethan Klein fought him in court, and he won, even though it was one of the most stressful things him and his wife have ever had to endure.
There were 3 claims: the copyright infringement, misrepresentation, because he filed a takedown and we did a counter takedown, and defamation.
So he was suing us for 3 different things, and the judge says, take this L for copyright, take this L for misrepresentation, and oh my God, take this L too for defamation. The key evidence in the record consists of Klein and Haas's videos themselves. Any review of the Klein's video leaves no doubt that it constitutes critical commentary on Haas's video. There is also no doubt that the Klein's video is decidedly not a market substitute for Haas's video. For these and the other reasons set forth below, defendants' use of the clips from the Haas video constitute fair use as a matter of law.
A year and a half, we've been dealing with this shit. This is a win that we all made happen together.
Wow, what a change. What a change. This is change in the wrong direction.
We all won this together. And a big thank you to Philly D, who turned this from our problem into a community problem. He's the one who was like, yo, this affects all of us. And he mobilized everybody into this great cause. So I thank him. I thank you guys. This is really a huge collective win for everybody. And I'm glad that we had the opportunity to be the ones to fight it.
And they were right. It really was a win for the entire YouTube community, because had the clients lost, everyone in this space would have had to tread carefully before criticizing anyone or any entity. And because of that win, Ethan Klein was celebrated as the father of fair use on the internet. He also subsequently set up a FUPA fund to defend other members of the community from frivolous lawsuits that they couldn't afford. And regardless of what you think of Ethan Klein now, we all still owe him a debt of gratitude for the precedent that his 2017 lawsuit set, because YouTubers still enjoy the benefits of it to this day, including the individuals he's suing, like Denims, ironically.
The undisputed purpose of the defendant's live stream is to contest, criticize,
I saw this and I laughed my ass off.
and mock the plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. And they even proceed to cite Ethan Klein's case.
So watching Ethan Klein go from being the father of fair use to the arch nemesis of fair use has been incredibly bizarre to watch, not to mention dangerous, because if Ethan Klein successfully can sue his critics into silence, then he risks overturning the very precedent that he set. But we now have Denims to thank for fighting Ethan in court, because her victory strengthens the precedent that Ethan Klein set even more. So everyone should now give her flowers for what she did for all of us. And even though she only got a tentative victory, I think that it's obvious her reaction to Ethan Klein's content nuke of Hassan Piker constituted fair use under any good faith interpretation. But a lot of people in this space who also benefit from commentary content, they don't want to acknowledge that reality, because the people Ethan Klein has been suing all happen to be leftist content creators. And because of that, right-wing content creators who used to hate Ethan Klein since he was more left-leaning are now cheering on Ethan Klein since he's trying to take down their biggest ideological opponents. They either don't care, or they're not smart or savvy enough to realize that this could also affect them too. They simply love watching a wealthy person crush people with no money and no power, because, I mean, they are conservatives after all, so that's the essence of their worldview. But to add insult to injury, Ethan Klein's lawsuits are equally as frivolous, in my opinion, as the various lawsuits once waged against him that we all opposed. He is suing iDubbbz because iDubbbz shared a screenshot of streamer Destiny falsely accusing Ethan Klein of abusing his children. And that comment from Destiny, to my understanding, was retaliation for Ethan Klein discussing sexual misconduct allegations against Destiny on its podcast. But even though iDubbbz denounced Destiny's statement, Ethan Klein is still choosing to pursue a lawsuit against iDubbbz for something somebody else said, Because in a statement to Moist Critical, who questioned why Ethan was suing iDubbbz and not Destiny, Ethan Klein admitted Destiny lives in the USA, where defamation laws are much harder to win, versus in Canada, where iDubbbz lives. Now, he also says Destiny made it clear that his passing chat message was never meant to be taken seriously, but it begs the question. If the original statement doesn't constitute defamation by his own admission, how is it defamation suddenly for someone else to share a comment that he claimed was never intended to be taken seriously, especially if that person says this is a bad comment? I mean, it's legally dubious at best, but I don't think
Canada
the goal
needs
is to win a
anti-slap. Denim's W. Yeah, for real. Denim's W. Don't click that. What's up, Lazo? Good to see you again.
Defamation lawsuit against iDubbbz. I think the goal is to punish iDubbbz for criticizing Ethan Klein, because Ethan Klein is a petty prick who seems to think suing people and destroying them financially is a proportional response to what he feels is unfair criticism. For example, I'll let Noah Samson explain why Ethan Klein is suing him.
About a year ago, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later, just 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims related to statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing.
In other words, Ethan Klein is basically suing him for sharing his opinion about him.
Bingo.
Like, that's what the lawsuit seems to be about. And out of the 5 faces featured in Noah Samson's thumbnail, Ethan Klein, to my knowledge, is the only one to actually follow through with a lawsuit. Back in 2025, Mudahar, whose face was also on that thumbnail, accused Noah Samson of defamation too and threatened to sue him. But just over a year later, he decided against it, writing that he wasn't planning on suing Noah, and added, "It wasn't a smart move, even cease and desisting him in retrospect. While I disagree with what he said about me, I think he has a clear right to say it. I don't want to also destroy him financially over a YouTube video with legal fees." And that's the position that most of us have adopted in this space, because if you're lucky enough to be a full-time content creator, one downside that we all acknowledge is that you're going to have to endure criticism, especially if you talk about sensitive subjects like politics and Middle Eastern geopolitics and genocide.
You gotta have tough skin.
Escaping that reality.
Not just tough skin, but you just gotta because this isn't about having tough skin, right? This is using the legal system against your freedom of speech. But that's part of it as well, right?
If you are a public figure who discusses controversial topics, you will be criticized, sometimes fairly, sometimes unfairly. It happens to all of us, okay? The spirit of free discourse that smaller critics capitalize on is how we were all able to build platforms for ourselves in the first place. So for those of us with larger platforms to then start punching down on smaller creators for doing the same thing we all do, it'd be like us kicking the ladder up behind us to punish our critics for the same type of shit-talking that made us who we are. It's just hypocritical. If you're going to dish it, you also have to be able to take it. I built my platform by harshly criticizing powerful people, so I would be a hypocrite if I turned around and then tried to silence the people who criticize me, because they're essentially doing the same thing that I did, even if I think they're objectively wrong and cruel towards me. And we all rely on this mutual understanding to exist in this space, because if we start suing each other, we start to bring the whole fucking space down. It's mutually assured destruction, which is why even if we hate each other, we don't do things like this. Because if the overwhelming fear of litigation...
It's almost like cooperation or game theory is 100% correct. Here's another example of game theory. He's right.
And becomes the norm on YouTube thanks to people
we talked about this, remember, guys?
Like Ethan Klein. The space as we know it will cease to exist. And that's the main point that Moist Critical drove home in his video about Ethan Klein's lawsuit against iDubbbz.
There's always been an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online without, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 Commandments of online discourse. It's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand. But this one, I could never support that. I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent. Even if, you know, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think, has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a, like, big threat across the board to just the entire space. Like, if discourse becomes, you know, fearful of, like, litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very, like, legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace.
And that's the thing. It arguably already has chilled free speech, at least to some extent, because Ethan Klein has demonstrated that he will go after anyone no matter how small they are. And even though you can't really quantify the effect that all of these lawsuits is having on the public discourse, I suspect that much more people would be calling out his litigious behavior if they weren't also afraid to catch a lawsuit. And again, even in the video where Charlie disagreed with Ethan disproportionately, he added caveat after caveat because he knows there's an inherent risk anytime you talk about somebody that litigious. But it's reaching the point where the commentary community has no choice but to condemn this behavior because it poses a risk to every single person in this space. And Anthony Fantano made that exact point in his video about Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Denims.
No matter what problem you have with any of these people, personally or politically, whatever, you cannot be using this as an opportunity to destroy internet content creation and reaction content, commentary content. I don't care how up your own ass you are. I don't care how psycho you are. I don't care how demented or mentally ill you are. You cannot be using your millions of dollars and you cannot be using your platform to sue and go after other creators simply for the sin of reacting to your content, good or not, and having their own thoughts and opinions about it that you don't like. I feel bad and I regret ever having platformed you and had you on my own channel on a podcast and pushed people in your direction because you turned around and ended up doing this. You're literally using your platform and literally using these petty disagreements, your own emotions that you're so tied up in this situation to destroy the very industry that we all operate within because you're mad that you're getting criticized. Are some of those criticisms unfair? And are they coming from like weird terminally online psychos that are on Reddit or this platform or that platform? Yeah, I'm sure some of them are. I deal with those types of people too all the time. But to be going after other streamers for commenting on your content, and if this lawsuit ended up going in Ethan Klein's favor, effectively would have destroyed the business model of anybody and everybody doing the same exact thing. Reacting to other content, commenting on other content, transformatively critiquing and pulling apart other content that would have created such an ugly, horrible, just destructive, slippery slope. And you did it over some bullshit.
He's right. And to expand on one of the points that he made, defamation is a real thing. Not all defamation lawsuits are frivolous. What Alex Jones did to the Sandy Hook families is what actual defamation looks like.
Well, because they won.
all of the shit that
because it was real defamation.
Ethan
right?
Klein is being criticized for is obviously not tantamount to defamation. He's clearly a petty rich person who refuses to allow any criticism of him to go unchallenged. That is his reputation now. And a lot of the comments under Anthony Fantano's video joked about how he was next for daring to even talk about Ethan Klein. But as a content creator myself, I understand how hard it is to fight the urge every day to not crash out whenever you happen to see criticism of yourself. We're all human beings, and it's a difficult thing to endure, right? And especially with regard to Ethan Klein, he has been subjected to cruelty that I think is crossing the line. Obviously, he had CPS called on him, and that I unequivocally condemn. The person who did that to him, it was harassment, and I think he would be within his right to sue that individual. And, you know, as somebody who has dealt with threats to where I live, which I'm not allowed to discuss, I won't get into that, I empathize with him and wanting to make sure you protect yourself from these kinds of things. But because I experienced this doesn't necessarily mean that everybody who criticizes me is responsible to those threats that were made against me.
Correct.
Nor does it mean that I have permission to just be a piece of shit and sue anyone who criticizes me, right? I feel like you have to be reasonable, and this very clearly is unreasonable. You know, but as difficult as it is to be in the public eye sometimes, we're still really fucking lucky to be able to do this for a living. I would do this any day over going back to the retail industry. Trust me. Like, we might not be able to do this forever, though. And I think that that's what makes this so frustrating to me. This is something that is a blessing, for lack of a better word. I'm not a religious person, but it really feels like we are lucky to be able to do this as our jobs, right? But the reality is that we might not be able to do this forever, especially people in the political sphere like myself who talk about politics given the direction that our country is headed in. And if Trump gets his way and Section 230 gets repealed or struck down, it might be lights out for every fucking person on social media. And regardless of where you stand politically, I think you have a responsibility to condemn people who threaten to destroy this space that we all love and share. Having said that, I will encourage Ethan Klein to file just one more lawsuit against himself. For defamation, because there isn't a single person more responsible for actually damaging his reputation than him.
Himself. Yeah, like he. Wow, how the mighty have fallen, right? Bars. Oh, where was?
Alpha male, not a beta male.
There was another one here. Oh, right. I wanted to talk about this because this is another way that companies do this, right? Not just right. Companies, wealthy individuals. I wanted to talk about this because it was pretty interesting. They're just using lawfare. This was brought to my attention. I wanted to cover it. We're going to talk about this, the DMCA. This is a major problem to it, but we're also going to talk about Sorry guys, it's not popping up. Oh, it's because it's on. We're gonna watch something on that too. This is it. Wait. Here it is. Sorry about that, guys. I thought it was a week ago or whatever, but
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How Somebody Else is About to Get Effed. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Today we're going to be continuing going over Bamboo Labs. Bamboo Lab is a company that makes 3D printers that make it a lot easier to get into 3D printing if you don't understand how everything works when it comes to 3D printing. And one of the things they did a year and a half ago that I went over in these videos is they added these authorization controls that did not exist when people bought the printers that limits how third-party software can work with the printers and limits what you're able to do with it. And this is something that pissed off a lot of people. They like the fact that it's a very easy to use ecosystem, but they don't like the fact that it was sold with this set of freedoms and now it has less. Anyway.
Well, and why is this important? Because if you buy a 3D printer, right, which I think like the equivalent of a 3D printer. Hey, Elaney. Also, this dude looks like white Hakeem Jeffries. Yep. Well, he's from New York too. Elaney, where have you been, girl?
There's something called Orca Slicer. It is a third-party slicer, and there are limitations put on how you can use it. For those of you who don't do 3D printing professionally, who go, what the hell is that? TLDR, a slicer is the thing that takes the really cool image and 3D model of what it is you want to make and tells the 3D printer how to make it. It's what makes the 3D printer go vroom. Now, many people wanted to use these third-party slicers, and they don't want to deal with Bamboo Labs' authentication system. So someone came out with code that allows you to just use the 3D printer the way you were able to use it when you first bought it, which I...
Well, and remember, guys, what are you doing with 3D printers? You're making your own stuff, right? You're either creating a product that you can then sell on Amazon, right? I was looking at... Like, let me give you an example. Hold on. It's pretty incredible, right? And this is why I say post scarcity is definitely the future. Because we're starting to see the beginnings of it with 3D printing, right? Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Okay. I was looking at, yeah, here we go. Here we go, right? There are like toys now that you can buy that can easily be 3D printed. Right? I've played around with some of these and they're quite impressive. Like they feel great. They have some heft, right? They're only going to get better. So like people are using it like 3D printers to basically make money, to make an income off of them, right? If you can't do it, if you buy a 3D printer and then like part of the functionality of it gets taken away, that's essentially fucking around with your livelihood, right? I mean, these are adorable, but this is just an example, right? You can do a lot of things with 3D printers. I know, like for my, I've shown you guys on the stream, but I have an analog pocket. There's like a thing you can put over it that, like, you can use as a case. You can make phone cases out of stuff like this now, right? There's someone that makes devil fruit from One Piece. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a... What I'm saying is like when you start to limit this stuff, like the reason 3D printers are amazing and the reason they are so like a transformative technology and that they will, like, a version of that will be the future. I almost guarantee you. Is because it allows you to quickly produce stuff very cheaply and earn a living off of it. It gives you that possibility, right? Which in today's world is very difficult to do by yourself, right? You'd have to have like $100,000 of plant, equipment, machinery, startup, right? All this stuff. But with the 3D printer, you can do one for like $1,000 to $2,000, and you can start making stuff. And if your stuff is good, is really good, and people like it, you're gonna make money off of it, right? Like the Neutron movie. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I've said this multiple times. 3D printing is going to be the future, because essentially all a 3D printer is like a very, very unsophisticated replicator, right? It takes a lot of the stuff that you would like need a giant factory to do to build all this stuff and make it into, right? Make it into, it decentralizes it, right? Because if it's, most 3D printers are open sourced, and you can do whatever you want essentially with the 3D printer, right? As so far as is legal, right? There we go.
Is great. And this developer
and when people do this kind of stuff, that's how you should think of it, right? You're essentially making it harder for somebody who like bought this thing to do stuff that they want to do with it. And they should be up to them. Fuck you. You have no right to interject after the sale and be like, no. Someone called me a leftist. You're not a leftist, Elaney.
Received a message saying that it would then come with a cease and desist notice if he did not remove his code, along with what I perceive to be, in my opinion, legal threats. And Bamboo Lab also invoked and mentioned Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act when they were sending this developer the threat. I was able to confirm this from the messages that I've seen. Section 1201 of the DMCA is a law that criminalizes the breaking of a digital lock, even if it's to fix something that you bought and paid for so you can use it again. This is the same law that gets used to sue ink cartridge manufacturers when they make ink cartridges that work with printers that have DRM in them. So when Lexmark wanted to make printers that would only work when you bought Lexmark ink, and somebody else figured out how to get around this so you could buy ink from people that are not going to rip you off and bend you over, they got sued. And they used this garbage law for that lawsuit. I despise this law, and it is a law that Fulu Foundation is dedicated to reforming in the United States. So they sent this notice out, and the developer took down his code. Now, I offered $10,000 if he put his code back up, and we had a good conversation back and forth, and he said, I'm not interested in a prolonged legal battle. I simply wanted to make the point that Bamboo Lab is violating the GPL. What is a GPL? AGPL is a software license, and the way that this software license works is if I make a program using AGPL, that means that if anybody uses my code, they have to make my code available, they have to make their changes available for free, they have to allow anybody to redistribute it and modify it in any way. So if I make closed source software, you don't have the right to the code to that software. But if I make open source software and you decide to use my software to make your software, you have to make the changes available. And if you don't like it, then you don't use my code. Bamboo Labs chose to use other people's code when making their software. And the code that they were using was AGPL. What that means is that when Bamboo Labs uses that code to make their own software, they have to make elements of their own software available for anybody to use, redistribute, or modify. That's the law. That's the way it works. That's what they agreed to at the point that they used it. And what they tried to do is change this. So what Powell did to make things work the way they did before is he took Bamboo Labs open source code. He took that AGPL code, he posted it to his repo and said, you can use this in order to use your printer again.
Yeah, and did you hear what he said there just now? Okay, I also wanted to talk about this because it's scummy, right? Okay. You see this in streaming too. This is a perfect example,
Again,
right?
The way you did before.
Some streamers use this thing called Streamlabs. All right. Streamlabs. What is Streamlabs? Okay. Streamlabs, you're probably watching streamers who use Streamlabs all the time. What they did was, okay, they took This interface, this open source software, it's really scummy. Just some news for you, like on the back room. They call it OBS, Open Broadcaster Software. What does that mean, open? It means that it is open sourced. Anybody can use it. Anyone can play around with the code, right? It's open to everyone to do whatever they want with it. They took this free software that somebody, I don't know what his name is or who owns it and whatever, right? But it was meant to be free for everyone to use. They took this software, added a bunch of stuff to make it a little bit easier to use, and get started like to stream very quickly, and then charged a monthly subscription for it. Look at this, right? They even advertise it as go live in hours, minutes, or, to any platform, right? Okay. This is part of the problem. Right? If you ever see that Kevin Streamlabs thing, right? Like if you ever hear that bing 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 bing, that really annoying, like everybody has it, that sound effect or that like effect on the screen, they're using Streamlabs. They're essentially doing the same thing that this company is doing. They're taking open source software, right? And then charging you money for it to use it. I have very little respect for this, right? When I first started like learning how to stream, I didn't know the difference between these things. So I just was like, oh, Streamlabs, that's what everybody uses, right? And then I learned OBS is like the victim in this situation, so I immediately switched over. It was a very difficult like learning curve at first because I didn't know what I was doing when it came to streaming. But I'm telling you right now, guys, don't start with this. This is not the way to go. This is like the lazy way approach, and you're not helping this situation. You're making it worse. Right? But this is how they advertise it. They literally go like go live in hours, right? Crossed out minutes to any platform, right? Just learned the difference today. Yeah. So OBS, if you are going to start streaming or doing anything like recording wise, because you can also record, you don't have to stream with this software. Don't go with Streamlabs, guys. And like you should encourage other people to not use this fucking software either. It's a fucking scam, and it's a way of ripping off like people's hard work for nothing, right? Because if you really like what OBS has done, right? OBS has changed the streaming industry or streamers' lives by allowing all this stuff to happen anyway. Like everybody's using OBS or Streamlabs, one of these two softwares that you watch all the time. And without OBS, there is no Streamlabs. So like, it's really that simple. I think we should put on Mount Rushmore, Portland. TikTok will only let you use Streamlabs for PC streaming now. What? Is that true? Oh, hell no. That can't be true. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is insane. Well, good thing I don't stream on TikTok, right? Yeah, and this is why, see, like I brought this up earlier, guys, all this stuff is connected, right? If you guys don't think this has to do with politics, it does, right? Like we're revealing why exactly, right? This is why I started streaming on Stream Place, right? Yeah, there's not a lot of people on here or whatever. It's brand new, right? But it's decentralized. You can do whatever you want on here. It's open sourced, so this stuff is all like nobody can take it away from you. No one can charge money for it, etc. It uses Blue Sky, right? The AT protocol, I believe it's called. That's why this is important. Because as companies become more restrictive, they're going to start doing this, right? They're now restricting it to like Streamlabs. Oh hell no. Fuck that, right? And again, this affects you guys too, because this affects the kind of content that you get, right? The people who get up and ready, the people you watch on the regular, right? They have to pay more money, all this stuff.
Let's talk about TikTok Live. Did you know that with Streamlabs Desktop, it's now easier than ever to go live here on TikTok thanks to our brand new integration? Now, the first thing that you'll need to do is apply to the TikTok Live integration program through Streamlabs Desktop. Oh, and if you've applied recently and been denied, I urge you to go try it again. TikTok's actually ramped up their approval rating a ton. Once you're accepted, all you have to do is log into your TikTok account through Streamlabs Desktop, and just like that, you can go live on TikTok Live, no stream key required. Also, make sure to take advantage of dual output to stream a vertical canvas to TikTok Live and a horizontal canvas to the platform of your choice.
Yeah, that shit doesn't work half the time, so fuck you. Oh my god, man.
What Bamboo Lab said is that he was impersonating something else and doing this in a deceptive manner. They tried to make it sound like what Pavel was doing was hacking and wrong. And
yes. If you're taking open source software, or because even Streamlabs is built on open source software, and you're making it back, if you're just taking it back and making it open again, how is that stealing? You motherfuckers stole from the open source software. Excuse me?
I thought that this was absolutely hysterical. They were also claiming that this is against their terms of service, and they don't seem to understand how this works. This is a very, very oversimplified way of putting it. But when you use a web browser like Edge or Chrome or Safari or Firefox, there are websites that will be able to tell which web browser you are using because the web browser reports something called a user agent. That's kind of like its name. It's kind of like the make and model of a car. So when you use Safari, it will report Safari version this or Chrome version 50. That's the way it works. And Bamboo's software is the same. So when he created his fork of this software so that you could use your printer the way you did before, he left in Bamboo's own AGPL code that said the name of the software and the version of the software. He never even modified this part of the software. He literally reused Bamboo's own AGPL code released under an AGPL license that allows anybody to be able to redistribute, modify, and use the code as they please. Bamboo Lab said as follows: when this particular Orcus Lysa 4 communicates with our cloud services, it quietly introduces itself as official Bamboo Studio with a hard-coded version number and all. That's precisely the point where code modification crosses into impersonation. Modifying and distributing AGPL code? Absolutely. But impersonating official clients in communication with our cloud infrastructure is not allowed. Now, this is interesting to me for a number of reasons, because he never actually modified the code. He's literally using Bamboo Lab's own open source AGPL code without modifying it. And I link it right here in this wiki. He did not impersonate anything. He literally just used that software. Now, there's...
Yep. And see, this is why it's important to know the difference so you guys can support open source software, right? Because without open source software, I'm telling you, Twitch and many of these streams that you watch are not possible. They're just not.
You're saying that their cloud is a problem.
In this case, you're seeing this as well, right? Like with the 3D printer, they're literally just, oh my god. I'm looking
private service and access to it is governed by a user.
Lots of hate for Streamlabs on YouTube. Yeah, that's why I wanted to point it out, because I had noticed that when I first started my journey, right, in streaming in general, and I completely agree. It's because they're essentially taking open source software, changing like few little things to make it easier to use. They're not that even. By the way, guys, don't fall for the hype. It's not even that much easier to use. And then charging a monthly to a yearly fee to use it. When you can literally do everything that they want you to, that you can do on Streamlabs better, more efficiently, it's just going to take a little bit more elbow grease, right?
Agreement in terms of service, not an AGPL license, but they're not filing a takedown on anything related to their cloud service.
Like if you do not want to put in the work, then probably just don't do it, right? Like it requires like work. Like people think that turning on that like streaming is just turning on a like your device and your camera and then you're good. It's not that, guys. It's way more than that.
They're filing a takedown notice on his AGPL code, which is literally a copy and paste of Bamboo Studios' AGPL code. AGPL license code is licensed as follows, and I quote, "You may not impose any further restrictions on the exercise of the rights granted or affirmed under this."
There you go. And I'm glad that they're putting this into the license, into their licensing like agreement, because this is fucked up. This is like, they should be suing this company, Bamboo Labs, for what they're doing. But a lot of these people just don't have the resources, right? Open source software, the reason it's so important to support, guys, there is like, for example, if there's like a company like Google or Amazon or like whatever, right, is offering a version and there's an open source version of that exact same kind of product, always go for the open source product version. Because yeah, it may be a little bit more difficult to use, but as long as you can figure it out, it's better in the long term for the ecosystem. It means more people, more collaboration, better products, less restrictions, less profits for giant corporations. I mean, guys, we literally could go on about this, all the reasons why this stuff is important, right? It has everything to do with politics. Like, we talk a lot about the stuff that these companies do. It's less of that and more in the control of people who actually care about what they're doing. How they control the software, how they write the software, all this good stuff, right?
License. All other non-permissive additional terms are considered further restrictions within the meaning of Section 10.
And again, this is why it's important, because you're literally engaging with stuff like open software on the daily basis, especially here on Twitch.
If the program as you received it or any part of it contains a notice stating it is governed by this license, along with a term that is a further restriction, you may remove that term. AGPL license code means that anything you make from it cannot have further restrictions on it. That is the price if you want to reuse somebody else's open source code, and that's what they agreed to. Now, here's what the terms of use of Bamboo's cloud say. Except as otherwise expressly permitted, you shall not, nor allow any other person to misappropriate, intrude, or make other inappropriate use of the product, included but not limited to modify, discoder, I think they mean disorder, but maybe that's a typo, copy, reverse engineer, publish, publicly disseminate, decompile, export codes, disassemble, or create derivatives of the product in any way. That's not how this works. They filed a takedown notice on a code library that is literally a copy and paste of Bamboo Labs' own code. A Reddit user made a great analogy here. It's more like someone opened a gym on a public square and then decided to try to forbid people from using the public square.
Thank you. That's why this is so fucked up. Same with Streamlabs. It's predatory, guys. Right? Can you imagine if like you're in like the Central Plaza or something of Mexico City or something, and you take that Central Plaza and you open up a gym there and you're like, nope, nobody can come here anymore. Or of like a park in your gym or in your town, right? Nobody would be okay with that. But that's essentially what they're doing.
By the way, and I've seen them all the time. I know when people are using Streamlabs or OBS, right? And again, they're very similar, so you're not going to tell. But hold on, I'll show you right here. Whenever you see alerts like this, they're using Streamlabs.
How to add Stream Alerts in OBS Studio. Go to streamlabs.com and log in through Twitch.
Now, to be fair, you can add their alerts to like OBS, but no, that requires more steps. It's almost likely that they're using Streamlabs because of this. So yeah, there's just a caveat here.
The bottom right corner, click the preview button.
Yeah, whenever you see this on screen, most likely they are using Streamlabs, right? Because that's the one that it comes with. Because OBS normally doesn't have alerts or anything. You got to build them yourself, right?
And to see how others look. Then click here to copy the widget URL. Then go to OBS. Right click.
Right.
Can't open a gym in Union Square and then get people in trouble for trespassing on my gym that was built on somebody else's property. You can't do that. That's not how any of this works. The thing that I find the funniest about this is not only did they try to get the code taken down this way, they also tried to use Section 1201, which says you're not allowed to break a digital lock to gain access to a protected work. Here, you can't do that. There's no breaking of a digital lock here.
It's open source software.
There's not even a digital lock. It's literally he literally took your own software and then your cloud service just accepted it. If you want to sue somebody, you can sue yourself. But I'm going to give you a great opportunity here because you think that Section 1201 actually applies here. Section 1201 does come with a maximum penalty of up to 3 to 5 years in federal prison. And I understand why somebody else would not want to deal with that. So I uploaded the code to my own GitHub. If you want to check it out here. Now, if you're one of the lawyers for Bamboo Labs, one of the people that is stupid enough to take this fucking case, I sincerely hope that you are not taking this case on contingency, by the way. Please charge an hourly fee. But just in case you think that this is going to be an easy win, let me just introduce myself. Hi, my name is Louis Rossman. 10 years ago, Apple's law firm, Kilpatrick & Townsend, asked that I would remove my repair videos because they had schematics in them, and I never did. They've remained up for over the last 10 years. In Colorado, I was able to get a right to repair bill passed that John Deere was opposed to. We also got one passed for wheelchairs. In Minnesota, we were also able to get a right to repair bill passed. In Colorado, Cisco tried to ruin that bill along with IBM, spent several $100,000 trying to, and we won there. When I worked at Fudo, I recruited a team that creates an application called GreyJ, a third-party viewer that allows you to view YouTube videos and videos across all platforms. Google didn't like this. They sent a cease and desist to us. I responded to them, and GreyJ remains up to this day, and you can still download it. Another company wanted to sue me for about $10,000 a day. One day after my response, his lawyer fired him. If you think that you can do better than Apple, Google, Cisco, IBM, John Deere, and the entire medical industry, well, be my guest. You can try, but I don't think it's going to end very well for you. And here's a message that I have for Bamboo Labs. If you so much as send me a fucking postcard, here's what I'm going to do to you. Number one, I'm going to hire the best lawyers to destroy your entire Section 1201 claim. We will make you look so bad that this will be part of the precedent that we use for reforming this law in the United States of America. Number two, AGPL violations. AGPL violations are when large companies use open source code that other people have made and they don't redistribute it or they place limits on it. That is against the license. John Deere has done this. Vizio has done this. Tons of companies do this because they realize that for the most part, the people that make code like this, the people that are just willing to help the community and make code that anybody can use and redistribute with no limits on it, they tend to be a little bit more socialistic-y, communist-y in nature. I'm not even saying that as a bad thing. My point is they're just not the type of people that have a lawyer on speed dial to say, sue that company and get them in trouble for this.
Yeah, why? He's right, by the way. This is another reason to support open source software, right? You heard what he just said. They tend to be more socialistic-y, communist-y, aka left-wing, right, is what he's trying to say. He's just... He's more of a political normie, right? Okay. Yeah, that's true. Why? Because open source is the basket, is the almost like the example of why cooperation works, right? Why left-wing principles work. Why game theory works. Right? We've talked a lot, so we're threading all these things that we talk about on the stream together. Open source is the way to go for that reason. Because when more people collaborate with one another, these things become free, they become more adopted, they become easier to use, all these good things. And then companies like this, people sometimes don't even know that they're supporting companies like this, right? By buying these crappy products. All they do is basically add a lock and make it a little bit more convenient to use, and then done. You get shit. You get the shaft overall, right? Because what ends up happening, they cut jobs, they don't increase salaries, right? There's less opportunity to earn money. These open source creators, they don't get as many donations, right? Because a lot of these things operate through donations. Because if you're paying a monthly fee to some company using the same software, why would you donate to this company, right? Or these people who help create the software? No.
Just the type of people in the community license. John Deere has done this, Vizio has done this, tons of companies do this because they realize that for the most part, the people that make code like this, the people that are just willing to help the community and make code that anybody can use and redistribute with no limits on it, they tend to be a little bit more socialistic-y, communist-y in nature. I'm not even saying that as a bad thing.
By the way, yes, OBS and StreamerBot is another example of this. It's completely open source. You can do whatever you want with it. That's how like most people who have like more intricate streams operate these streams, right? So we're tying it back to like to this stuff that we've been talking about. That also is open source, right? I use StreamerBot all the time. Without it, you literally can't have a stream that can do more than a couple things. It's so important, right?
My point is they're just not the type of people that have a lawyer on speed dial to say, sue.
And I put my money where like my mouth is, because even though I don't make a lot of money on Twitch, I give like yearly to the guy who created that. Why? Because he literally deserves it, right? Like none of this stuff would work without StreamerBot.
That company and get them in trouble for this. They're just the type of people that just want to make and create cool stuff and have fun and help the world. And most companies know this. They realize that there's nobody to go after people who take part in these types of flagrant AGPL violations. That's not me. I know the organizations that have gone after the companies that have abused AGPL license code and tried to hide it behind some sort of paywall or restriction later, that have not reproduced it or lied about using AGPL code, some of them with great success. And I'd be more than happy to call them up and ask if they could start going after you. Combing through all your code, combing through your terms of service, seeing what laws you've broken, seeing whether or not you should have to redo your entire fucking software stack from beginning to end in order to not be in violation. Whatever amount of money that you cost me, I will ensure that I cost you a minimum of 5 to 20 times that in legal fees. I am that confident in the fact that your case is garbage. So do your best. Try to take down my GitHub repo. Send me a cease and desist. I look forward to your notice. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. And if you want to learn about Section 1201 of the DMCA, why it is one of the most ownership-unfriendly laws in the books in the United States of America, and why it needs to get the fuck out of here, if not at the very least get reformed, check out fulu.org, where we talk about these items on a regular basis. Read around and stick around the channel. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. And again, Bamboo Lab, if the legal team at Bamboo Lab is watching this, make my day. I'll have fun with this one.
Oh, he didn't do the Italian thing.
We also have the...
God damn it. I missed one. He always does the Italian thing like this.
Duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
All right. Now we're going to learn. So like this is like a 2 or 3. I found this very interesting, right? Okay. Look at this. Remember how we mentioned the DMCA and during the Clinton administration? It was passed during the Clinton administration. So we're gonna look at something here.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today we're going to be reviewing...
remember, a lot of people still suck off Bill Clinton.
The dark history behind the
There you go, guys.
The DMCA. The DMCA is otherwise known as the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. It's a law that passed in 1998 that makes it illegal to break a digital lock or circumvent a technical protection measure to gain access to a protected work, even if that protected work is something you bought and paid for. An example of this would be the Echelon exercise bike. This is an exercise bike that was sold as allowing you to connect to third-party applications. You were able to do that at the time of sale. They sent out a firmware update to this bike that no longer allowed you to do that. Somebody came out with a way to get around this, that you could use other third-party apps that don't have subscriptions and everything in them on the exercise bike that you bought and paid for. And that person can't release it because if he does, he could go to prison for 3 to 5 years. Lexmark makes printers, but as many printer manufacturers do, they would like that you buy their ink. They tried making printers that only work with Lexmark ink, and when somebody else came out with a way to make it work with third-party ink instead of manufacturing ink, they took them to court and sued them. The DMCA is the reason that a company like Bamboo Labs can try and drag someone like Powell into court for taking AGPL code, forking it, and allowing people to be able to connect to their printers the way that they were before the manufacturer sent out an update that changed everything. The man that architected, lobbied, and pushed this law through for many years came out and admitted that it was horrible, which leads me to the question of why has there been no reform over the past 30 years? Bruce Lehman is a former corporate copyright attorney turned government official who worked in the Clinton administration. He was the primary architect of this bill. He wrote a 263-page white paper that served as the basis for what eventually came the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I'm going to play you a clip from Bruce Lehman.
Unfortunately, at least in some areas, our policies haven't worked out too well. Our attempts at copyright control, at least thus far, have not been successful, but I don't just blame teenagers and college students. I really blame the moguls in the music industry, because had they been thinking about these business models when we were doing our work in 1994 in the Clinton administration, had they been developing effective online distribution models when the internet first came into business, had they been talking to Steve Case when AOL first started to become a big deal, and
okay, let's break this down. This guy's assuming that they needed to do the work first, and it's on them because, well, if we would have known, we would have done a better job. How about you just let them, you fucking write the law for the people instead of having to worry about what fucking corporations are doing or how they will use the law, right? This right now, like what I'm trying to show you guys is this is a very much like a corporate Democrat establishment type perspective, right? Instead of being like, hey, we're going to create the law to not benefit corporations, he's now being like, well, it failed because we didn't benefit corporations enough. Huh? Fuck off.
Really seriously developing an online business model, perhaps.
My allergies have been acting up. How cheap allergy meds make you drowsy but can't fall asleep. Jesus.
We would not be in
I know that feeling, dude. I used to take those.
Situation that we are. But the culture of that industry was such that, you know, those people were concerned principally with, you know, and their talents were developing.
You're talking about Benadryl, right? Benadryl makes you sleepy.
Talent, understanding public taste. They didn't know anything about distribution or technology or anything like that. Minions dealt with that. Well, their industry has paid the price. Hopefully there's not any, you know, I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well.
You could tell that even he knows that he fucked up based on how he was talking, because halfway through the clip, he just goes and takes a pause for a second, and then he makes that mouth noise again right before putting the blame where it belongs, not on the college students and kids and teenagers that were downloading things. He was putting it in the lap of the music and movie industry that failed to adapt. It's 2026, and if I want to take my 4K Blu-ray...
Thank you. Thank you. It's on them. It's not on us. They fucked up. Let them fucking suffer the consequences. Do better next time. I thought we lived in a free market. Oh, wait.
And I want to be able to watch that on the phone, on a plane. I can't do that. I'm not...
Exactly. I should be able, if I have a copy of a movie, I should be able to watch it however the fuck I want. Especially because I own it. And yet I can't fucking do that. Right? So literally, their fucking policies, their fucking business decisions have made it worse for themselves. Own that fucking L.
Allowed to do that. That is technically illegal. I have to get some sort of streaming service. I have to buy media with DRM that's going to be infinitely lower quality than what I already have. So I use my beautiful little BDR 2213 with old firmware, and I rip a nice, beautiful 4K uncompressed copy that I could watch on my phone anytime that I want. When you hear that sigh and him go, It has the energy of, I fucked up, but I won't admit it. I had a technician that worked here about 10 years ago, God rest his soul. His name was Milan. He was amazing at what he did. He was doing a very difficult repair on camera, and he wasn't really used to being on camera. So he messed something up, and this is what it looked like.
You can put that back. Fuck. Okay, you fucked up, so now you need to take the screen out. This is when it gets fun.
You feel that, don't you? Right through the screen. But the difference between Milan, who had integrity, and Bruce Lehman is that Milan says, we fucked up. He's honest.
Yeah, none of these people have integrity anymore. That's what I've noticed. If you fuck up, of course you own it, right? But Jesus
What bothers
Christ.
me so much about this gentleman is that he realizes that he had a big part in architecting one of the worst laws for technology in the United States and across the world, and he does absolutely nothing to actually fix this with all the knowledge, the connections, and everything that he has. But it actually gets worse. He brags about the fact that this law got passed even though Congress didn't want it passed. Listen to this.
That is where the anti-circumvention provisions came in, because we felt that we needed to make it an infringement to attempt to disable the box in an unauthorized manner, open the electronic package that the copyright owner had put their work in. That was one of the major provisions of the act, and probably the most important one. That really is what we sent up to Capitol Hill. Concurrent with this process, we were also engaged in negotiations at Geneva in the context of the World Intellectual Property Organization, and we took two long-time treaty negotiations that were really about old-timey principles in the international copyright law, and we turned them into a treaty negotiation over, they were called the Berne Protocol, Phonograms Protocol, something like that, those two projects. We converted them into a diplomatic discussion of what should the international law of the internet look like. And there we had this problem in that the laws of most of our trading partners, and particularly the traditional European countries, who had been the countries that gave rise to the Berne Convention, which we were then a part of, those countries did not really recognize this broader distribution right. One of the most important aspects in the treaties that then emerged in 1976, finally, when we concluded our negotiations in Geneva, was that in addition to these anti-circumvention provisions, we had in the treaties, we had a right of making available to the public, so that we gave copyright a much broader footprint, that literally it's now an exclusive right under the WIPO Copyright Treaty and WIPO Phonograms Treaty. Those are the two, what the treaties were finally called, and they're adhered to by most countries, although not, there are a few significant exceptions. Now you have a right in all those countries to make available your work to the public. That's an exclusive right that you have. We felt we didn't need to make any changes in our law. Now, a lot of people accused me at the time of doing an end run around Congress and everybody else by negotiating these treaties and then coming back and saying, well, we have, because we submitted this to Congress before the treaties process was completed.
Look at the senator who sponsored this bill, by the way. Orrin Hatch. That name should sound familiar. Republican Orrin Hatch. He was he's one of the longest serving senators in the United States, right? I think he just passed away or retired. I forget which one, right? He's like 99 years old, but.
And then coming back and saying, well, now you have to do.
Orrin Hatch? Jesus. Another Trump dick sucker, right? Jesus. The guys, it's a revolving door of stupid. These people's names always come up. Motherfucker. What? Yeah, he died in 2022. So he died as a senator. Nope, my bad. Wait a second. Nope, he retired and then he died. Yep, I remember now. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he retired because he knew he was like gonna croak the bed soon. Jesus. Here he is, guys, under the Reagan administration. Look at this. Motherfuckers, guys. Oh.
This Congress, because we've agreed to a treaty. And I would say that they're probably right, that it was an end run and it was partly deliberate. But I think we had both a international and a domestic problem. You cannot separate. The internet doesn't know national boundaries. Obviously, that's a major problem for us today. The DMCA really was legislation implementing an international treaty obligation.
Unbelievable. So he writes a paper in 1994. He tries to get a bill passed 1995 and 1996. Congress says no, we want nothing to do with this. So what does he do? Does he give up and figure, I guess the American people don't want more restrictions on their computers? Or does he say, I'm going to try to fly away to another country and sneak this into an international treaty to force Congress to pass this bill? This is kind of like if your girlfriend comes home and says, by the way, honey, I cheated on you with somebody else and now I'm pregnant. You're going to have to take care of the kid. That's what he did to Congress. What the fuck? And the thing that gets me is that 1998, the law passes. In 2007, he admits the law doesn't work. In 2013...
It's just like it's a way of exploiting the system, right?
He admits that not only did the law not work or do what it was supposed to do, but he got it passed in a corrupt way, and he did it intentionally. And it's still a law.
Because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with working internationally, as long as it's done in the right way. This was clearly not done in the right way.
We call this failing upwards. It actually does get funnier.
One of the points I want to make is that the image I just had on with the bill that's at the very back, the 12-page bill that's at the very back of the white paper, became this statute, which is over 60 pages long. And actually, the printing is smaller and the lines are closer together, too. So this is what happens when a proposal that anybody makes, and especially an administration makes, goes to Capitol Hill, and then the lobbyists get a hold of it. And what you find, once something looks like it's really going to happen, obviously the interest groups have to get involved. They hire armies of lawyers and lobbyists. And the final statute that comes out, was a guy who was the head of then the biggest record company in the world, Warner Records, and he was a very nice guy, and he wrote a book a few years later after he retired and confirmed what I always thought to be the case about record industry executives. Record industry executives are impresarios, and the most successful record industry executives I would characterize as a 45-year-old man who can think like a 17-year-old girl and likes to hang out at 3 o'clock in the morning and do drugs with rock stars. And he basically admitted to all of that in his book that he wrote several years later. Unfortunately, that is not a mindset, a part of the brain that does very well at evolving new business models for highly complex technologies.
He's essentially saying that the people that are coming up with these are man-child drug addicts and that they should not be allowed to actually come up with laws. They're bad at figuring out business models when it comes to technology, that they shouldn't be regulating technology, that they're man-children and junkies, but I helped them regulate technology. And it didn't work right. And we tricked Congress into doing it. And the law is still here. I'm actually starting to feel a little bit bad about myself. The person who architected this law admitted that it sucked, admitted that it didn't work, admitted that it was a bad idea. He admitted that he skirted the democratic process in
Yet nobody's talking about this as an issue either.
Unethical way, maybe
Yeah, we're all engaged with these digital platforms consistently.
Legal, but at the very least unethical way, admits that the people that made the law are essentially man-child junkies that shouldn't be regulating technology, but he helped them do it. And 13 years later, it's still here. It should be easier to repeal this law than it is to repeal laws about burning witches. He admits what Gabe Newell has been saying for years, that piracy is not a pricing problem, it is a service problem. If only the movie and music industries that actually work with technology companies and consumers to come up with better business models in the early days, you wouldn't need this. It didn't accomplish what he set out to accomplish at all. And above all, he's like, yeah, hopefully I don't get quoted on this. Oh, you are getting quoted on this, sir.
Yeah.
Entertainment companies wanted stronger laws to protect their CDs and software from being copied. Bruce Lehman got appointed to run the U.S. Patent Office under Clinton. They were frustrated that the previous models could easily be cracked, and sometimes these were even getting cracked by teenagers. From 1983 to 1993, Lehman was a partner at the Washington, D.C. law firm of Swidler and Berlin, which is very tempting to pronounce as Swindler and Berlin, where he represented individuals, companies, and trade associations in intellectual property rights. His major clients come from motion picture and broadcasting industries. In the early 90s, President Clinton appointed Bruce Lehman as the Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Commissioner of Patents and Trademarks. In 1995, Lehman's group published a 263-page document called the White Paper, officially titled Intellectual Property and the National Information Infrastructure. It sought to expand and strengthen the copyright protections and anti-circumvention rules beyond what many consider their original intended scope. So it's going to do the following things. Number one, it bans the tools. The White Paper would make it illegal to, and I quote, import, manufacture, or distribute any device, the primary purpose or effect of which is to circumvent a digital lock, and it would only prohibit the manufacture manufacture of circumvention devices. Here's what they didn't do. They did not ban you from opening the lock. They only banned people from making and sharing the key. The part where it becomes a crime to crack the lock yourself is what happened 3 years later in the DMCA. Secondly, it turns reading into copying. When a work is placed into a computer in RAM for more than a very brief period, a copy is made. So to Bruce Lehman, loading a file, opening a page, or just looking at the thing on your own screen, all of it makes a copy they get to control. So they're defining reading as copying. The third thing that they wanted to do with this, which I think is just insane propaganda, is take it to public schools, even as early as elementary school. The paper talks about a copyright awareness campaign and says that copyright education should not be a series of thou shalt nots. Instead, it says education should carry a just say yes message, that works may be accessed and used, and that seeking permission is not an insurmountable barrier. It wants core concepts introduced at the elementary school level, teaching kids electronic citizenship, and it wants model curricula that could then be disseminated to state school boards, private schools, libraries, community centers, and other educational institutions. This part is absolutely fucking diabolical. For example, the concepts of property and ownership are easily explained to children because they can relate to the underlying notions of property. What is mine versus what is not mine, just as they do for a jacket, a ball, or a pencil. At the same time that children learn basic civics, such as asking permission to use somebody else's pencil, they should also learn that works in a computer system may also be property that belongs to somebody else. Therefore, they should learn what one participant refers to as electronic citizenship, including how to determine the owner of a work and how to go about asking for permission to use it. This is the law that is used and cited when the 3D printer company says that the printer that I paid $1,000 or $2,000 for has to connect to their fucking server before I could print something. This is the law that is used when the exercise bike that I purchased stops working with the application that I was using it with because you sent out a fucking firmware update. This is the law that gets cited when a company makes a fucking thermostat into a subscription.
I was about to mention that one. That was the one that affected me recently, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm not putting up with this anymore.
Because they weren't making enough money. The entire point of this fucking law is to say that we don't own anything. It's not to protect the copyright.
It's to say, and again, a lot of this stuff is built on open source software, right? It's to say, well, you're not making us enough money on subscriptions, pay up more because we're going to change it after you bought it already because we have the right to.
Holder is to say that the product that you have been sold is not yours. This Blu-ray over here, if I want to take this fucking show
and literally give it to someone, you can do that.
That I bought and paid for, and I want to be able to watch it on my portable media player instead of carrying around optical media, I'm not allowed to do that because this still belongs to the fucking person who sold it to me. They're not only trying to tell you that you don't own anything, they're trying to get kids at the fucking kindergarten level to believe that what is on their computer is not theirs. This law wasn't just about restricting what's being done on your computers, it was about getting the next generation to be okay with it via propaganda that they start disseminating in kindergarten. You know what the difference is between a jacket, a ball, or a pencil, or any of these things that Section 12.1 of the DMCA applies to? None of those things are things that the manufacturer can tell you how you can use after the sale. None of those items have restriction. My ball does not say that I'm not allowed to play with it after 7 p.m. My pen doesn't tell me what I should write. My jacket doesn't tell me when I'm allowed to wear it. But items that Section 12.1 of the DMCA apply to? Oh, they tell you exactly how you could use it. I'm allowed to put this Blu-ray into a Blu-ray player or a Blu-ray ripper that can rip up to 1080p, but not 4K because there's extra encryption, and you're not allowed to use that in this drive because if you... No! You're making a bullshit comparison. And I think the funny part here is that when they wrote this stupid law, none of this existed. This wasn't a problem yet. Because when you bought something, you could just fucking use it. None of this stuff was ever considered or conceived to be a business model. None of this was ever a problem. Nobody had conceived of a world where we own nothing, which is where we are now. Everything he's bringing up is something under the old model of ownership, not the new models of ownership. Your ball does not tell you that you're not allowed to play with it after 7:30 unless you pay
for a dress. Can you imagine that, right? Oh my God.
For a fucking extra subscription. Your pen doesn't...
Guys, it's 7 p.m. Take off that dress.
Stop writing, even if there's ink in it, unless you pay them an additional fee a month, and your jacket does not stop working below 20 degrees unless you pay them more. This is a bullshit comparison. Because they're trying to compare items where you have actual, real, genuine ownership with the modern world, what this law brought into place, a world where you have no ownership. Not only do they want to gaslight normal people, they wanted to gaslight the next generation. Nice try, asshole. This fuck didn't just want a law, they wanted propaganda in kids' schools from fucking kindergarten, learning that if you rip a Blu-ray so that you
are stealing. Like, it's the equivalent of, like, stealing a kid's ball, right?
Could watch it on your phone instead of just watching it on a portable...
That's the equivalent of stealing, correct.
Blu-ray player that you have committed a crime. A law professor named Jessica Littman watched this mess and gave it a better name. Just say yes to licensing. In a spectrum of possible strategies, the solution suggested by the white paper is at one extreme. Let's first interpret the current statute to define as an actionable copy every appearance of a work in the temporary memory of any computer anywhere. Then let's make the good old rules as interpreted apply with full force to those 10 or 20 million new printers, reprinters, publishers, and vendors, essentially by fiat. We'll simply say it does, and then we'll try to ensure that they see it that way by teaching them to just say yes in elementary school, by encouraging the widespread use of technological controls that compel them to comply with whatever terms copyright holders elect to impose, and by pursuing a subtle but decided shift towards criminal enforcement of extant copyright rules. She wrote that in 1997.
Wow.
Very ahead of her time. Shout out to Jessica Littman. That is awesome. Bruce Lehman's paper was torn apart at the time. It was not well received at all. Legal scholars like law professor
Raid DDPARRTTYYY. Casual Revolt 1 just raided our broadcast with 13.
What up?
Thanks for the raid.
Thank you so much for stopping by, man. How you been? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, man? Thank you for stopping by again. Cycling ahoy. Ahoy.
Pamela Samuelson
How
criticized
was your stream? What did you guys talk about?
the white paper from the beginning. Her January
Good to see you again, buddy.
1996 Wired article, The Copyright Grab, criticized the proposal as an erosion of fair.
We're just talking about copyright, the DMCA, how a Clinton administration official who actually like authored it said it didn't do its job, and how that's going to relate to Trump coming up. He was at an event and he mentioned it. It's brain dead, guys. These are just the most brain dead people ever. It keeps getting worse. But let's keep watching, shall we?
Use. Browsing through a borrowed book, lending a magazine to a friend, copying a news article for your files, all seem innocuous enough. But the Clinton administration plans to make such activities illegal for works distributed via digital networks. If legislation recommended in its white paper, Intellectual Property in the National Information Infrastructure, is enacted, your traditional user rights to browse, share, or make private non-commercial copies of copyrighted works will be rescinded. Not only that, your online service provider will be forced to snoop through your files, ready to cut you off and turn you in if it finds any unlicensed material there. The white paper regards digital technology as so threatening to the future of the publishing industry that the public must be stripped of all the rights copyright law has long recognized, including the rights of privacy. Vice President Al Gore has promised that the National Information Infrastructure will dramatically enhance public access to information. Now we find out if that will be available only on a pay-per-use basis. This article was written by Pamela Samuelson in 1996.
And she was spot on.
It has been 30 years and she was completely right.
Yeah, 100% correct.
Now, you may think that, well, sucks, Congress is going to pass laws people don't like anyway. But that's not true. Congress actually looked at this steaming pile of shit and said no. The white paper got turned into a bill called the NII Copyright Protection Act of 1995. Congress looked at this and basically said this is way too extreme. They refused to pass it, which is the normal democratic process working as intended. A lobbyist or a person working for the administration says, here's a horrible law that the movie and the music industry want passed. Congress looks at this and says, fuck no, the people in my district are going to kill me if I pass this. The Copyright Office's annual report for the fiscal year 1996 states clearly that the 104th...
And what ends up happening? They say, well, fuck you, we don't care. Pass it anyway. We'll find another way. And they did it, right? Successfully. Insane.
Congress adjourned without enacting either bill. The two bills, Senate Bill 1284, introduced by Senator Orrin Hatch with Patrick Leahy, and the identical House Bill 2441 from Carlos Moorhead with Representative Pat Schroeder, never even got reported out of the committee. This bill never even got to get put for a vote. It just never made it out of committee. It was seen as a joke. Even the government's own copyright chief had a problem with this. The Register of Copyrights, Mary Beth Peters, testifying before the House Subcommittee on Courts and Intellectual Property.
Honestly, shame on Patrick Leahy. Leahy, right? He just retired as he was president pro tempore of the Senate, right? Of Vermont. This guy served with Bernie Sanders, motherfuckers. Guys, oh, I cannot believe this crap. How's it going? Great, man. Great. How's everything with you? What'd you guys talk about on the stream?
in November 15, 1995, called the anti-circumvention provision somewhat overbroad.
Give me the money.
Warns that the
Give me the money. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Living Lily, for gifting a gifted sub to Cycling Bahoy. I love that name. 1888. 38.
Woo, woo, woo! Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn right. Thank you, Living Lily. Enjoy the gifted sub, man. You get access to our emotes and our games because you just earned 250 points. So enjoy, man.
Involved in the provision as drafted may chill developing markets and recommended that the language be narrowed. Representative Rick Boucher and Tom Campbell in the House and Senator John Ashcroft in the Senate introduced rival bills to protect fair use, shield internet providers, and narrow the anti-circumvention rules. This bill was written because they wanted to undo something that was horrible that was about to happen. Rick Boucher was an absolute pioneer when it came to freedom. I still remember reading about him when I used to read boycottriaa.com back in the year 2000. He was a real champion when it came to fair use. He said that the RIAA's response, the Recording Industry Association of America, does little to relieve my concern that consumer fair use protections are being threatened by what we now see as the intended widespread introduction into the U.S. of copy-protected CDs.
Nice!
He warns that copy-protected CDs threaten consumers' fair use right to copy their own discs, which I agree with. I have a Pioneer BDR 2213 over here that for the last damn near 10 years has allowed me to make copies of 4K Blu-rays for myself. I can take the copy, I could put it on my phone, I could put it on another computer, I could put it on my home theater PC. I don't care that there is copy protection on this. It's mine. Why should I not be able to watch it on my phone? Why should I not be able to watch it on my TV the way that I choose?
You're not hurting anybody, right? And you're not causing, it's not like they sell a phone copy that you can download to your phone and keep on the phone without any sort of, right? That's what's so crazy about all this. Is the piracy becomes rampant because they're just stupid. They don't want to make copies like this without DRM or whatever for people to just enjoy on a plane or whatever, right? And people honestly just put up with it so much. They really do.
That's ridiculous. I'm not going to buy a portable Blu-ray player instead of just put the fucking thing on my phone. Rick Boucher believed in fair use.
Why should I have to buy something extra to when you can literally just do it that way?
And he was very much against this. Congress was very against this. So how did this law get passed if all of Congress was against it, if it never even made it out of committee? Well, let's go back to Mr. Bruce Lehman of the law firm Swindler in Berlin. In 1996, Lehman went to Geneva, Switzerland to an international organization called the World Intellectual Property Organization. He used his capacity as a U.S. delegate to craft a treaty. With very little public attention and oversight, he got the anti-circumvention rules written into international copyright treaties. After going around the back of Congress and the American people to other countries to try and trick them into getting this into international treaties, he goes back to Congress and pretty much says, hey, we signed this treaty. Now you have to pass these laws or we'll be breaking our international obligations. Congress felt pressured at this point because this happened behind their back, and they passed the DMCA in 1998, which is the exact law that they previously rejected as way too extreme. In October 28th of 1998, Clinton signs the DMCA and the anti-circumvention rules, which become Section 1201. The new law is that the first copyright offense, up to 5 years in prison, $500,000 in fines. Second offense, double that. Section 1201 makes bypassing a digital lock illegal, and a federal crime when you do it for commercial gain, even on something you own. Now, you have to understand when they say commercial gain what they mean here. A John Deere tractor has certain digital locks on it that keep you from being a...
Yes, and we're going to talk about this because Trump brought this up, but in the stupidest way, without giving this background information. And I want you guys to know this because it's important to understand this when we're talking about the current day Republican Party and Trump and all this stuff, right?
But to fix what you bought and paid for. If I come out with a piece of software that allows you, the owner of the tractor, to be able to service and work on your tractor, if I charge you $15 for that software, I have made a commercial gain off of helping you pick a digital lock, aka 3 to 5 years in federal prison for me.
Congrats.
Now, I know what you may say. Well, Lewis, the
Blue Room, welcome back, buddy. Good to see
3
you
to 5
again.
years in federal prison is only if they sell it. Okay, how do you have a job? How do you make money? Mechanics, plumbers, software engineers, all the people that allow society to function, the people that maintain society, they do that by charging money for their products and services. I pay my plumber when he comes by because my pipes are fucked up. I pay my electrician when there's something wrong. And I would pay the people that make the software and the hardware tools that allow me to fix an $800,000 combine. If those people are not able to make any money, if it is literally illegal for them to profit from the creation of those tools, they're going to find other jobs. And there are people that have the talent to be able to do this work are not going to do this this work. That's why there are farmers in rural Nebraska that are using software that is cracked in Ukraine in order to fix tractors that they bought that were made in the United States. And this is very harmful to the economy because you have all these people that would actually be excited about reverse engineering and doing this work necessary to make devices work again, but they're legally not allowed to do so. It is literally criminalized. A few examples of how this piece of shit law has affected people over the past 30 years. In July 2001, Dmitry Skylarov was a 27-year-old Russian programmer working for Elcomsoft who went to Las Vegas to speak at DEF CON about weaknesses in Adobe's ebook security. He was arrested by the FBI on July 16, 2001, and was the first person ever criminally charged under the DMCA. He was held in jail for 3 weeks and then released on bail of $50,000 on the condition that he remained in Northern California. The charges against him were eventually dropped, and in 2002, a jury acquitted Elcomsoft on all counts because prosecutors couldn't prove anyone broke the law willfully. So he was trying to show you, here's how you can get around an ebook lock, and he was speaking at a convention about this, and because of that, he got put in prison for several weeks and put on trial. John Deere has told the government that farmers don't own their tractors. In 2015, in its own words to the Copyright Office, a vehicle owner does not acquire copyrights for software in the vehicle and cannot properly be considered an owner of the vehicle software.
Huh, that's funny.
The Copyright Office granted
Lewis is such a lib, but he's good about right to repair, etc. He's really good on this stuff.
a repair exemption anyway, over Deere's objection, and Deere responded by immediately
He's more of a political normie, but on this stuff, he's like really, he knows his shit. Brought up a garden gnome's head.
writing its end-user license agreement. The end-user license agreement uses copyright law and DMCA anti-circumvention language to prevent farmers from accessing, modifying, or reverse engineering the software running their own tractors, which effectively locks them out of independent repair, since most repairs of modern equipment require interacting with that software. In January 2025, the FTC, joined by two attorney state generals, Illinois and Minnesota, sued Deere over repair restrictions, and a separate private class action ended in a $99 million settlement that received preliminary court approval in May of 2026. Section 1201 of the DMCA affects literally everything at this point. And the part that I find the most funny about this is when he talks about how the people that were pushing for this law, the people in the music and movie industry, the record label executives, they're literally the last people that you would ever want making this type of law. To paraphrase Bruce Lehman, they're a bunch of junkies that have no place being let near the legislative branch of government because they're not going to be good at coming up with new business models, and they're
What? That's insane. Congrats. You wrestled up a golden lake monster from the cold dark. Gloggy commissions the statue, the holiday, and the coin with his face on it.
more importantly, they're not people that should be
there's over 5,000 catches, by the way, guys. So there's a lot of things you can catch in this game.
To regulate and lock down the use of technology worldwide. I remember I got tired of my dad bothering me every single time he wanted something, so I showed him how to use Usenet. He is in his late 70s at this point, and he's able to get a 4K copy of any of the Blu-rays on this desk, uncompressed off of Usenet or SoulSeek or something in less than 90 seconds. This law did not work, but what it did do 30 years later is lay the groundwork for enshittification. It allows companies to create products like thermostats. Thermostats. Try to charge you a yearly fee for being able to make the thermostat work the way it did before they updated the thermostat, and then have the audacity to say that I'm a criminal for trying to get people back access to their fucking thermostat. Breaking a digital lock on something you own should not be a blanket 5-year prison sentence. If that door was locked when I bought my house, after I spend all this good money on this house, I have the right, because I own the house, to be able to keep the locks, to have a locksmith change the locks, to take a screwdriver and a hammer or a fucking bulldozer and just go right through the door. It's my house. I have the right to do that.
Yep.
This law didn't work 30 years ago. The architect of this law admitted that it didn't work 19 years ago, and it's not working today. What we're trying to do here at Fulu is try and reform this law, because this law does need a lot of reform, in the words of the person who made it.
Unfortunately, our policies haven't worked out too well. Hopefully there's not any, I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well.
We're going to be doing a lot of work this year and a lot of work next year to try to make that happen. Not just by raising awareness through our bounty program, not just through raising awareness of all the different products that you don't own when you bought and paid for them thanks to it via the Consumer Rights Wiki, but by pushing for real legislation that takes the worst parts of this law and blunts them or crosses them out entirely. If you want to learn more as we go,
I wonder if Susan Collins voted for the DMCA. Speaking of Grand Platinum, right? See, guys, all this stuff is related. I think it was passed in 1997 or 8. She was senator in 1997. So let's see. Let's do some research. Shall we? You can't make this shit up. And these asshats have the right, the gall to fucking put this false equivalency on this fucking shit. Look at this. First of all, it's the AI, so we'll verify it afterwards. But look at this. Senator Susan Collins voted yeah for the final passage of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of 1998. As I knew, because she became senator in 1997, right? So let's look at the source, because never trust the AI entirely, right? Okay, there it is. Senator Orrin Hatch, right? We just saw this. We just saw this exact screen, right? It's the new version of it, of what he just showed us. Okay, well, let's see. Roll call. Collins. Yeah. Hatch is a fossil, quite literally. I'm surprised. He could literally be in Jurassic Park. Oh.
You can sign up for our newsletter down below. We are also working behind the scenes on a regular basis with legislators to try and work on reform of this horrible law. What can we do to try and take the worst parts of the DMCA and get rid of them? The parts that the architect of the DMCA himself admit did not work and literally reduce the respect of copyright around the world. This is a clip that I play at the end of many of my videos from a gentleman, Devlin Hartline. He's saying, it is in fact the manufacturers that have the relevant rights, not consumers.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
For all of you who wondered what the context of that clip is, it's this law. He's speaking at a DMCA Section 1201 triennial hearing process. This is a hearing whereby normal citizens go to the Library of Congress and say, please, Mr. and Mrs. Library of Congress, can you please make an exemption for my use case so I won't go to federal prison for using aftermarket ink in my printer? Please. And it's his job to show up to this hearing and say, no, I don't think people should be able to fix their stuff if they're breaking the DMCA without going to prison. This law existing is what gives this man power. When you reform this law, you take away his power. You return rights of ownership to consumers, not manufacturers. Manufacturers will no longer be the person who gets to decide what you can do with your ball or your pencil or your jacket. When there are actionable things to do, when there are bills on the books, when I need you to contact your congressman or your senator, rest assured, we'll let you know via the newsletter, this channel, and everything else. That's it for today.
I'm locked out by
and as
firmware.
always, I hope you learned something.
I wish I could fix my wood chipper for that guy, but I'm locked out. Oh, man. All right, and now part 3, because I think this is the most relevant today. You're going to hear Trump talk about these issues in the laziest, stupidest, most incoherent way you can think of, now that you know all this stuff. Behold. It never ends, guys. It never ends.
You know, I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well.
While I was in the middle of doing my video yesterday, going over how this Clinton administration official had backdoored this weird thing around Congress to get the DMCA passed, one of the world's most unpopular tech laws, somebody messaged me, and I didn't read it because I was doing the video, but they messaged me talking about Trump, talking about this horrible law that these evil Democrats passed that makes it illegal to fix things. And I want to play what he said. This video is going to be a little bit difficult for me to do. I'm going to be threading a needle between being serious and being humorous. And there's probably going to be a lot of angry comments as a result of that. And I'm just going to ask that you make it to the end and get to my point. Let me play what Trump said.
It was a little strange. I mean, some of you are better mechanics than the people at John Deere. And I will of John Deere, Mr. Bay of John Deere. but they wanted to, your tractor is broken down. I'll bet you can fix a tractor as well as about anybody else, right? I can look at this guy. I guarantee if you were mandated, let's say you have a tractor, it's broken, and you know exactly how to fix it, you wouldn't be too happy about being mandated to bring the tractor back to John Deere or wherever you got it, right? You'd like to fix it. Not so much. Yeah. I mean, they actually have, the Democrats, a restriction that if you get caught fixing your tractor, they bring you to jail. You know that? Do you know that I pardoned a man last week who was sentenced to 7 years in jail because he got caught fixing his car or his truck? I said, I like to always say, what did he do? Sir, he was fixing his truck. Sir? I said, how long is he getting? 7 years. I said, say it again. It's the first time I've ever heard it. Like 2 weeks ago, I gave him a pardon because he had to go to jail because he was fixing his tractor or his truck.
These fucking sheeple. Clapping along.
So I promise, Ken, if you ever get caught fixing your tractor or truck, I will give you a pardon, okay? No, but these are the crazy Democrats. That's what they want.
I agree that it should not be illegal to fix your tractor. Democrats is plural. Now, when you're talking about plural, this could mean 100 million people, 1 million people, or 2 people. 2 people would technically be Democrats.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton is a Democrat president that signed in the shitty law.
Mhm.
Bruce Lehman is a Democrat who wrote the shitty law for Bill Clinton.
Bingo. There you
So
go.
technically, you do have Democrats that believe that you should be in prison for fixing what you bought and paid for. Now, he's explaining it there as if the modern Democrat Party in 2026 en masse wants you to be in prison for fixing your
for
tractor.
real.
which-
Like, what a joke, right? And that's why we watched the other 2 parts, because I wanted you guys to get the basis of this, right? This is why open source, this is why we need to reform the DMCA. This is why we need some drastic changes in this country, period, right? This is just one of the many things we have to reform, right? The list is becoming endless at this point. But literally, like, when the president is talking about this in the laziest way possible like this, oh, hell no, right? I think it's like 3 or more, just general as concept. When he says, sir, you know it's a lie coming. Exactly. He always does that when he lies.
Which is just
Well said,
that's just
Raina.
not the case. In fact, in the state of Nebraska, the Democrats in the state legislature
All
were the ones
voted
that
for it.
voted overwhelmingly in
Yes,
favor of right to repair, and it was the
exactly.
Republicans that voted against it. And then you have
Exactly.
politicians like Tom Brandt, who were Republicans, that literally ran on the platform of, I'm a farmer, I want to fix my shit. And he won his election, and he beat the person that he was running against that did not want people to fix their tractors. When he says that Democrats have this horrible law, they don't want you fixing your stuff, there is a level of BS and there's a level of truth to this. The thing is, we have to examine this statement in whole. While on the whole, the idea that Democrats are against right to repair is just not demonstrated by any observable facts.
Yeah, they're overwhelmingly in favor of it, right? People on the left in general are in favor of it because it's an important issue that doesn't always get brought up, but it impacts so much of what we do on a regular basis, right?
The fact that this specific law is a law that Democrats pushed for is technically true. He actually bragged about how he did an end run around Congress to get it passed, and he admitted 10 years later that his own fucking law didn't work.
I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well. Unfortunately, at least in some areas, our policies haven't worked out too well. Our attempts at copyright control, at least thus far, have not been successful. But I don't just blame teenagers and college students. I really blame the moguls in the music industry, because had they been thinking about these business models when we were doing our work in 1994 in the Clinton administration, had they been developing effective online distribution models when the internet first came into business, had they been talking to Steve Case when AOL first started to become a big deal and really seriously developing an online business model, perhaps we would not be in the situation that we are. But the culture of that industry was such that, those people were concerned principally with and their talents were developing talent, understanding public taste. They didn't know anything about distribution or technology or anything like that. Minions dealt with that. Well, their industry has paid the price. Hopefully there's not any, I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well.
then yeah, you could technically say that at the very least, there are 1 or 2 Democrats that wanted you to be in prison for fixing your own stuff. And if presenting this with that framing to the president is something that would motivate or incentivize him to say, let's get rid of this shitty law, let's get rid of this shitty law. Do I care if Bill Clinton and Bruce Lehman get thrown under a bus? People that haven't been in office for almost 30 years? Not really. Not at all. The president has a very unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take the policy of one of his rivals and predecessors that sucked, that they admitted sucks, and get rid of it. A policy that's horribly unpopular. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Lewis, I can't believe you would trust or believe a policy. Why do you believe a... Do I think that Trump really, really cares about repair? I don't know. Maybe he really cares about repair. Maybe John Deere didn't give enough to his inaugural committee. I don't know, and I'm not going to get into that. What I do believe is that the Trump administration does not like the Clinton administration, and they don't like Democrats. The president will be more than happy to dunk on the Clinton administration and Democrats in general. Anything that gives him the opportunity to do that, I think he would run
doing
towards.
absolutely nothing about it.
This is a great way to do it. The Clinton administration people literally said out loud that their own fucking...
Yeah, and the sad part about this, right, is here he is like virtue signaling about this issue while doing absolutely nothing to solve it.
Policy was stupid and didn't work. The entire reason the policy was put into place to begin with is because they snuck it into an international treaty.
Now, a lot of people accused me at the time of doing an end run around Congress and everybody else by negotiating these treaties and then coming back and saying, well, we have, because we submitted this.
I actually would give him credit if he repealed this law or like changed it in a positive way, right? But he's not going to do that. We already know.
Congress before the treaties process was completed, then coming back and saying, well, now you have to do this, Congress, because we've agreed to a treaty. And I would say that they're probably
and he's
right,
not going to.
It was an end run.
Right?
And
the funny part is anybody who thinks he's going to do this, yeah, no, it's not going to happen. It's going to be like, if he even touches on this subject ever again, he's just going to pretend to... He's, again, more virtue signaling, and it's going to be like minor changes in terms of like at a agency or something like that, how it's enforced, not the actual law.
it was partly deliberate, but I think we had both.
Wait, he's still in office? Exactly.
International and a domestic problem. You cannot separate. The internet doesn't know national boundaries. Obviously, that's a major problem for us today. The DMCA really was legislation implementing an international treaty obligation.
You get to dunk on the Clintons, dunk on Democrats, and rip up a treaty with Europe all in the same day?
Exactly.
Don't threaten
that sounds like a great time for Trump.
President Trump with a good time. Seriously, this sounds like...
Imagine if he would actually do something good, but never going to happen. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? So good luck with that. Because that's why when I see those moments, it doesn't, I mean, it never fooled me, but it shouldn't fool anybody. Right? And that's why you need to know the background information. That's why we watched some of these previous videos. We've talked about the DMCA before, right? We've talked a lot about open source on this stream as well. We talked about all this stuff has to do with politics, right? And that's why I wanted to segue into this topic while we're at it, right?
Something that he would actually do. Rip up the international treaty. Repeal the policy that your predecessor put in place that sucked. Trump likes doing this. I'm serious.
Yeah,
he likes looking at policies that his predecessors who were Democrats put into place and going, vroing, whether they're international deals or laws or executive orders. This is something that he does. I'm smirking here because it is the way it is. If our politics is such that laws get passed simply because the party in power wants to stick it to the other party, do I care if Bill Clinton gets thrown under a bus? Not really. You don't got to tell me, Lewis, he's just another politician. I don't believe shit politicians tell me. Trump said he wanted to release the Epstein files when he was campaigning. You know what I do believe in? His disdain for the Clintons and his desire sticking it to the Democrats. Let's move on to the serious part of this video. Hi, I'm Louis Rossman. I've been trying to push forward the right to repair and right to own for the past 10 years. Google me, look up what I've done, look up what I've tried to accomplish over the years, and look up what I have accomplished over the years. I am not just a talking head that yells on YouTube. I actually do put in the effort in an organized way to try and bring back ownership and make sure that people do have the ability to fix their things without going to prison. This is my life's work. and I am very serious about working with anybody who wants to move this forward. I don't like the laws that are on the books that make it illegal, a federal crime, to be able to fix what you bought and paid for. I oppose these laws with all my heart, and I do not care if I'm dealing with a Democrat, a Libertarian, or a Republican. We want to do the work to get rid of these laws. If they're getting rid of on a principled stance, great. If they are gotten rid of because the president doesn't like the Clintons and the Democrats and wants to dunk on them, like, yo, that's the reality we live in. When I'm watching the part of the DMCA that makes it illegal to fix what you bought and paid for get crossed out, I'm not going to care why the person who signed it. I'm going to care that it went away. My email's down below. If you're serious about it, email me. If you work in the Trump administration, I will ask one last time. Take this 1-minute clip of this man from the Clinton administration admitting that his policy sucked and put it in front of the president.
You know, I won't be quoted in the U.S., but I'm afraid our Clinton administration policies didn't work out very well.
Put it in front of members of Congress. Put it in front of the people that actually have the ability to do something. Email me.
Whoopsies.
Let's get to work. There are so many ways to frame this so that the people get their win and then Trump gets his win in his own way.
Right. Yet
This seems like an easy slap.
And why won't he do it? Because there would be so much pushback against like the people, like a lot of the people who donated to the ballroom, right? Who donate to his campaign, who are a part of Republican politics, would be against this move, right?
I'm dunk. I have a full staff of people that are working on this goal on a regular basis. And if you are inside the Trump administration, this is the serious part. Show that video from that guy from the Clinton administration to whoever you can. My email is down below. I've worked with Democrats, I've worked with Libertarians, and I've worked with Republicans, and I will continue to do so the best I can to try and get laws passed that are good for the American people and laws revoked that are bad for the American people. Somebody should not potentially go to prison because they've released software that allows somebody to be able to fix their tractor. The reason that all of this software that a lot of farmers were using is hacked software from Ukraine is because they have to get the software from another country, because if somebody comes up with software that allows you to fix your tractor in the United States, they can be arrested, and they don't want to do that. This law is not just bad for innovation, it's also bad for ownership, and fundamentally, it's very unpopular. We live in crazy times, and people disagree and are at each other's throats politically about almost everything. This is one of the very, very few areas where you have virtual complete agreement amongst everybody in the country. The only people that are for this law are Disney execs and people that think that you shouldn't own the games that you bought and paid for.
Correct. It's literally like the most easy win for a president or politician to support. You want an easy win? Do what he just did. Do what he just said, right?
Just not the people that I think the Trump administration cares about pissing off to begin with.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say, right? John Deere itself benefits from this law. And actually, this is the funny part, is the reason I know he's not going to do anything is because if I remember correctly, I could be wrong on this because I don't, my memory is a little hazy, but we can look it up. I believe John Deere donated to the ballroom, if I remember correctly. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. This is why he's gonna virtue signal, but he's not actually gonna say anything. Was it the ballroom or the, sorry, it was the Deere inauguration? It could have been that, right? There's so many scams going on. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Meet the top donors. Great. It's under a paywall. God damn it. Hold on. There is a way to view it regardless. Get my website out, guys. Sorry about that. If I remember correctly, it was one of his it was one of the most Ooh, congrats. An Umbreon. That's a pretty rare one. I reformatted the screen, like the overlay. It looks a lot bigger now, if you can tell. So you can see more of the environment and stuff. And that's our other game Gus created. Damn right. Logimon. I actually just did the daycare system, but it's not ready yet. And we're going to have battles on there too. So it's going to be pretty fun. So you can compete with other people on the stream. It's going to be a little more time on that one because it's complicated. Here we go. Got it. All right. Let's see. Found it. I think it's loading up, guys.
Legendary!
Damn! Congrats! A giant alligator garb. Wow, 2 legendaries. One golden, one. Holy crap. Congrats. Blue Room. Is it? That's your first legendary, right? Here we go. I think I found it. I think I read about it in the Jacobin. Oh my god, guys, I'm sorry. Here we go. The free... Oh, that's what it was. Sorry, guys. I can't keep my scams in order. The Freedom 250 Fund offers its donors an invitation to a private Freedom 250 thank you reception hosted by Donald J. Trump. With historic photo opportunities, the nonprofit has named several corporate sponsors. Let's weed them out, shall we? Are we going to be surprised by this? ExxonMobil, John Deere, there they are. And I'm pretty sure there's another thing that they sponsored under the Trump administration as well. Oracle, which is owned by Larry Ellison, and MasterCard. No shit there. Wonder why MasterCard. None of which disclose their support on lobbying disclosures. Right? That's why this stuff is a little more difficult to find, because a lot of this stuff they don't even have to disclose. Right? So you have to go on reporting, accurate reporting, etc., right? I believe they also donated to the Trump Kennedy Center, which was stupid, right? Yeah. We have a leaderboard too. Yeah. We have a leaderboard for leaderboards. That's the Glogimon leaderboard. I'm number 1 just because I've played it so long, but I had to play test the shit out of it. This will eventually all like level out, right? Uh-huh. All right.
That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
Bingo. Yeah, guys. They have the rights, not us. Oh my god. All right. And we're gonna. Woo! Oh shit. Nice. Uncommon.
Oysterman in combat.
And by the way, they're logging all the catches because I'm setting up a box system, so every single Glogimon you catch will be in the system. I'm just working on like a Twitch extension, and it costs a lot. Like, I have to like do more work on it because I don't really know how to do extensions on Twitch. But you'll be able to like download our own extension and be able to like trade and do fun stuff with the Glogimon themselves. So it's not just about catching them either.
Veteran Graham Plattner trounced.
All made by me. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the support. Congrats. Nice. Blue Room caught.
Sitting governor Janet Mills in the main election last night, winning the Democratic primary with most of the votes counted at this point. Plattner is sitting at 72% of the vote against Mills with 20%, who had suspended her campaign and also ran candidate, picked up 8% as well. Graham Plattner with a rather energetic speech last night, I think you could call it.
It's a banger.
It was filled with bars. Went hard at his Susan Collins, who will be his Republican opponent, and also addressed some of his controversies. Let's listen to a little bit of Plattner here last night.
I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one.
Yeah, I think like I think a lot of the talk about, well, he was proud and that's why he went to Blackwater and all this stuff. I mean, that might be true, right? Because sometimes, a lot of times, guys, people gradually change. They don't change overnight. For example, my dad used to be really, really Catholic, right? Really, really like religious. And I remember slowly but surely, I could almost track it. It took a while, but he started to come out and say like, do you know, like, I was thinking, I think religion is bullshit. And I said, yeah, Dad, I've known that for years at this point. And he's like, oh my God, really? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh my God, I thought you'd be so mad at me. And I'm like, why the fuck would I be mad at you? And he said, because we raised you to be Christian, right? And I was just like, Dad, so even if that's the case, whatever, right? Like, I'm going to make up my own mind on stuff to begin with. He's just like, I'm so relieved because I thought you would like fight me on this issue. He was relieved that his son didn't actually like believe the same thing he did today, right? It was so funny. But like, that's how change happens, right? And like, yeah, he was genuinely more conservative and now he's actually more on the left, right? So it's crazy.
Who found his way back, who found a living on the sea, in a home, in a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator. I I will stand up for you and against billionaires and greedy corporations. I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you.
Damn right.
I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine.
And another point, Emily, but first of all, how has nobody used that line before? That is a bar.
Which one?
I will be a senator for people who cannot afford to buy one.
I thought that was the best line too.
What a line.
It's fantastic.
It was good. Yeah, that one, I really liked it.
He also
It was a good
talked a lot
speech.
about Susan Collins, how her husband, who was a lobbyist, and she have gotten extraordinarily wealthy. And then he had this refrain where he said it rhymed with what Trump has said on the campaign trail, which is that the mainstream media keeps looking for that one story, that one headline that is going to take him out. But he said they've spent so much time trying to figure me out. What they don't understand is it's not about me.
Yes.
It's about all of us.
Which is Trumpian, by the way.
The Trumpian line version is they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, but I'm standing in the way.
Exactly.
And
Right.
it's a similar, but it's a little more us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, interestingly, it's like Trump is a little more.
I made this prediction when we first started the stream, right? When I first started this community, that there would be more what Trump will bring. And I made this prediction, and I think so far you're seeing it hold true, right? Is that Trump has kind of unleashed the gate on this like populist wing of a kind of candidate that's going to run and become popular. And that's why these people like Graham Plattner are running like this. I don't think he would have been able to win in 10 years ago, right? Nobody would have elected a person like that. Because 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, people wanted a more mild-mannered, like, perfect in a suit kind of candidate. Establishment Dem. And now, like all the stuff that Trump has unleashed, this kind of candidate has become more and more popular and a lot more possible, right?
Right coded, the me and the you, and he's a little more left coded with the us.
Right.
But otherwise, it's the same concept.
Yes,
it's the same concept. It's just because they're both anti-establishment, right?
Point is, you see me as a vehicle to,
or they code as anti-establishment, right? We don't know yet because he's not in the Senate. I'm willing to admit that. And Trump like codes as anti-establishment, right? To a lot of people, I don't know how. I think it's stupid as hell. But I was talking to a lib normie friend of mine, and she said the same thing. She's like, well, after all the things he's done, but back when he was running as against Hillary, he just said stuff that, oh, I got rich off the system. That's how I know it's corrupt. Like, who says that? Unless they're really going to actually stand up to, right? And I just was like, you really believing that? That's such a scam. But, I mean, it tricks a lot of people, guys.
advance your interests, not corporate
And so
interests.
do they.
Honestly, I lost a lot of respect for her.
Exactly, that I'm essentially a pawn
Who is
in
Angler?
the effort to take you down, to undermine you. And so the NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Committee, put out a memo that looks like they gave it to Politico this morning, saying that Maine is now the linchpin. That is the quote they used. Maine is the linchpin. They say Democrats cannot win the majority without it. That's not necessarily true. They could potentially do Ohio. They could
They'd have
potentially
to run the
do
deck in a crazy
Texas.
way.
Yeah, well, they could do Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, which is not out of the question at all, and Nebraska, but that would be unusual. So yeah, they probably do need Maine. Not impossible without it. But again, NRC this morning saying that this race is the linchpin. Quote, Graham Plattner is the most left-wing Senate nominee Maine has ever seen. That might be true. His platform aligns directly with national progressives, featuring Medicare for all, Green New Deal, universal basic income, government-funded universal child care, free college, and a wide-open pathway to citizenship for illegal immigrants. You can see what in this race they're now pivoting to, which is not Nazi stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're talking about the kind of nuts and bolts, which they were not before. I think it signals that they're pretty scared of Graham Plattner at this point.
I was always the most concerned when it came to his chances.
I don't know why it did that.
Of exactly that he actually is like
Might have to fix that book.
super populist
Happened only
and
once
progressive.
so far.
He is far left. It's fair to say.
And so
Far
that
left.
would have been to me the smart line of attack.
From Mills.
From Mills, from Collins, from Republicans. Instead, they've spent the last several months calling him an abuser, a Nazi, a like fake working class guy, like going after, and a lot of the arguments, particularly calling him a Nazi, cut against that he's a left winger. So.
Yeah.
Maine voters are like, wait a minute, you spent the last several months telling us he's a Nazi. A bunch of your online people are still calling him a Nazi and are going to call him a Nazi for months to come.
Right.
But he's also too far left wing. You say he hates.
It's like bipolar, right? But guys, nationalist socialists exists. The people who honestly say that are too stupid to realize that was propaganda in itself, right? The Nationalist Socialist Party were not socialists, right? In case anyone doesn't know why they use that.
Legendary!
Damn! 2 legendaries in a fucking stream? A Roman Eagle standard. Gilded wings with gilded wings spread. Damn, dude. Congrats.
Women.
That's very
He's
lucky.
too far left wing.
Right.
Like it. So their attacks, their inconsistent, contradictory attacks, cut against them being able to marshal a straightforward message. Plus, yes, like he's backing that kind of list of Bernie Sanders things, and Bernie Sanders backs him. When he talks in economic populism.
Yes.
He doesn't talk in cultural, like.
And thanks again, Patricia, for showing off the features of the stream to the new people. Appreciate it, girl.
Whatever you want to
Shout
call
out to
it.
He
Patricia.
pivots cultural issues, which will be, I do think will be difficult for him
Major.
because the trans participation in sports has been a big issue in Maine. I think there's currently a bill in Maine on that. So he's going to have
Mills
to answer.
wanted to run on that.
Yeah, right. Because she took on Trump over the issue as she saw it. And so it's going to come up. I don't know that Susan Collins necessarily wants to lean into it either. Susan Collins shies away from those issues for the most part, but he'll be asked about it. And he always pivots. He actually has good lines that I disagree with, but I think they're good lines, pivoting it back to the economy. Every time culture comes up, he says literally billionaires are the reason you're asking me this question when reporters ask him the question, which is a very good line of deflection. I disagree with it, but it is very good. Let's take a look at AOC and
Although before we get to that, before we get to that, let's get to the Mills Mafia.
The Mills Mafia.
The Mills Mafia was out in force at the polls.
Jumping on tables.
Nathan Bernard, drop site correspondent, went to two different polling locations, one in Augusta, one in Waterville. He actually he talked to 121 voters.
Impressive.
And just for fun, we did a exit poll, and he nailed it. It's kind of wild. We didn't call it scientific because it's only 2 different polling locations, and you got to do the whole state. You got to do a bigger sample, but his numbers were within like the margin of error of what the actual voters across the state did. Here's one of his interviews he talked to a decent number of Janet Mills voters, but here's one of them, and I think we forget that this is how a decent number of Americans kind of approach voting. Let's roll C5.
Senate,
That was Plattner and Mills.
oh, okay, thank you. I need that. Mills and Plattner.
So you ranked Mills first?
Yes.
Okay. And then for governor, do you remember?
Tell me the list again.
That was Nirav Shah. You had Troy Jackson. You had Hannah Pingree, Shanna Bellows.
Hannah, Shah, and Troy last.
So when people look at the 20% that Mills took home,
That's who she got votes from. Isn't that sad? People who don't even know the names.
Some, people who hate Plattner are going to look at that and be like, see, she dropped out and she still got 20%.
Right.
She's the sitting governor. And like, just through inertia, you're going to get some set of people voting. And the reason he named them both is that Maine has ranked choice voting.
Mhm.
So he ranked Mills first and then Plattner second.
Mm.
The Plattner vote doesn't count because he got more than, well, actually, I guess in the ranked choice voting, that will count because she finished under 50%.
It sucks. Sorry. We should have that debate sometime. I stand with
it's
him.
Interesting. Yeah.
Let's-
Anyway, so you were saying AOC.
Well, yeah, let's take a look here at AOC. This is C3. Here's how she reacted amidst all of the controversies of the last several days. C3.
When it comes to the substance of this reporting, obviously there's a lot in that behavior that's really challenging. It's hard to stomach, in some of it. But at the end of the day, I think that this is a choice. If the choice on the ballot is between that and a senator who's voted to take health care away from millions of Americans.
It's not just that. It's even worse, right? She took away the right for women to choose.
That's the situation that we have to weigh.
What say you, Ryan?
Well, the body language there is interesting. Like she's sort of like physically recoiling at the thought of Plattner, it seems like.
Yeah, that was an interview with CNN, Maharaj, outside the Capitol.
So she has not endorsed in this race.
Yeah.
And so I guess she can't endorse in the primary. Clearly, what she's saying there is she didn't even come out and say she would support Plattner against Collins.
She implied.
She implied that she would, and she's like, I guess this is what we have to do. It's a little reminiscent.
It's a little disappointing, honestly.
Of the fascinating interview that Crystal did with Chris Rabb, the DSA Justice Democrats backed Democrat who's going to represent Philadelphia. If people haven't watched that, they should go watch it. We don't.
Yep.
Like our candidate interviews, if you go to YouTube in particular,
he's probably going to regret that interview, right?
Interviews with candidates will get 70% less.
Yeah, because it feels
audience
localized, right?
Than typical. So the algorithm probably didn't show that one to you. So go find it. It's a really interesting. And a lot of people were dunking all over Chris Rabb for it. I think this is an important and needed conversation to have. That's one reason that I'm glad that Plattner's in the race, because he's forcing this conversation. And you can't, I don't think you can kind of force people, you can't force it back in, but what you can do is have that conversation. And talk to people why are people so passionately supportive of Plattner?
Tease it out, yeah.
And then get from people why do you hate him so much? What is it because for Rabb, and for I think a lot of others, it's just aesthetics. It's that he looks like somebody they don't like.
I think that's correct. I mean,
and that's why I want that conversation, because I feel like we can maybe break through.
It's a great conversation for you in particular to have, because you've been talking about this for a long time. And
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s, and 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, oh, that guy's gay? I love that guy. He's great. And my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat vet.
Someone you could see with Joe Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. The current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so stark that it's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong, but also just pragmatically from a political perspective. You can't build a national party.
Yeah.
If you assume every white guy, or every white guy with a deep voice as a combat vet or whatever, is out to get you.
Or if you talk about him in a way that implies he does have sort of built in.
Yeah, because even though it might be a majority, that doesn't mean there's still not a significant minority that don't agree with that, right? And I think that's what's really interesting. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Problems.
Right.
So
just inherent toxicity or something.
Yeah, whether you're talking about racism or sexism, yes. And
if you believe that, you can point to a lot of things he said in the past. Be like, oh, I can't deal with that. Ro Khanna, though.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting to do the contrast with AOC and Ro Khanna, actually, because there's also a theory here that maybe there's rumblings in DNC type circles that more is coming out on Plattner, or that he's going to be used as an albatross in other races, which I honestly doubt. I think that might be true with Tallarico. I don't think it's true with Plattner, but saying, just be careful because you don't want to have to answer for him everywhere you go. Oh, you endorse Plattner? Oh, you like Plattner? Okay, so tell me why you like sexual assault. Constantly following you around the campaign
Even
trail.
though he hasn't been accused of that. Yeah.
Right. But that's how people are taking it, of course. And so that's the question that'll follow if you endorse. Here's Ro Khanna leaning all the way in, C4.
If the Democratic Party is going to exist, it needs to become the anti-war party. I fucking love this place.
I don't know why you want to go to the Senate.
I think a lot of people in this country would like to see more
Maine is really beautiful, guys.
regular people in politics. And most people in this country have gone through some form of transformation throughout their lives. They've not been...
God, what is he doing a job that's fake, guys? Remember, fisherman, oyster farmer? That's not a real job.
living perfect lives all.
What do you say? They just pop out of nowhere and they just get delivered to your plate. You didn't know that? Oysters?
There's someone that says, oh, Ro, I agree with Graham's policies. I'm glad you're going there. But after the stuff coming out, my granddaughter. What do you say to someone like that?
If you believe in transformational politics, you need to believe in the ability for people to transform. And I came out of the infantry at a time where, you sucked it up.
Were you getting help or no?
No, God, no. Which is why I was self-medicating.
I haven't seen this interview, so that's kind of interesting, right? Yeah, I think fundamentally being on the left means that people can change.
Right.
And this was a point in my life where I didn't believe that PTSD was real.
Did you ever have flashbacks?
It really just manifested as deep depression and anxiety. Intense combat sort of changes your brain.
Do you now, seeing where you are, say, hey, I could have been a better person in terms of how
course.
I was?
I had frankly witnessed the most awful things
Now-
a person can witness and see.
Douglas, I
it
use magic wand to get oysters. Yeah, they just appear magically.
was all done
I wish. Maybe they wouldn't cost so much money, right?
The service of seemingly nothing.
Oh my gosh, just hearing the boats bump up against the dock and the wall. It's just, that was a very well done video. That was it. Took you right to Sorrento, Maine, where it was filmed.
It did. And I said earlier, that there's a particular problem that Democratic liberals kind of have with white guys. And it is particular to white guys. It's also all guys.
Yes. Black and Hispanic men went for Trump, and he made real inroads with Black and Hispanic men for a reason.
And I also think people don't fully internalize. They hear him say that he did 4 combat tours. They hear him say that. I don't think they internalize what that means, and in particular, what it means to have been a Marine in Ramadi in Fallujah.
Yeah.
You could just go Google Ramadi Marines 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
There's movies about it, but there's also lots of real-time footage that has been captured of, and Ramadi in particular, at the time that he was there and the unit that he was with, is understood to be, it was the most violent place on earth, and his unit saw extraordinary numbers of casualties.
Yeah.
And on a daily basis. His job was a machine gunner. His job was to put out the suppressing fire as the unit is moving through, moving house to house and block to block. And now I also understand people on the left who are you know what? Anybody who did that,
you're out.
I don't want to hear from you. I think that's idealistic.
And kept doing it.
In the Marxist sense, it misunderstands. For the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, you're going to get that without disaffected soldiers? You're going to be like, hey,
do you want that?
Did you bayonet somebody? I don't want you out in the streets. It was soldiers, peasants, and workers that led the.
Yeah, that's kind of what is so funny, is when you turn this around on like the 1912 revolution, right, the Russian Revolution or whatever, they don't talk about those people, right? For sure. Because it's a cause they agree with, right? Oh, well, they were being violently oppressed. And it's like, okay, well, people are part of systems and hierarchies, right? They're really easy to... It's really easy to be dumb in the system and not understand these, how you're being manipulated, right?
Revolution, like disaffected soldiers are critical to any kind of workers' movement.
You're really arguing now in Leninist terms. Well, because you're arguing with you're making a point to people who would have
far left here, but
yeah.
whatever. There's not a lot of them in Maine that are against him. That's more of a national conversation. But
is that a real conversation in like DSA world?
Oh, absolutely, and I get it.
I've seen some of it.
I get it. I think it's very hard for people to put themselves in his frame of mind where he wanted to go to war.
And he's basically rebuked most of what he did.
Well, yeah, right.
And that's a really critical difference.
Right. But so, as a machine gunner, you are going house to house every single day. If you mess up, your comrades die.
Yeah.
If you don't mess up, you kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Now it's combat, but to then later come to terms with the fact that you were fighting for nothing means that you killed those people for nothing. You killed those people to save your own men's lives and women's lives. But they shouldn't have been there in the first place, you realize. And he has realized. So to witness that, to take part in it, to come to terms with what you did and that it all being for nothing is the thing that produces so much depression, anxiety, and terror in combat veterans.
Yeah.
This understanding that what you did was for nothing, what your friends died for.
And reckoning with it on these scattershot Reddit posts for years. It's actually kind of an interesting window into the mindset.
And I think just that's why I say people hear him say he did 2 combat tours. But I think it's 2 combat tours in Iraq and then 4 total.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to internalize what that does to your soul. And to have somebody who's processing that and then to come back and have an opportunity to go to the United States Senate to fight against sending more people to do that.
Yeah.
It's just extraordinarily powerful. He said in one of our first interviews that his hero is Smedley Butler, who committed far more atrocities than than maybe anybody. Good Lord. Nicaragua, Honduras, Haiti,
China, Philippines.
On and on, across the world.
Yeah.
And then wrote War as a Racket in the 1930s, which really birthed a real peace and an anti-war movement. But he was a general. To have a grunt come to the Senate and talk about that, I think would be extremely powerful. Also would love to see him interrogating the top brass in the military.
Oh, fascinating.
They do not want to hear that from a grunt.
No.
That will.
Yeah, and that's why he's a threat to their power, right? And he's a threat to the corporate military industrial complex, right?
That would be amazing to see. So I just think it's such an important.
That's why you're getting so much pushback, because if you have somebody who constantly talks about that, if he does it right, if he doesn't, then ooh, nice. A golden Ballon Race. What are those again? What am I blanking on? Looked it up. Ooh. Colorful fish. Damn. Right? God damn.
To have, whether it's Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever, like to have that experience and to bring it to bear at the national level is something that this country really needs, I think, to reckon with what we've done and what we continue to do.
70% of voters agree with Ryan in the main Democratic primary. So now it comes down to Susan Collins. Honestly, I could talk about this for the whole show because it's such an interesting race, and I know we're going to keep talking about it. We should probably tick through some of the other the other wins. Randy Villegas, Ryan.
Yeah, so we can put up C6. Democrats in the House are absolutely livid at the DCCC for spending a bunch of money and teaming up with DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, in trying to elect Jasmeet Bains, trying to get her into the top 2. Instead, this is a Jewish Insider. Their headline is Anti-Israel Democrat Villegas declares victory in California House primary. This is Randy Villegas, who you may remember from his interview he did here a couple weeks ago. So he'll go on to take on the Republican incumbent, which makes this a very important race for kind of the left's idea that you can have populist policies. He's a community college professor and runs a garage in Bakersfield. To have somebody like him running on a Bernie platform up against a Republican, like the left's argument has been that you can win with that, and if you win with that, you will then deliver for people, and then people will reward you. Democrats have really not gotten to try that basically since the New Deal. So it's the other attempt to do that. Well, it's slightly different. Attempt to take on an incumbent seems to be going quite well. Justice Democrats and WFP-backed May Vang, who was also, you remember, she was on the program a week or two ago, put up C7. Doris Matsui, longtime incumbent, she and her husband have held this seat for 40 plus years. She spent a fortune trying to boost that guy down at the bottom, Zach Woods, Republican college kid. And I kept saying she better be careful. It's not guaranteed she's going to be the number 1 seed here in this tournament. And May Vang has now overtaken her. And so Doris Matsui she will make the top 2, but she almost kind of rat-effed her way into the number 3 position, which would be brutal. That would have been the funniest thing.
Yeah.
You spend all this money and you boost this guy Woods.
It would have been pretty funny.
Past yourself.
It would have been pretty funny.
She's cooked, though, because Sacramento, news media has turned against her. I don't see how the Republicans who voted for Woods are going to then shift to Matsui. Because if you're a Republican there, Matsui's been your representative for decades. I think you'd probably just, even if the person's further to the left, you'd probably just like to get rid of her. We'll see. That'll be an interesting one. So tell us about, tell us about, and Steyer has conceded he's not going to make the top 2.
Yeah, just a reminder, Tom Steyer spent about $200 million. He didn't even make the top 2. $200 million after about $300 million trying to run for president. His net worth is estimated at about $2.4 billion. So fabulously wealthy man. He's not Jeff Bezos rich. And he spent now $500 million of a $2.4 billion estimated net worth trying to be an elected official. Yeah. Never trust anybody who wants to be an elected official to the tune of $500 million. That's insane behavior. Yeah. That's like Joker style behavior. But
also, he could have run for House somewhere or something.
Yes, exactly. He's conceded
governor.
C9. Yeah, that would have been fine. But yes, he did concede. It looks like Steve Hilton is going to make the runoff. Now, the other thing that happened last night is Lindsey Graham took about 58% of the vote. It's looking like right now he always has a primary challenger. One time, including from Southern Charm. You may remember that season, but it did not work out well for Lindsey Graham's primary opponents this time around. He ended up over 50% easily.
The Southern Charm guy.
Nancy Mace goes down in the gubernatorial primary, fifth. She finished lower than Ralph Norman. Trump candidates were the favorites in that race, but Nancy Mace couldn't even get top 3, let alone top 2, let alone a win finishes at 5. 12% of the vote. Yeah, 12% of the vote. So really brutal result there for Nancy Mace, who definitely felt like she had momentum and wind at her back for a while. And, you know, maybe the momentum stalled. Listen, I don't think Nancy Mace was going to win this election. I do think probably she lost some momentum when Trump got upset over people pushing further for more and more Epstein disclosure. And Nancy Mace was certainly a part of that.
Yeah, so the number of casualties from Epstein, certainly very few men who were actually implicated in the Epstein ring. But so far, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Nancy Mace, are casualties of it. Interesting how that works out.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the...
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's claiming a deal has been reached to end the war with Iran, but Iranian officials say nothing has been finalized yet. Trump made the announcement on Thursday following 2 days of strikes and after threatening to take Kharg Island, a key Iranian oil hub. Trump spoke at the White House on Thursday.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days.
Trump went on to say a signing ceremony could be held in Europe in the coming days. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said the text of a deal is mostly finalized, but also said the U.S. keeps, quote, changing their positions, unquote. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said Israel was not party to any new U.S.-Iran agreement. On Thursday, forces struck another commercial tanker in the Gulf of Oman in the third U.S. attack on a boat in the region this week. Oman's military led efforts to rescue the sailors. India's condemned the strikes, which have all targeted ships with crews from India. 3 Indian sailors died in one of the strikes. U.S. Central Command claimed the 3 boats were targeted for violating the U.S. blockade of Iran and for failing to comply with U.S. orders. In India, the father of one of the sailors killed called for his son's body to be returned home.
I only have one demand, that the mortal remains of my son be brought back. I want to know about his last moments. Was he provided rescue help or not? What were the circumstances that led to the death of 3 crew members of our country? All others were rescued. Why not them?
Elon Musk is poised to become the world's first trillionaire when his rocket company SpaceX makes its debut on Wall Street today in the largest IPO in history. The company says it's selling over 555 million shares at a price of $135 a share. Musk claims his company is worth over $1.7 trillion.
It's not.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren's written to the Securities and Exchange Commission asking for the agency to investigate the SpaceX stock sale. She said, quote, "This is shaping up to be the most rigged IPO in American history," unquote. Meanwhile, environmental and conservation groups have filed a federal lawsuit seeking to block a land swap that would give SpaceX more than 700 acres of a national wildlife refuge in South Texas.
What?
This is Becca Hinojosa of the South Texas Environmental Justice Network.
SpaceX getting more money means the rocket facility getting larger, creating more damages to poor people's homes, dumping more pollution into the environment, onto our beach. The SpaceX IPO means a bigger environmental disaster for this South Texas community.
President Trump said Thursday he's nominating Jay Clayton to be the next director of national intelligence to oversee the nation's 18 intelligence agencies.
Great.
Clayton's U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York and former chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Trump had faced bipartisan criticism for his decision last week to name MAGA loyalist Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence after Tulsi Gabbard announced she was resigning. To show opposition to Pulte, a bipartisan group of House lawmakers voted Thursday against a short-term extension of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA. The provision is set to expire today. Many expressed fear Pulte would use the provision to gather intelligence to target critics of Trump. Trump's new pick to be intelligence chief, Jay Clayton, has faced criticism as U.S. attorney over his handling of the unsealing of grand jury materials, records related to Jeffrey Epstein. The family of the Palestinian doctor Hussam Abu Safia say they fear he's being tortured in Israeli detention after the doctor appeared by video link at an Israeli Supreme Court hearing in Jerusalem. One of the doctor's sons, Ilyas Abu Safia, told Al Jazeera, quote, "We did not only see the face of a father we have missed for many long months. We saw the marks of torture, pain, and exhaustion clearly etched on his face," unquote. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia has been detained without charge for over 500 days. Prior to his detention, Dr. Abu Safia had served as a pediatrician and director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. His lawyer, Nasser Odeh, spoke after Wednesday's hearing.
The doctor explained to us and also to the court that he is still suffering from severe back pain and neck pain as a result of an assault he suffered during his transfer 2 months ago from Nafar prison to Negev prison. He has not received treatment yet and needs medical follow-up due to chronic illnesses. He is experiencing vision problems due to the confiscation of his eyeglasses, which he has not yet received. Also, we continue to see signs of skin diseases that were on the doctor's hands and are widespread in the political prisoners sections within Israeli prisons. These diseases have spread significantly and as a result of medical negligence.
The Trump administration has issued fresh sanctions on Cuba's oil and gas company as the island already faces a near total fuel and naval blockade and worsening humanitarian crisis. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio made the announcement Thursday, claiming without evidence that Cuban officials, quote, resell countless barrels of scarce energy on the secondary market, hoarding energy supplies for its military, unquote. In response, Cuba's Foreign Affairs Minister Bruno Rodriguez said on social media, quote, the U.S. Secretary of State, driven by vindictive sentiments of the elitist clique that propelled his political career, is now further tightening the blockade. To justify this, he doesn't resort to excuses prepared by his State Department, but rather to the usual vulgar lies, he said. Here in Britain, Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing a growing political crisis. On Thursday, Britain's Defense Secretary John Healey and Armed Forces Minister Al Carnes resigned, accusing Starmer of failing to invest enough money in the military. This comes as Starmer faces pressure to shift government spending from welfare to warfare.
Oh, no.
Protests continue in Albania, with thousands of people taking to the streets of the capital, Tirana, demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Edi Rama over the development of a massive resort linked to Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law. The multi-billion-dollar project would turn an abandoned Soviet weapons base known as Sazan into a luxury island resort. Protesters held signs that read, "Albania is not for sale."
The government is corrupted, the opposition is corrupted, they're in this together, so we hope we can reach something. It's the first time that the protest is at this scale. It's the first time that no political party is included. So we are very happy to be here and we hope we can achieve something.
Pope Leo has appealed to world leaders to treat migrants more humanely. During a trip to the Canary Islands, he threw a wreath of flowers into the waves to remember those he called our brothers and sisters who had died while trying to reach the shores of Europe.
We cannot grow accustomed to counting the dead. Human dignity has no passport and does not lose its value when crossing a border. May history not accuse us of turning the pain of those who suffer into a common sight along our shores. Today, here by the sea, every individual that arrives, asks us, what remains of our humanity? Sooner or later, it will be known whether we protected life or whether we yielded to indifference.
Many migrants who'd fled to Spain's Canary Islands praised Pope Leo's trip. Sankun Kamara is a migrant from Guinea.
It gives you hope. The Pope came for the migrants. I'm one of them, so I'm happy to see the Pope. Maybe he can solve the migrants' problems.
In New Jersey, immigrant rights advocates say dozens of women detained at the Newark ICE jail known as Delaney Hall have joined an ongoing hunger and labor strike that's in its third week. Among their demands is for the jail to fire a female guard accused of sexually assaulting at least 10 immigrant women. The initial hunger and labor strike began May 22nd, led by an estimated 300 prisoners. In retaliation, activists say most of the hunger strikers have been transferred out of Delaney Hall and sent to other ICE jails in recent days. Delaney Hall is run by the for-profit company Geo Group. In related news, the Jersey City Council has unanimously approved a resolution to divest from Citizens Bank as calls to boycott the bank row over its financing of Geo Group and Core Civic, two of the nation's largest private operators of ICE jails. To see more on our coverage of Citizens Bank, you can go to democracynow.org. The State Department's reportedly opened an investigation into the Iranian-born political analyst Trita Parsi, in a move that could result in him being deported. This, according to the online media outlet The Free Press. Parsi, who holds a green card, has lived in the United States for 25 years. He co-founded the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft and the National Iranian American Council. In recent months, Parsi's been a leading critic of Trump's war in Iran and has appeared on numerous media outlets, including Democracy Now! To see our interviews with him, go to democracynow.org. The FIFA World Cup kicked off Thursday with the opening match play between Mexico and South Africa at the iconic Estadio Azteca, the Aztec Stadium in Mexico City. Protests have continued against FIFA over its complicity with Trump's policies and exorbitant ticket prices that have made matches inaccessible to most fans. FIFA has also faced backlash after Haiti's qualifying team was forced to change the design of its World Cup jersey when it was deemed too political by FIFA. The front of the jersey originally included a depiction of Haiti's final revolutionary battle for independence in 1803. And in a victory for housing rights in New York City, a landlord that owns about
are we shocked FIFA would do that? Of course.
5,000 apartments has agreed to waive millions of dollars in back rent after Mayor Zoran Mamdani took action on behalf of thousands of tenants. Summit Properties purchased 93 buildings from bankrupt owner Pinnacle Group in March. Many of the tenants said they had for years refused to pay rent to Pinnacle Group over unsafe living conditions in their buildings. Mayor Mamdani said the landlord was responsible for, quote, more than 5,000 housing violations and 14,000 complaints, unquote. Affordable housing and tenants' rights have been at the center of Mamdani's agenda. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
All right.
All right. Joining us now is Antonio Reynoso.
Speaking of Zoran.
Also, he's the Brooklyn borough president, also a candidate for New York's 7th district, which is much of Brooklyn, vying to replace outgoing kind of legendary Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, and up against union organizer Claire Valdez, who has the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani, making it kind of bringing a lot of a national attention to this race. And Antonio, thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here, Ryan. Happy to be here.
So I wanted to start with just so people can get a sense of what you're running on. The latest ad that your campaign put out. Let me just get this up here.
They underestimated me, attacked me,
stiff-armed me,
and Antonio Reynoso was by our side.
for all these fights.
Because Trump and his crew don't stop. Neither does Antonio. Led the Progressive Caucus, kicked ICE off Rikers.
He's not taking a cent from wealthy special interests.
He's the best choice to deliver change.
And fight back.
Because he's done it over and over.
That's why teachers, nurses,
the Working Families Party.
We're all on his side.
Because he's on ours.
So pretty often, you have the Working Families Party, Justice Democrats, even New York City DSA, not always, but pretty often in a coalition together behind the same candidate going up against, somebody who's been in office and, has the hardcore support of, say, the developers, et cetera. And it's a clear contrast. This one, as the ad shows, a little bit split. You've got New York City DSA, Justice Democrats, Mamdani on Valdez's side. You've got Velazquez and WFP over on your side. So why do you think it is that they made a mistake? Like, what's your case for why you're the more kind of working class progressive candidate here?
Yeah, look, I first want to say that I don't think there's necessarily a split. It's the DSA versus the Working Families Party, Letitia James, Nydia Velazquez, Jamali Williams, the majority of unions, tenant association presidents of almost every single NYCHA, the local organizations like Make the Road New York, NYCC, and Churches United for Fair Housing. Right. So I just want to be clear that the progressive movement is a large tent. It has a lot of us in it. And that the majority of the progressive movement is with me. And there's one faction of the progressive movement, which is the DSA, that is not. Mamdani is part of the DSA. The Justice Democrats, for all intents and purposes, is a 501c4 or IE arm of the DSA and the DSA. So I just want to put that first into perspective. Right. The reason I think that they made a mistake, I would say this, that I've been doing the progressive politics, the hard work, for decades now. I founded an organization called New Kings Democrats to fight against the corrupt party politic machine here in Brooklyn. And we beat the party boss when I ran for office when I was just 29 years old. As a freshman council member, I was the co-chair of the Progressive Caucus that achieved many things. And I was able to pass tenant legislation to fight against terrible landlords. I was able to pass police reform. Every single time the progressive movement asked me to show up, I didn't just show up, I led from the front. And I think what you're seeing here are a conversation about the rise of Mamdani. And, what I think is Mamdani won with a broad coalition and moving away from coalition building and thinking that one faction of the progressive movement was what got him elected versus it being just like all of us coming together to make sure that we promote and push progressive politics in New York City.
This is really interesting. I mean, Ryan writes a lot about this in his books, especially The Squad, but this is actually, you're in the middle of a really interesting, I think, dynamic between DSA and broader progressive movement in New York City in the era of Mamdani, or in New York era in the era of Mamdani. So what are some of the lessons that you think, I mean, you're just talking about needing a broad coalition, but what are some of the lessons you think maybe the DSA world is not learning in this moment right now?
Yeah, I would say this. I think that the DSA as an organization, I guess what we learned at a very young age, I guess, in the progressive movement, the founding of the Working Families Party and how we were going to be successful, was that we needed to go into like small factions, find all the people that are struggling, that need help, come together and make sure that we're solving for their issues. We learned that very young. The number one question that the WFP used to ask every single elected official before, like 20 years ago, was how good are you at building coalitions? That was a primary foundational like principle or tenet to being a progressive. You need to build a coalition because we can't do it by ourselves. And I think that what the DSA could look to is just like coalition building is important. Nydia Velazquez was the first congressperson to endorse Zohran Mamdani. I was a part of the first group of elected officials that are non-DSA to endorse Zohran Mamdani. I did a video for him for Brooklyn. I did a citywide Latino Spanish-speaking piece for him. Just like the WFP was really important to his growth. All these organizations, every single person you saw in that video for me was with Zohran Mamdani during the primary, right? And I just think that the perspective here is that the coalition is all of us. And all I'm saying is this. I think that we allow for the DSA to eat at our table, but they don't necessarily allow us to eat at their table, right? Like if you're not a member, you can't receive support from the DSA in any way, shape, or form. In ours, it's like, no, if you're a DSA member and you're a good elected official and you've done great work or you're a great organizer, we would be more than happy to welcome you in the way we did with Julia Salazar, that is a state senator.
This is a common criticism I hear.
Emily Gallagher, Kristen Gonzalez.
That, and I hear all the time that the DSA is a little too woke. Like they focus a lot on like cultural issues, and it's like, come on, isn't the whole democratic socialist, right? That should be the democratic socialism part, should be the part you focus the most on, right? I don't have enough information to determine otherwise, but there's just been like videos and stuff, and people have said that. So, is it true? I don't know, right? I'm not as much in tune with the like DSA internal politics myself, right? Gus, yeah, what's up? Good, I haven't seen much of this, but with no offense to anyone, I hope the U.S. gets wiped in the cup. I can't be jump scared like that with that ugly mug.
We supported Tiffany Caban and Alexa Aviles. So for us, it's always like Big Tent. Bring everybody in. If you're good, we got your back. On their side, though, if it's not a DSA member, they just don't put out support.
Patricia.
So I just think it's like, hey, the coalition is big. It's all of us. And they are a part of that. And I think it's something that could bode well for them long term. And they're continuing to build this movement on the left, that they build partnerships.
I feel like Israel-Palestine has so much to do with what unfolded here. And I'm curious for your take on this. My sense is that the thing that really has given Claire Valdez an opening, and perhaps drew DSA and Mamdani in, and the contrast that she tries to draw publicly consistently is, she said, I was out there early calling it a genocide and calling for a ceasefire, and my opponent waited far too long, waited until I was running. So two questions on that. Do you think that's the major opening that she has here? And in hindsight, why didn't you go in earlier? And if you had gone in earlier and say this genocide needs to stop today, like let's say you did that very early on, what would have happened to you? Like, why not do that? Because I do think if you had done that, we wouldn't even be talking about a race here.
I disagree, right?
Interesting.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Yes.
Okay.
The two things here, they need to find distinction, of which there's very little on a policy. Like our policy platforms are practically aligned. You could go to Julie Wan, Antonio Reynoso, and Claire Valdez's website, switch the names, and you're going to have a hard time trying to tell us who's right? Like, so, but they need to find distinction. And we're not talking about disagreeing on something all three of us agree that what happened in Gaza is a genocide, that we need to re-establish relationships, or negotiate relationships with allies that are not being held to account. And we shouldn't be sending weapons of war to Israel or to any nation that is committing war crimes or breaking international law. We all agree with that. The thing here, the distinction that they're trying to say is the timing of when it happened. But I could have done that October 8th, and it wouldn't have made a difference because I am not a DSA member. They only support DSA members. And that is deeply important that you know that this is not going to change the game. Then they would have
done that. That's true. I just mean the opening. They could endorse, but they might not have had the energy behind it.
I don't think that I don't think any of that stuff matters. I think that what they do is that they find a candidate and they look for every little straw that they can find to build distinction. We said that we're not taking money from big real estate. So we don't talk to revenue members that are building large developments that are making themselves super rich, but I'll take money from a real estate agent, a broker, and they're saying, oh, Antonio takes, real estate money. They look for any opportunity. They're going to comb through everything they possibly can to find distinction, because their only value here is that their record doesn't exist.
Yeah, here's your opponent just hitting you with that right here. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So it would have not been genocide. It would have been real estate. If it would not have been real estate, they would have said, "Oh, Antonio talks too much about being a native New Yorker," or Antonio does. They would have tried to find something because they need to build distinction. I have a record. I've been able to help Black maternal health from Brooklyn and making it the safest place for Black women to have babies as a borough president. I did the police reform that we talked about. We kicked ICE out of Rikers. We did outdoor dining in the city of New York exists because I passed legislation to do that work. Every single part of the progressive movement I've been a part of. Every union, the majority of unions are with me, right? But they have to find distinction because once you can no longer build up your candidate, the only action that you can then take is to destroy the person that you're going against, right?
He's right to
I
a
feel like
certain
my
degree.
record hasn't been challenged one.
I just think I don't like see this is the problem I had with the Chris Rabb interview, right? I think this is just like the way you're saying this stuff is shit. Right? I was told to watch like Mike from PA's like response, and I agreed with Mike's like overall assessment, but basically he summed it down to, well, all he was trying to say was if Hakeem Jeffries is the only one running, or you have a bunch of shitty centrists and Hakeem, then he's going to vote for Hakeem, right? Because that's the only option he has, essentially. And he's right. Right? There isn't going to be, as far as we know, somebody on the left running for Speaker of the House. But I think the problem with the overall, with those two interviews and this one too, is it's starting to veer, in at least this one, right? But more the Chris Rabb one. It's starting to, first of all, like it just sounds wrong. All the stuff that he says, he doesn't really back it up with like nuance or what I just said. Even though he does kind of say it, it doesn't really create the idea that this guy's really fighting for us, right? It sounds like he's another Weasley politician. And I think that's why a lot of people didn't like that interview. And I think a lot of people are going to be kind of turned off by this too, right? Because they're seeing like, well, the DSA is actually doing something. You're not, dog. Like, huh? So there's going to be like, oh my God, this is going to be crazy. But like, so far, what he's saying isn't that it's not true. It's just, it like the optics, right? Optics matter in politics, guys. I know some people say this, but they do, right? Like, I think Lamp was in here talking about the optics don't fucking matter. It's like bullshit they do, right? That was a shit interview and the optics were crap, even though he was technically correct. Well, all they do sometimes we have to go with the better of the worst, and there's no one good. Well, that was his argument, right? But the problem is, instead of saying that, or instead of saying it in the way I would say it, which I've talked a lot about on the stream too, right? Being pragmatic, working behind the scenes and being like, hey, we're going to actually build up an individual coalition of people who will represent that left-wing viewpoint, as opposed to someone like Hakeem Jeffries. Instead of saying that, they kind of sound like a typical politician, and that's going to rub people the wrong way. And I think that's why he got so much hate for that interview, right? Because it sounded like he was saying that, even though if I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, yeah, that isn't what he meant to say. Right? I don't know Chris Rabb. 100, yeah, and like we'll watch that if we have time. But it was an interesting. Like I agreed with everything. In fact, like I was actually quite relieved how pragmatic it was. Right? He had a very pragmatic view on politics, and I was like, yeah, that's good. But you also have to look at how, like, optically this is not a good look for him, right? Meaning somebody new who doesn't know a lot about Chris Rabb or doesn't know him personally is going to look at that as we all did on this stream, and is going to be like, ooh, this guy's kind of cringe. Fuck that. Right? Meanwhile, Zoran has been 100% clear from the get-go. Right? There is very little times where we're like, if I can't even think of one, where he hasn't been so clear-cut and so on the message that you're like, based. So, yeah, pragmatically, I completely understand, but I think this guy's starting to lose it too with me, because it's like, well, dog, are you running against the DSA, or are you running like
time in this entire race? None of them can say I wasn't a progressive champion. And I think that what they do is throw these negative things out there just because they're grasping at straws to try to tear me down.
Yeah, and that might be true. Absolutely, I agree. But it's also how you frame it, right? This is why, like, you being a good political communicator and it's rare, guys. It's rare. Like, Zoran had a really good campaign director, political what's her name? I'm blanking on her name right now. We looked into her, but she was like the communications director at the campaign as well. She was brilliant. She did a really good job, but in part it's the candidate as well, right? I know I've worked on many campaigns in the past, and that's how it works, right? It's part campaign manager, communications director, those higher up people, and whether you have a huge amount of people helping you out and the candidate. That's what's going to help you win. That's what's going to really help you.
I think it's connected to the kind of collapse in faith that people have in politicians and also institutions. We did a survey in Michigan for the Senate primary there, and one of the questions we asked, and I'm sure you've seen questions that you frame them like this. You say, "Here's a statement. Do you agree or disagree with the statement?" And the statement was, "If a candidate won't stand up to AIPAC, I don't trust them to fight for me on other issues." And even moderates overwhelmingly were like, I agree with that statement. And I feel like there's so much distrust in the system broadly that people are now identifying this question as a proxy as a stand-in for whether or not they're going to fight on other issues. So they might not know your whole record of fighting.
But nobody in this camp. Yeah. Right. But nobody takes AIPAC money in this district, right? Right. This district we're all progressives. Like that's you see, like it's already happening here. The narrative here.
A ceasefire, like
right.
Yeah, right. Like we're not. No one in this district takes AIPAC money. Everyone has been clear on their position in Gaza, and that is like a moral center that is absolutely necessary in this district. Like it's just not something that we're going to be negotiating here at all. I think that distinction. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I was going to say, to Ryan's point, I think it means the purity politics, because you all share that baseline. It means to distinguish yourselves from one another. The purity politics gets kind of increasingly ridiculous.
Exactly, because now we're talking. The three of us, Julie Wan and myself and Claire, all agreed to not take super PAC money in the beginning of the campaign. And Claire Valdez was the first one to put up a red box,
right? But I mean, that part is true, right?
And show super PACs exactly how she would want them to spend money, and has received, I think she has 7 or 8 super PACs now that are supporting her. And it's just like this. Then it comes down to this idea that the purity only falls to me, because I'm the candidate they need to attack. So only I have to fall in line with purity politics, and everything needs to be perfect. But on their side, they make excuses every single time. She did a video in Zoran Mamdani she did a video in what is that place called where he lives, in Gracie Mansion. A political video in Gracie Mansion. It's just like little things that are happening. If I would have done any of those things, I would have been attacked. But you know why? And I'm going to say it again. Because I passed tenant safety legislation to protect tenants. I did the police reform. I did the outdoor dining. I kicked ICE out of Rikers. I have a record, and they can't attack me on my record because my record is one that is staunchly progressive and has done real work. So they're going to go after nonsensical things and hold me to account to a level that they won't hold their own candidate.
AOC hasn't weighed in on this race, and I know she's been under a lot of pressure. In both directions.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Follower to the commune. Thank you, Comrade Crocodile.
Thank you. Appreciate the follow. How you doing today, comrade?
Nydia Velasquez, who's retiring, and has really wanted, is powerfully behind you and has urged her either to not get in or to get behind you. Of course, she's very close with Mamdani as well. Would love to see her. Have you spoken with her, and what's your sense of whether or not she's going to weigh in on this race?
I believe that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sees that anybody that wins this district would be good for the progressive movement in New York City. And this is just one where folks like her might not be seeing too much daylight and might not want to put resources into a district that's like very safe. It's not a red to blue or purple seat opportunity here. It's like, okay, this is the most progressive district in this country. We're gonna get a very progressive person in there. But also, I think that she respects Nydia Velázquez and her history. She knows it. And she knows that she was the only Puerto Rican woman elected to office, the first Puerto Rican woman elected to office, that she was fighting against the democratic machine for 20 years before somebody got elected to assist her and for her not to be alone. What she's done for Puerto Rico and being its, representative, not technically or legally, but just being one of the few Congress people that stand up for Puerto Rico. I think she understands all that and is probably going to stay out of this race.
It makes sense. Last question for me is, what are the basic things that you hear from voters when you're campaigning? Like, what are they telling you they're concerned about?
It's all affordability right now. Well, mostly affordability and ICE are the two major issues. And the thing here is that I've done a lot of work on affordability with housing development. I'm a pro-supply candidate, so I've been somebody that thinks that we need to build a lot more housing to be able to get us out of this hole. So it's been resonating. And then ICE, I went to on the ICE front. Of course, we already kicked ICE out of Rikers when I was a council member, 12 years ago, before it was a centrist talking points for Democrats. We were already doing that work. But on top of that, there was an issue here in Wyckoff Hospital. We had ICE coordinate with the NYPD when there was a detainee that was injured, and the NYPD was supporting them. I was out there the next day. We had a rally with all of our neighbors and make sure that NYPD knew that we weren't going to accept in this sanctuary city any coordination of NYPD and ICE. And those are two things that people really are grateful that I was able to stand up for them, able to show up when the community needed it. They didn't wait, 4 or 5 days the way Claire Valdez waited before she made a statement, because she was waiting for the mayor to make a statement before she was going to say anything about NYPD. It's an example of the things that the double standard that exists in this race, where we fight, we do what we need to do, but our record is going to get let through a fine-tooth comb, while the other side is just going to ignore any lack of commitments or honesty or just like waiting game that I don't think we can afford in this time when it comes to ICE. So I'm going to abolish ICE and I'm going to help with the affordability crisis by unlocking opportunities to build housing. And those are the two things at the doors that people have been looking for that I think are deeply meaningful.
And I'm sure as people can tell, last one from me, just in watching this interview, it's on the ground. It's become a contentious fight, within, among allies. What has the result, like, what are you seeing on the ground, particularly as you have DSA and Justice Democrats going hard and Mamdani going hard, like, and what is the kind of class and cultural divide, and how is that playing out in the neighborhoods among people who are newer, more educated versus people who've been there a very long time?
Yeah, Ryan, look, I want to be careful here, because I want to represent the entire district. Mm-hmm. And I believe that I have the broadest coalition. I have, Muslims from City Line, every tenant association president supporting me. I have the Hasidic Jewish community in South Williamsburg supporting me. Like, I have a really diverse coalition, actual diverse coalition. And I think that's how you win elections. But there is a distinction between the two campaigns and who we're targeting and having conversations with. I would say this, that my Claire Valdez's website, in which she tells the super PAC to spend money, she has zip codes that are exclusively in the richest parts of the district. And I'm not saying that that we shouldn't be reaching out to those residents. We should. But to send your super PAC almost exclusively to the places that are more affluent and white is a reflection of where she thinks that her base is. Mine is going to be one where we're reaching out to those folks as well. But I am in East New York.
Fair enough. That's a better message.
I am in Cypress Hills. I'm in Woodhaven. I'm in
That's well said.
Maspeth and Ridgewood. Like I'm
See, I think a lot of times it's hard to get to know someone in like a small interview, right? You have to like actually look them up and everything. But on appearances, right, it didn't leave the best impression at first. And now it's like, okay, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very good point. Right? In my town, why did they build, there's like a wall that separates the there's a highway that went through my town, right? It was built, I guess, in the 70s, if I'm understanding the history correctly. Okay. Well, when you build a highway through a town, right, there tends to be highway pollution, highway noise, right, all that stuff. Why did they build the wall on one side of the town and not the other? Can anyone give me the reason? Right off the top of their head? Guess what the reason is. I'll wait. Wow, everybody? Nobody?
everywhere in Glendale. I'm just making.
It's because one side of the town is much more wealthy and they got a fancy wall, and the other side is much more working class and not as much and got shit.
Sure that I show up everywhere because we're going to win this by building the broadest coalition. So I do think there's a divide there, but at the end of the day, when we get
we all know it. Like you can see it in the buildings, you can see it in every part.
elected, we're going to want to represent everyone. But there's obviously, I think, a distinction here between whose voters are who and just turning out our bases.
I thought this was interesting too, and I know you guys talked about this in the debate. For people who don't know, so this is what's called a red box, which is a way that candidates signal to you're not allowed to legally coordinate with a super PAC, and so the way that they coordinate without coordinating is they make it public, so everybody can see it. It's not a private message; it's a public message, and they put it inside this red box. They'll say voters need to, both read and see on the go. Read and see on the go would mean like, and Tony, you know this better, but I feel like that's digital ads. But like, there's all this coded language that goes in because you don't want to write, please buy digital ads, but they basically say it. But then, so this is what you were talking about down here. They even get into like when this needs to happen. The key targets, and here's what you were talking about. 2025 mayoral primary electorate needs to receive our message and turn out this election. Persuasion, women, white and Latino voters, high propensity Dem voters, voters under 50 still need to learn more about Claire. So what they're saying here is the name ID isn't high enough there. Mobilization. So this is what she considers her base. So it's Bushwick, Williamsburg, Greenpoint, Ridgewood, Sunnyside, Long Island City, and priority neighborhoods of Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, Astoria, East Williamsburg, the more gentrified areas, and then here priority zip codes.
Wow. Link in a spreadsheet.
So these are the key zip codes. Yeah. So what you're telling me about these zip codes is these are the more gentrified areas of New York City. Is that how you would describe them?
You could put a C tab on that and put average AMI in that, and you'll see exactly what it looks like. So my thing is, it's not that we all have to go after our bases, and I have no problem for her going after her base, but we are the working class candidate. We are the working class campaign, and we're going to keep pushing our affordability agenda and making sure people know that I'm the only one that has a legislative record. Claire Valdez has not passed one piece of legislation in the time that she's been in the state assembly. So when we talk about the hard fights that we need to take when we get to Congress, I'm the only one that has shown that I can do the difficult things. And I think we have too many performative elected officials in Congress right now that like to make a lot of noise, but don't bring resources to their community. Yeah. That's just not somebody that I am or what I do. So I'm looking forward to be able to represent this district and show them that.
See, I'm glad I didn't totally destroy this guy, because like he's coming off the gate swinging, but now I'm like, yeah, I think I would support him over the other candidate.
Effective leadership is possible, and that we can make this country work. We can make government work.
I would hope, right?
For the people of this country. So yeah, you saw the red box there, and that was done after we specifically said that we weren't going to take super PAC money. So now super PAC are in. She's gotten almost $500,000 worth of super PAC funding from people that have given to Marjorie Taylor Greene, the same people that gave to Greg Abbott, and so those are the people that are giving her money. And now at this point, we are got to be very careful, because we committed to not allowing for millionaires and billionaires to control this race, or to choose this race, or to be the outcome or the decider of who wins this race. But now there's super PAC money. And now there are a campaign that was about policy and issues and distinctions that about campaigns have turned into who can spend the most money at the end of this, in the last week. And it's unfortunate that we got there, but the Claire Valdez campaign began this nonsensical, like going back on her word on super PACs. And I think that this campaign is going to descend into a nasty place that I don't think any of us want it to be.
Yeah. Did she specifically promise not to take super PAC money? I'd be surprised, because part of her kind of path to victory was the kind of the pro-Palestine or anti-genocide super PAC that's out there, and Justice Democrats. That was a
Yeah, she said we had one of our first, if not our first, public debate was the New York League of Conservation Voters. You could look at it, and we all committed on that stage that we would not take super PAC funding. And the thing here is that it's one thing for us to say we're not going to take super PAC funding, and then super PACs come out, because that's what they do, and we can't control that. But to put up a red box clearly states that you are interested in directing any potential super PAC money to specific places and so forth. If we all committed to not take super PAC money, the least we could have done is not have our red boxes up. But once she put hers up, I feel obligated to put mine up. Like I said, I don't want to have this campaign be chosen by super PACs. But once Claire showed that she was going to allow for that to happen, even after she specifically said she would not take it, it changed the game of this campaign. It muddied the waters, and it's an unfortunate thing. But she did say that, Ryan, word to word. Yeah. If you look at the New York League of Conservation Voters video, you can see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the coverage from back then. Borough President Antonio Reynoso, candidate for New York's 7th District. The race is 11 days?
11 days, Ryan, 11 days. And we need these days to come, let me tell you.
I'm sure
my kids, I have 2 boys. One of them is in Little League. The other one is in his first kindergarten prom today. I want to be there with my kids right now. You all know that campaigning is, especially for Congress, is a madhouse. So, really looking forward to being back with my family, but excited about the future, what's going to happen on June 23rd. And I think, we're going to show people that building coalitions and being together and building true solidarity is what people want.
Did you say kindergarten prom? Did I hear that right?
It's a kindergarten prom. I wish I could send you a picture.
Goodness.
I have him in a 3-piece suit. He looks so cute. Yes, it is. It is. I'm going to put it up on Instagram. So if anybody wants to see it, they can see it. Yeah, my 5-year-old son is in a prom. So he's a special needs kid. He has autism. So it's a class of only 5 students. So I don't know what they're going to be doing, but the 5 kids are doing a prom. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see the videos. And so, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Adorbs.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It is. It's cool.
All right, and good luck in Little League as well.
Yes. So a lot of work to do, Ryan. My kid has to go to at least a D1 college baseball team, so I don't need to pay for these high, expensive tuition for these colleges. So that's what I'm working on. But the coaches think I'm crazy. They kick me out of the field all the time. They're like, "Hey, there's no scouts here yet. You can go sit down." But I'm one of those crazy parents with baseball. I am.
I love it.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right. And then we've talked about Daria Lisa. Let's hear more.
We are back, and we are joined now by Daria Lisa Villa Chevalier. I'm sorry if I butchered that a little bit. You can help correct me in just a second. Candidate for Congress in New York's 13th Congressional District. Daria Lisa, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks so much for having me. And yeah, you said it very well.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Anglicize it a little bit for folks. So,
well, yeah. I'm white as hell, so I'm the right person to anglicize things. So this morning, new poll came out from Data for Progress showing that you are up against your opponent, who is an incumbent, Congressman Adriano Espaillat. He's been in Congress for many years. He's taken AIPAC money. This is encouraging to see this kind of poll, but just tell us a little bit about your opponent, your reaction to the poll, and why it seems like you're surging.
Yeah, I mean, I was so excited to see that. We've done so much work on this campaign as organizers and really building out a campaign that is responsive to the community here, and answering the questions that the community has had for so long of why is it that when we have someone who has been in office for that long, who has sat on the Appropriations Committee, who's the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, why is it that our situation has not gotten better as a community? That we are actually seeing more and more Black and brown people leave this district and seeing the conditions just get harder every single day. And the answer there, right, is because we have had someone who has not shown up for us, who has not been in our communities and living through the things that we have lived through. I am somebody who has had to ask myself whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love, despite doing everything I was told to do to have a stable life, right? I went to college, I went to grad school, was working on my PhD, was working towards a career as a professor, a college professor, and got priced out of that. And that's how, I ended up in a job that I really love, right, as an investigator at a public defender's office. But even so, doing all the things that I was told was the path to having a dignified middle-class life, was still not seeing that. And so many people around me, more and more are lining up at food pantry lines, more and more are leaving the city altogether because they can't afford to stay, more and more on sleeping on the street. And every morning, when we're told that there are no resources to support our communities, we're watching those same resources be wasted on atrocity after atrocity in the form of sending arms to a country that's enacting a genocide, in the form of a war with Iran, a war that nobody wants. And so our lives here get harder and harder, but our representatives continue to vote in the interests of their donors, of special interests, and Republican and right-wing interests, right, and corporate interests. And it's time that we actually have representation that's going to fight for our people. And the fact that we have taken that message and that vision to so many in this district, and that has resonated with them. The fact that we have told them, hey, you deserve somebody who's going to fight for housing for all, somebody who's going to fight to abolish ICE so that our community can actually breathe. You deserve someone who's going to make sure that our tax dollars no longer go towards an endless war machine, but actually come back to our communities so that we can invest in our babies and not bombs. And that message has resonated with so many because we're tired of a politics that is jaded, a politics of complicity, a politics of death. We deserve a politics that actually presents a vision for what our communities deserve and presents a vision of a politics of life.
And I believe I know your answer to this, but just would love to ask to get you on the record. You support blocking arms sales to Israel, both defensive and offensive weapons?
I do. I fully support blocking arms sales of all sorts to Israel.
And I would imagine you would support an embargo as well.
Yes.
Yes. And your opponent, what's his record on?
If we embargo Cuba, why are we not doing that right?
On this issue.
Crazy.
He has consistently voted to send more arms and money and weapons to Israel. He has, to this day, refused to call it a genocide. He continues to take money from AIPAC, the same right-wing institution that funds Republicans, that funds President Trump, that has been pushing us towards this deeply unpopular war, and that has cost us over $1 billion a day. In the first 6 days of this war with Iran, we could have gotten the universal child care program that Mayor Zohran Mamdani ran on. And that is my opponent's record. That is what he's voted towards. And I think it's a reflection of how, these interests reflect in the policies that our politicians are engaging in. And it's not just AIPAC, it's also corporate real estate interests. It's, the fact that he takes money from interests like crypto and AI and then votes for things like the Genius Act, which is like only got Trump's friends richer, right? Mm-hmm. And it matters that we have representation that is actually accountable to the working people who would never have $670,000 to donate to a campaign the way that AIPAC has, who will never have the $115,000 that ICE contractors have donated to my opponent, right? It matters that if we are serious about having a functioning democracy, that democracy empower working people instead of corporate interests.
Well said. And I just want to turn now to you support abolishing ICE. We're seeing an escalation of threats from the federal government right now about ICE activity in New York City. What would you do to help your potential constituents as a member of Congress to protect them from ICE raids?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to abolish ICE. That's the only way we get them out of New York City for good, right? And I've lived in a world where ICE didn't exist. I'm older than ICE is, and we need to go back to a world where it doesn't exist. Reinvest those resources into pathways to citizenship and to programs that actually allow our immigrant communities to feel integrated and safe in our communities, right? Because we know that benefits every single person in our community. And
I got the shop working. It wasn't displaying properly for some reason.
We also need to make sure that we're working with every level of government to protect our sanctuary policy, to make sure that we are advocating for our constituents and not staying silent when, ICE comes to our community and kidnaps them. We have to actually be fighting tooth and nail for them. When my friend Mahmoud Khalil was taken by ICE here in this district, my opponent refused to meet with his family. He refused to meet with our friends. And the only thing he could do was issue a 2-sentence statement about trusting the Department of Justice, which was
basically the way this game works. If you've noticed, the higher tier ball, the better chance you have. Like, you have a 96% chance, which is pretty good. So it's kind of like when you bet, I'm betting this much on red or black, right? On this shit. So like you have a better chance with the higher tier, but it's also strategic because you got to see what time of the day it is, right? There's different ways you can go about it.
It's already violating his rights on the basis of having taken him to begin with.
Right.
And so we and we deserve representation that understands what that means for the millions of people across the country who are living under the terror of ICE. When our representative, who is the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, doesn't stand up for the immigrant in his district, whom Trump is now calling the blueprint for how immigration enforcement would be conducted for throughout the country. That matters.
Yeah. It is so important to highlight the Mahmoud Khalil example, because if that's any indication how he left him out to dry, somebody who was criminalized for his speech and missed the birth of his child because this fascist administration locked him up for his speech, that you can't have a Democrat in one of the bluest districts in the country stand up for him. How would he stand up for you then? That's the question here. On any issue. It's just astonishing. And I know that you were an organizer of the anti-genocide protests at Columbia University as a grad student, so you're quite aware of what free speech suppression looks like as well. Can you talk about that as a concept and what you would do as a member of Congress to protect people's rights to protest and have their voices heard? Because the right has almost perverted and taken over the free speech conversation because they make it about like, oh, I get to say this slur again or something, or Twitter took down my tweets or something. No, this is what real free speech suppression looks like, and you experienced it firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think we have often, we're seeing both Democrats and Republicans alike pass policies that suppress that kind of speech. And it is so deeply dangerous. We talk about how Republicans are passing book bans, how they are, really taking away our own history from us by banning certain topics in schools, by limiting funding to our education.
You did a good job on I kind of showed off some of the environments. I mean, I made them pretty much all of them. I think there's only like 5 of them that I didn't make. But there's over like 100 environments that they all live in. That was a lot of work, but it was fun to do. Trying to get it perfect. That one's this one, right? See? So I was like, oh, I want something like the Great Barrier Reef, right? I was thinking of Australia when I made this. Something like that. Yeah, I made this. And I was like, yeah, but there has to be a nighttime version because sometimes the game's in night. So then there's a night version, right? And that's the one you just saw. And I just went ham, guys. I went so ham on this. Oh, here it is. So there's a night version. This is the night version. And then I was like, I just started doing all these different environments. I'm like, where can they live? It's like Arctic, okay. Glacier, okay. Underwater, yep. Right. And I just went through all these and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I had over 100 environments after I did all the thing. And I was like, damn. Right. Like I was like desert, plateau, right? Like this is the desert one, right? This is Australia, guys. A real picture of Australia. Chuck and the great white into some killer jellyfish, and you have realistic representation of Australian waters. Right? Maybe I should do the outback. I'll do like an outback type. That'll be kind of funny. Because obviously it's not all a desert, but it is pretty dry. It's a desert in, hold on, not Outback Steakhouse. That's what I'll work on. Something like that. Like, I kind of have this already without Mount Kilimanjaro. Without the mound there, but Urulu, right? That's the name of it. Urulu, I forget how you pronounce it. But the bush. Look at these Australians. God, like basically a desert, right? It's just like a green desert. A red and green desert. Yeah. So a lot of environments to see. It's pretty cool. Oops.
On the basis of whether or not professors or teachers are teaching certain topics,
please.
And then happen to be shocked that these corporate interests, when they present themselves in the form of a university, right, are acting in lockstep, right, where they are suppressing the speech and the protests of their own students, inviting.
Hey, Gray, welcome back, buddy. Where have you been? How you been? How you been? How's everything been with you? I would trade places so I could watch the Scotland
Police
live.
Onto their campuses to arrest their students for engaging in First Amendment speech, right? There is nothing more sacred in this country than the right to protest, than the right to speech. And the fact that it is happening in institutions like a university, where the very point is to teach us how to think and express our ideas.
For real.
It should really shock us all and should tell us about where we're at in this country. And the fact that we had a representative who not only ignored calls from students, ignored calls from protesters, from his constituents to help them address this issue, to help them address the fact that their rights were being suppressed by their own university. And then that had a hand in the way that the federal government responded to these students, I think speaks volumes to the lack of leadership we've had and to a failure to stand up to these attacks on free speech, to these attacks on education, to these attacks on our democracy.
The attacks on education, can you speak a little bit more about that? What would you prioritize in terms of improving education in your district as a member of Congress?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we really need to be funding our schools, not just K through 12, but we need free, public, dignified education from cradle to college. And I think what we're seeing more and more with institutions like Columbia, which is my alma mater for undergrad, I went to CUNY for grad school, which I'm very proud of, is that we, went from a system in CUNY, for example, where we did have a free higher education, and now many people are priced out of something that is really a pathway to class mobility, to the middle class. And we need to be funding that education, not only because it is that pathway and it's economic justice, it's also a matter of dignity. Education is a matter of human dignity, and we should be funding that for our students, for our children, for our communities. And this ability to be able to have an education, to know how to think critically, to engage with our democracy is so critical to be able to actually fight back on fascism, because without that, we are going to see more and more attacks on our community writ large. And the fact that we have so deeply disinvested from our education system is what's gotten us to this moment, right? The fact that we have continued to allow our tax dollars to be diverted away from public schools into private charter schools or private institutions, right? And pricing people out of the education that they are owed through a public system is what's gotten us to this moment where we have devalued critical thought, where we have devalued engagement with our politics. And it's time that we take that back. It's time that we take our education back and take our democracy back.
Lastly, you say it's time we take our democracy back. I've had some frustrating conversations with liberals that don't seem to connect wealth concentration and the lack of democracy that we're seeing. I mean, this moment of fascism, how actually billionaires and this amount of wealth concentration, it isn't just wrong morally and depriving people of material gains and resources that could be going to education, healthcare, housing, and more. It's a threat to democracy because they can buy elections and because they can wield their economic power in ways that is often, more powerful than most governments. So what's your belief in taxation and in breaking billionaires' backs metaphorically as a way to protect democracy, not just the material gains that are, I think, we both agree with and are obvious?
I mean, I think it's twofold, right? We need to tax them. They need to pay their fair share to actually contribute to investing in the resources that will allow us to have a functional democracy. But also, we have a serious problem with Citizens United, right? And the idea that corporations are somehow people who can participate in elections through donations, right? Where what you see is that in the last few weeks of so many of these elections, corporate interests, special interests, right? They will dump millions and millions of dollars into an election and have an outsized impact on these elections. And that kind of money in politics is what has deeply corrupted our democracy, has made it so that people feel so disempowered around elections, around participating in politics at all. And what we need to do is we need serious campaign finance reform. We need to push back on Citizens United and end it. We need to, make sure that we are actually empowering the average voter, who doesn't have, the $670,000 that AIPAC has given to my opponent, doesn't have the $115,000 that he's taken from ICE contractors, or the $250,000 he's taken from corporate real estate lobbies, right? We're working people. I don't got that kind of money. I'm sure you don't have that kind of money.
No.
People who are creating the wealth in our society as workers, because that's what we're doing when we go to work, we should be owed the dignity of having a say in how those resources are used, right? And that's what happens at elections. We get to decide what our values are, where we want our budgets to have an impact on our communities, and it's time, right, that we have representation that's actually fighting for that, because I think it matters, that we win in November, yes, and then we send Democrats to office and win the majority, but we're not going to win that majority if the Democratic base can't see itself in the people who are running, right, in the people who've won the primaries. And so it matters not only that we send Democrats to office, it matters what kind of Democrats we're sending.
Absolutely. Well, where can people support your campaign, Daria Lisa?
So if you want to come knock on doors or phone bank, you can come to our website at darialisaforcongress.com. You can also donate to help us, because we are building an entirely grassroots operation. Only take money from individual people, no corporations. So please support. And you can also find us on socials at Daria Lisa for NY. And please, please, please come out to vote. Early voting starts June 13th and election day is June 23rd.
Absolutely. Well, we will put a link to that wherever people are listening to or watching this. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, candidate for Congress. I'm trying. Then I overthink it. Candidate for Congress in New York's 13th Congressional District. Incredible candidate. Rooting for you, and appreciate your time today. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
All right.
We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
And with that, guys, I'm out of here. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Stay tuned. Don't do anything stupid. It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day, wherever you are. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye now. Stay tuned for the credits. Good night. I'll work on that Australian. I already did one for New Jersey. Might as well. There's like a city, like a slummy city environment that I worked on. So might as well, right? I'll have to find out how to do it, kid.